the development of technology, if you can see this curve in how technologies have developed over time, what we're seeing is that AI and its benefits are something that's being accelerated. We've seen a lot of inventions that have taken place over time. And we've seen, you can see on this chart just how much time how there is between each one and how this accelerates as the curve begins to take on a more pronounced upwards uptick. And we can see that AI is accelerating everything. There are a number of articles that show that the adoption of ChatGPT took 3 months to be adopted on a widespread level around the world, whereas before we were looking at inventions that would take something like 3 years. The other thing is that we see that AI, what we're seeing is that we are seeing an acceleration in change in the way that the language models are developing, and they are changing, and the pace of change is picking up. So the period of change is is accelerating, it's picking up. The last version of ChatGPT came out less than 2 years ago, and this leads to a different view of its evolution, of its potential, and what we can expect to see as it continues to evolve. Now, we have to think about all the different aspects involved. There is a link in between one version and the next, but the implications of this are major. When we start to look at things in detail and how we're going to use this technology in a responsible way, when we're looking at adoption, we are also looking at the rules that are going to regulate its ethical use. There are all these kinds of articles coming out now which talk about AI and talk about how technology affects absolutely everything that we do. But why now? Why are we talking about this now? Because this kind of model have so much data. And it's working with data that models have never worked with before. So at this point in time, what we're trying to do is understand that we are continuing to generate data all the time. These presentations, the interaction that we have, all of this is generating data constantly. And this is something that we need to take on board. And I find it fascinating. I can't even begin to imagine the size, the dimensions of everything involved. There are millions of terabytes being generated every second. And one of the key things is to understand that 328 million terabytes are being created every day. And this, and we will be launching more and more generative data models. I don't have any idea what that truly means. I just know it's very big. By 2025, we will be generating zettabytes, huge amounts each year. I don't even really understand what this means because the numbers are so vast. We are generating 120 terabytes per year, and by next year it'll be 180 terabytes. So this means that when we are talking about technology today, it's a combination of different data and computational power. And we need a certain computational power to be able to process all this data. Hang on a second.
Disculpen, pero se me acaba de colgar un cachito de la presentación, así que
Just hang on a second because I think my presentation has got stuck. It's very interesting to talk about right now the computing power involved because we often hear conversations about these different models and how they can generate themselves the capabilities to process data. But what we're not talking about today is what's behind all of that, because it's just data, and you have to look at the intentional behind them. All this processing of data also requires maintenance. The computers require maintenance as well. And there is also an issue with energy supply because it uses huge amounts of energy. Marino, shall we pass your presentation before you forget stuck? We do have it. Everything, technology is like that. Everything works until it doesn't. We have the presentation here. We have this slide, so we can take it from here if you want. You can tell us when to move forward. Yes, I'm trying. Hang on a minute. Can you see? Yes, now we've got it up. We've got the presentation up on the screen. Okay, I can see that. Okay, here we go. So, yes, these are the slides that we've already gone through. Yeah, now we can see it's okay. Everything's good. The screen had frozen before, that's why. The problem is that my laptop, doesn't have the computing power necessary to play the different videos. So anyway, I want to share some information about the data and some of the conversations that are taking place in the marketplace. For instance, private investments in AI have doubled in a year, and there are investigations underway about equity and transparency, which have grown 5 times since 2014. 50% of the organizations have adopted IA in at least one area of their business. And what we're talking about at the moment is the importance of establishing standards that are going to regulate the way people use AI. And this is affecting, obviously, investments. Companies are investing increasingly in AI. Everybody's very interested in AI, obviously, at the moment. And this is something very interesting. People are trying to evaluate the importance that AI has for their specific industrial sector. At the same time, we're looking at how society and governments are adapting to the use of this technology. And this is very important because what I'd like to think that this is an important conversation that is taking place Because what we're talking about is the potential of the
como
technology.
miedo a
And
poder
I think some people are actually scared of talking about this because of where it could lead.
tenemos sí la posibilidad de aprovechar estos
And we should
beneficios.
be looking at
Para
this from
mí
the
eso es
point of
muy
view of seeing
atractivo.
how we can make the
Según vi también
most
ahí
of the
inversiones
possibilities.
en cuestiones relacionadas con
For
inteligencia artificial
instance,
responsable.
to be
Tiene que
responsible, we
ser
need to know what we're talking
algo
about.
positivo en vez de quererlo
And what we are
recibir
talking
solo
about is an
como
IA
nosotros
model which is
tenemos
built thanks to
miedo
the
de lo
analysis
que
of
significa
huge
que la
amounts of
sociedad nos
data
quiere
to
adaptar
predict what is
esta
coming
tecnología.
as
Y
part of
en
a
un pequeño
sequence,
repaso sobre lo que es inteligencia artificial
right?
generativa, obviamente es
As
estos
I said
modelos
earlier,
lo que hacen es
these
analizar una
large
gran cantidad de
models
datos a los que
analyze
podríamos
huge
alimentar
amounts
un
of
video
data.
y que
And what they can do is
funcionan,
make
a ver
these
si lo explico
connections
de una manera,
and
de una manera muy
associate different
coloquial, que
data.
es
And that
de
creates
alguna
a
manera,
sequence.
digamos,
That's what we call
probabilística, en el
sequencing.
sentido que lo que hace es a partir
And on the basis
de ver, de tener mucha información
of
sobre cómo se han
tons
combinado,
of
por
information
ejemplo, ciertas
about
palabras
how different words
en
are
todos los
combined,
documentos y toda la información con la
thanks
que
to
fue
all the
preentrenado el
documents
modelo,
which have been used to train the model.
más que predecir, lo
More
que
than
puede
predict,
es
what it can do
encontrar la palabra
is
que
find
sigue a
the
otra
word that
palabra
comes after the preceding one
en un contexto
in a
determinado.
specific
Contexto que
context,
obviamente
a
le da al
context
modelo
which gives
el
the
input, que es
model
lo que nosotros
the
llamamos
what we
prompt,
call
o lo que
input.
llamamos la
That's a prompt,
pregunta.
basically, isn't it?
Entonces, esto lo que
What
permite
this allows
es una combinación,
is a combination
es una combinación
of a
nueva,
new
o sea, genera
combination
nuevo
which
contexto,
generates new content
porque lo que hace es no copia,
because
si
it
quieren
doesn't
el esquema, no
copy
copia una
just
frase entera,
an
no
entire
dice
phrase. It
voy
doesn't
a
do copy
predecir una
paste.
frase, entonces esta
So
palabra
it
tiene otra
doesn't
palabra que
predict an
signifique
entire phrase
la
in the
palabra
whole
que
sequence
más
of
veces se ha
words,
usado, siguiendo la otra palabra,
following.
un contexto
So this word
determinado.
comes after
No
this word, which
predicen
comes
más
after
al
this word, which
respecto
comes to
de
this
la
word.
palabra
What it
anterior,
does is it
sino
looks
que él
at
mismo
the word
repite
that
la
comes
palabra que
before
se
that
usó
and then
después de
examines
la
the
otra
next
palabra,
word and sees all the
lo que
possible
hace que no
combinations.
necesariamente
So
predice
not
que esa
necessarily everything
combinación
that's generated
tenga
at
otro
content
contenido
is exactly the
diferente.
same as
Después
other
también un
content
poquito
generated.
una discusión
There
sobre
is
la
a discussion
limitación de estos modelos
about
y
how
que
these
puedan
models are
sacar del
used
output
and how they produce
contenido
output
y esa
and
tiene que ver con
content. And this is a
lo
very
que buscan
interesting
es ser
discussion
un
at
contenido
intellectual level
que copie un
because
contenido que ya
it's
existe
is this a
para poder
content that is
entrenar
already copying
los
existing content,
entrenamientos de estos
or
modelos
are we
y
talking about
que
something
pueden
innovative
generar contenido
because they
nuevo
can create new
y
content?
es algo interesante
And this is very
porque
interesting
usan
because
obviamente mucho copilot
when you
que es
use Copilot, for
la
instance,
inteligencia
which
artificial
is the
de
generative AI
Microsoft
model used by
y
Microsoft,
lo que me pasa muchas
and what
veces
often
y la mejor
happens,
manera de explicarlo
the best way
es
of
que
explaining this
puede ser que cuando
is
yo
that,
le sigo
well,
haciendo la
perhaps
misma
when
pregunta,
I
el
continue to ask
modelo
the same
me
prompt,
genere un mismo contenido, pero muchas veces me puede generar una contestación distinta.
it doesn't
Esta
always
es
give you the same
justamente
answer.
la muestra de cómo en realidad
This
genera contenido
shows you
nuevo
that it can
y
continue to
genera
generate new
contenido nuevo que
content.
puede ser diferente y
It
al
can
cual
create
como
new
agregar cosas
content
nuevas.
and it
Y
can
lo que pasa
add
entonces
new
cuando voy
information.
preguntando y pregunto la misma
So if I
pregunta,
continue to
saca más de
ask
lo que ya me había
prompts,
contestado, porque
it'll
obviamente el modelo
go
funciona de alguna manera, pero
past what
puede
it's already
agregar
answered and it
información
will give me
totalmente
new
nueva. Y
information
como
which wasn't there
sabemos,
before. So I've refined my
vamos a usar para
prompts.
generar
So it's
texto,
very good to
audio
generate text,
y
audio,
para generar también código, o sea,
and code. It can write
la
code.
generación de código
So
a
it can
partir de, digamos, de
create
pruebas
code
no es realmente algo
generatively,
revolucionario,
which is something
no porque
absolutely
las
revolutionary.
personas que programan
And
usen esto,
programmers are using
porque
this.
no tienen los conocimientos técnicos
And
para
sometimes those who simply
programar
don't have the
lo
technical
que
skills
todo lo
required
que
to
genera la
program
inteligencia artificial generativa, sino
are
que
using
justamente
AI
esto es un
to
poco lo que
take their
hacemos
skills up a
nosotros con
level.
la IA generativa,
It's a
que es
little bit like what we do, really.
darme
We
ideas
give them
de
an
posible
idea of
código
possible
para
code
poder empezar a
outcomes
trabajar.
so that
Y
it can
eso es muy
start to work.
interesante
And that's
en términos
very
de
interesting
productividad.
in terms of
Creo
productivity, right?
que los programadores y las programadoras
Programmers
también lo están
those who are making the most today
en su totalidad y que
of
pueden
this
incluso
kind of
cambiar
generative
su propia
model
contenido.
so that they can create new content.
Y acá un poquitito nada más
And
de mencionar cómo es
this explains a little bit
que la IA generativa,
how
para quienes
generative
tienen
AI
conocimientos
works.
técnicos
For
como
those
puede
who
ser
have
más
some
que nada
technical
los
knowledge, obviously
biólogos,
you know all of
científicos,
this, it's pretty
abogados,
obvious.
es algo
But
súper
for me as a
interesante
lawyer, it's
ver
extremely interesting to
el
get
análisis
to grips
de
with the
la teoría
basics
general
because
versus la
w-
generativa
the
básicamente
analysis of these large amounts of data
una traducción
is
de
actually
la
a
información
translation
histórica
of
que
information
son de alguna
tokens,
manera valores
which are
matemáticos
mathematical
y cómo
values. And what this does
básicamente pues cada vez que el
is
algoritmo
each
procesa
time the
información
algorithm processes
lo que
information,
hace es
what it's doing
procesar
is
esa
processing
información que ya está
information that is
traducida
already translated into
simplemente para
tokens.
entender cómo
That
funciona
explains basically
los
how the
algoritmos
model
que
works.
traducen
It
del
translates
lenguaje
from
natural a
natural
tokens
language
para
to
poder
tokens
procesar la información
so
y
it
esto
can
es
be
súper interesante
processed. And
porque
this is very, very
yo me
interesting
imaginaba
because
algo que
in
es
my head, I was
cuando tú llegas
imagining something that
mencionar
we're already
del
used to talking
software,
about
¿no? Que
when we
tiene
talk about software.
el código fuente y el código
We're
fuente.
talking
El
about
código
source
fuente es
code,
algo que puedo
object
entender y que el ser
codes,
humano
and
puede
this is something that a
obviamente
human being can
entender.
understand.
Eso que
And
es
the object
la
code is the
traducción del código
translation of
fuente
the
a un
source code
lenguaje
into
que
a language
el software
which the
puede
software
procesar.
can
O sea, bueno,
process.
es como,
So
digamos, es
it's
como lo mismo de Word
saying
procesar.
the same that
Y
happens
el
in
modelo realmente
the
ejecuta
earlier
todas
case.
estos
And the
datos
model
y los procesa a
executes all of
través
these
de
data and
redes neuronales.
processes it according to its own
Y
neural networks.
lo que hace la red es
And what the
que se
network
ajusta
does is
automáticamente
adjust
hasta que logra
automatically
predecir patrones
until the
y
model
luego en
learns
base
these new
genera
patterns
estas
and then it
predicciones a
generates
partir de esos
predictions
patrones.
on the basis of these
Eh,
patterns.
este es el famoso,
And
que
this
bueno, yo
is
tampoco entendía el
something I
qué
didn't
era,
understand
famoso
before, but this is
aprendizaje
the
autosupervisado. O sea, el modelo
self-supervised
aprende
learning.
a
The
partir
model
justamente
learns on
de
the
la
basis
información
of the information it's
y
processing,
ajusta y va
and
generando
it
patrones sobre esa
adjusts
información.
and continues to create
Y
patterns based on that
es
information.
interesante porque
So
hay
it's quite interesting
profesores, a
because
veces amigas muy técnicas me decían,
obviously I'm not a technical
me
expert,
explicaban que en
but they
realidad
I
esto
was
hace que
told
la
that the
gente que luego
idea
lo
is
está
that
creando,
once
en
this
realidad
model
no
is up
usa
and
los
running,
datos de primer
it
nivel
doesn't
para realizar
use
sus
its
tareas. Esto lo que hace
training
es
data to
ahorra
carry out
el
these
gasto un
tasks.
montón
Now,
de
this was something that
niveles,
I, as a
porque
lawyer,
claro,
was
en
quite
realidad
interested by
la mayoría de las
because
personas
most
tenemos esta
people
idea
have, of most of us think that
que cada vez que
each
el modelo
time
funciona,
that the
en
model
realidad
works,
vuelve a Internet a hacer la
it
pregunta.
you
Dice,
go
bueno,
have to
una
go
vez
back
que
and
ya
ask the
esto
same
que vuelve a
question.
Internet a hacer la
But it's
pregunta,
true that
una vez que
internet
ya está hecha la
does
pregunta,
it does go
bueno,
back to internet to ask the
realmente
question.
esto no ocurre una vez
But
que el
the
modelo ya está
point is that
entrenado
once
con
it's
cómo
trained,
esta
it
energía
doesn't need to
funciona
do that
de ahí
anymore
a
because it's already
generación.
got the information.
Recién hablaba con
I
Nosotros,
was just
esto
talking
solamente
about
alguna idea de
uh,
cómo se
how
aprovecha la
you can make the
inteligencia
most
artificial
of
generativa
generative
para
AI today.
temas de productividad,
Issues
de
that have to do with
desarrollo también del
productivity,
mejoramiento de
chatbots,
familiarización con
the
los chatbots.
improvement of the way that we
Lo que
interact with
permite es que
chatbots,
estos modelos
and the
ahora
standard
puedan
that these models
traducir
have
ni
to
hablar temas
translate,
que tienen que ver con
let
atención
alone anything that's
médica,
got to do with,
con
say,
interacción
medical
de
care
médicos
or
con
the
los
interaction
modelos,
between
la
doctors and the
generación de
models,
conocimientos de
or
epidemiología.
anybody that has any kind of
eh,
technological
también
information or needs it.
vemos, por
We're
ejemplo,
also seeing
otros
this
sectores
applied in other
asistenciales.
sectors like social services.
Realmente esta
And
tecnología
this
genera,
technology
ya la venía generando,
i-
pero genera
is now creating, in fact, it was
cambios muy
already doing that, but
importantes en
it's
los
creating
personas
huge
que tienen
changes
discapacidad
in
realmente
the way
especialmente
that
por
those with
cómo
disabilities
le facilita
interact.
la vida.
And although there
Inteligencia
was
artificial, por
in
ejemplo, también
AI for
como podría
people
ser
who were sight
la
impaired,
posibilidad de interacción
the
con
possibility of
inteligencia
interacting with
artificial en lenguaje
AI
natural
in
hace
natural
que estas
language
herramientas
means that those
tengan
tools
un nivel de
have
efectividad
another degree of
superior respecto a las
effectiveness
personas
regarding people with
que tienen discapacidades.
disabilities.
Y algo que ya habíamos
And
hablado
something that
otras
you've
veces
probably already heard about is
es un
GPT.
modelo
Well, this is
que
a
lo que hace es
model
genera nuevo
that
contenido,
generates new
se entrena,
content
está
and can be
preentrenado a
trained, or
partir
it's
de las
pre
cadenas de
trained
producción
thanks to a huge amount of texts and documents which is available onto the internet. And it's a model that learns while it is executing, which is in itself very interesting. Something interesting that we like to talk about is, for those of us who don't know, we have a partnership with OpenAI, and even before the natural language models like ChatGPT became available, because all the OpenAI models are set up on a Microsoft structure on Azure. And so what we did was to work with OpenAI too. And this is interesting because it refers back to computing power. And who has this computing power to be developed and who can develop these new models? And that's why we have this agreement with OpenAI from even before it became publicly available. These developments are all built by Microsoft, and the agreement that we have with them is that once the models were available, the company has priority to be able to deploy the models and embed them in its own products. So you may have heard of Copilot, and the model which runs Copilot is the OpenAI model. And you'll also be hearing about OpenAI in Azure and OpenAI in Azure because we're using the same models that OpenAI is using based on this partnership that we have. Now, we're going to the real key point of this presentation, which, but first let's have a look at the basic uses that we know: generation of text, image, and code. The major issues which are up for discussion today, if we look ahead, have to do with this idea of responsible AI, because technology must be safe, must be fair, it must be inclusive and responsible, must be transparent. But there are also some legal issues involved, which have to do with privacy and security and intellectual property. And these issues haven't really been tackled properly before.
Cuando hablamos de una inteligencia artificial responsable es básicamente
When we
que
talk
creemos
about
que
responsible
inteligencia
AI,
artificial tiene
we
que,
believe that
tiene que brindar
this
seguridad
is about providing AI safely and that certain principles be properly respected. These are very important principles, and I'm going to tell you about them now.
son principios que son muy
These are
intuitivos y además muy
principles which are
simples
quite
para
intuitive, in
aplicarlos
fact, and
en
some of them are being adopted
iniciativas
around the world,
de inteligencia responsable
particularly
como
those that have to
la
do with the
Organización
responsible
Mundial
use of
de la
AI.
Salud. Este es el
So,
camino que nos
this
ha
is the
llevado
journey that I was talking about earlier,
mapea con esa,
which
esa
has
parte
been
de la
mapped
presentación
out
en la que yo les
in line with that part of the
comentaba
presentation
brevemente
where I was explaining to you
la importancia que tiene hoy
how
para la sociedad en
important
general y para
it
las
is for society
organizaciones
today and for
poder
different
hablar de
organizations and
inteligencia
governments to
artificial
talk about the use of AI in responsible way.
el nivel de
As I
inversión
said earlier, the level of
que se está
investment
haciendo
being poured
sea en
into
la inteligencia
investigation at the
artificial sea
moment
en el
to
sistema
draw
público
conclusions
transparencia
about
principios que
transparency
creemos son parte
and
de la
these
inteligencia
principles that we
artificial
believe are so vital to the conversation about
está
responsible
rodeada
AI,
de
as I was
capítulos
saying, this is not a new road for us.
uno que
It
inicia
has
y
to
lo
do with
inició
a
a
road
finales
that
de
our
la
CEO
de
launched
Pablo
when he took over
2015. Él
as the head of
decía
Microsoft in
en eso
2015.
que decía la tecnología
At the
transformadora
time, he had the vision that transformative technology already existed, but it was going to be available in a different way around the world, and that this was going to be based on artificial intelligence.
generativa.
and it was going to be generative AI. And the cultural change was really stemmed from his vision. He published an article in 2016, just after taking office, about the benefits of AI and how he thinks that this is the technology that's going to solve humanity's greatest problems. And so we started working internally on creating a framework for the responsible use of AI because there was no regulatory framework as yet. And in fact, there are no large regulatory frameworks. There isn't a coherent regulatory context for the use of AI. But he says there are no regulations. I know that this is a technology that is going to transform the world. We have to create our own ethical framework within the company because we will continue to progress and invest and work on this technology. And we need to understand how we make our own rules to govern responsible use of AI. So he sets up an ethical AI committee in the company, and this ethical committee is the basis of the framework for the responsible AI framework. And he publishes the Microsoft principles. And from then on, this is a journey that we're on, which is constantly evolving, which is the publication of the principles as the basis, but then establishes a governance system within Microsoft. We've created organisms within the company, such as this ethics committee, a disciplinary committee, also with experts from outside. We created a responsible AI office in the company, and this responsible AI office, what it does is create a series of processes and tools and rules which we call the standard for responsible AI. And what this does is to take the principles that we see, which are pretty intuitive, we will talk about them in just a second, and he summarizes these and puts them into a standard which regulates any companies or entities developing AI within Microsoft. It's like a plan to review the model and how it's used and its possible impact on society. And it sets very specific steps which have to be followed and creates a number of tools so that people can follow these steps. And these tools are such things such as how you assess impact, transparency models, and tools which have to do with engineering so that you can test to see whether the model can lead to bias, unconscious bias, or discrimination. These are very concrete, specific tools for design and development teams. These principles here are very intuitive. The principle of equity, meaning that AI should not create biases or discrimination, confidentiality, security. The system should be able to work in a consistent and reliable way. And this has got to do with a lot of rules that have to do with the review of the performance of these systems based on not only the design phase, but also the deployment phase when it's made available for use. And it also has to do with revisions that have to be held on the performance of the model over time during the time that the model is available. Then there's the principle of privacy and safety and security. And finally, all models have to be reviewed from the point of view of the privacy policy, which is something that the company already has in place. This is very important. Now, there's something interesting here. These models do foster a discussion on privacy. And in a way, it's a new conversation because they are fed by data. So the discussion about privacy is now more intense because we are there is a tension between the functionality of these systems. Let's think, for instance, of a system that can recognize fraud in a financial entity or based on biometric data. So, what does that mean in terms of data protection? So, we got a discussion about privacy here, which may not need to be specifically regulated in that sense because there are already data protection laws in place, but the conversation can lead to different conclusions regarding the use of data from different models. And then, of course, the issue of responsibility, of accountability, which is very important, and the principle of transparency and equity. Now, I'm going to move on a bit here. We are, have been working for some time, not only within the company, but also with our different stakeholders around the world. This is very important for us because from Microsoft, we think that the right regulation of AI, which should be risk based, which should be coherent around the world, based on these principles that we mentioned earlier, what we think is that will bring a great amount of benefits, which will foster great adoption. Because AI as a technology is facing a fairly major challenge, because in fact, we have a lot of conversations about this as a company. Very often, when it comes to innovation and how you regulate innovation, the conversation often revolves around how regulation can maybe hinder the development of innovation in AI. There are important conversations about risks and use, and we think that a good regulation can help to foster better adoption. We're working, for instance, with the UNESCO Business Council. We're working there as a company or the high level AI organization of the UN and other organizations such as the OECD, the G20, G7, who have been issuing statements and guidelines and codes of conduct for voluntary adhesion, which have been marking, if you like, the way, providing us with the guidelines for the principles that regulation should follow when it comes to organizing how AI is used. Uh, yes, yes, we have a little bit of time. It's 18 minutes past, but I think there are already some questions that people would like to ask. We'd already said that there were legal issues, and and we will move on to questions very shortly. There are some issues that have to do with legal topics that we're discussing with our clients, and these are part of the conversation. It's interesting because we're looking at how we make this something practical, how we adopt these models in real life. As part of the discussions that we're holding with different governments, clients, and organizations, what we're doing is extending our privacy and data confidentiality commitments to all other services that we provide and which have AI embedded in them. As I said, we embed AI in our products in Copilot. Copilot is our, what we called it Copilot. We could put it in Outlook. You can see Copilot is available in all our range of tools. I use it, for instance, in a closed environment, which is Copilot in Office 365, and it summarizes documents for me. It's linked to my Outlook. It's a closed environment, and some. And regarding data privacy, in this slide, which is something that we'll share with you later, but what you can see here, how the model works regarding the isolation of data, the data that an organization uses. So we have a pre-trained model which is placed at the disposal of the organization, and the organization can use its own data to feed it, but it's isolated. It's not used outside the organization. It can be used, it can be trained within the organization, it can be fine tuned, but it never leaves the tenant of the organization. And it's not used for other clients or other organizations. And we can train it for our own use. And we provide it with our own information, our own documentation. And when these models are used, it's not necessary each time we have a question to ask or a prompt to make. It's not necessary to leave this tenant. And that's something very important to bear in mind, because people often think these models work like ChatGPT, where each time you ask a prompt, the model goes to the internet. But in a closed environment, for an organization that wants to use a model of this kind, it's not necessary. And then there's something interesting that is a discussion that is taking place at the moment, which is about intellectual property, creativity. There is a very interesting conversation taking place at the moment, uh, and what this is doing is drawing attention to the fact that the intellectual property laws that we have at the moment may not be enough to tackle the challenges that AI is presenting us with. Yesterday, I was talking about this, the intellectual property laws, and just how up to date they are to be able to deal with these new challenges. And for instance, I don't know if you know about this monkey, this chimp that took a selfie. Now, is the monkey the owner of intellectual property rights? Because the photo has then been used by a human, and there was a ruling which came out in favor of the human rather than the chimp. But there is an interesting discussion about this. Can AI be the owner of intellectual property? And this is something that we're talking about at the moment. And independently of our position regarding whether you can train models using internet based information, which is not a new discussion because actually, if you think about it, this all started when people started using browsing engines to navigate internet and use information. And today the conversation is about the information used to train the models. This is information that is loaded by the users in their prompts. And and what we're talking about is the output. In Microsoft, we decided to replicate a kind of commitment which we'd already been talking about and applying to our products in the way that they're used. For instance, the use of LLM 3365 or other products and services. And we've decided that to recompense the organizations, particularly the companies who are our biggest clients, regarding any kind of claim regarding copyright, regarding how the models were trained or the information that can be used as output or and input. So we're providing our clients with this indemnity if there are any claims brought against these companies. And this is not new in terms of how we conceive of intellectual property within software contracts. This is pretty historic. We have historic software contracts where the protection of intellectual property was on the owner of the intellectual property in order for them to be able to defend their own assets within software licensing contracts. So it's something that comes from there, but in this case, there are new implications because of the way that the data is used and the data that the users input into the system and that the system uses to learn and continue training itself. So this is what we're focusing on in terms of intellectual property. We have to respect copyright. In the United States, intellectual property laws allow the fair use of data, and copyright has an exception in this sense to enable information to be used. And that's a little bit the attitude that Microsoft is taking when it comes to training the models. And then the protection of intellectual property should also include this conversation that is taking place around what we call the right to innovation, the right to development, and how the right to development and innovation can, what the relationship is between this and data protection laws and copyright. So this is a very intriguing conversation. And I wanted to share with you an example of what we are doing with different tools, AI tools, obviously, to filter whether the model is going to generate output that could in any way infringe intellectual property laws. So there are also tools that do that. So I'm going to wind up here. Are there any questions? Marina?
Thank you, Marina. Very interesting. We could have organized a whole conference on this topic. Now, the thing is that we have a tight agenda with tons of information, and we're running out of time. We could extend for half hour with a Q&A, so I don't want to abuse of your time and take time from the next panelist that is online. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can share the PDF with the students, right? Great. So if there are questions, probably you can send me an email. Yes, you can share my email is marina.bericua is my last name at microsoft.com. It's very easy, very simple. Thank you very much. Greetings from Adriana and Oscar. Round of applause for Marina. Thank you very much.
Bueno, te agradezco muchísimo. Espero.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, we're going to see face to face in one of the conferences. Hopefully. And if you have any questions, please send them. You can contact me also and add my profile in LinkedIn, and I can refer you information, articles, publications, things, material of that kind. Thank you very much. Thanks. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. It was very, very interesting. I have some questions for Marina, but probably we can organize a webinar, like a 2 hour webinar with her and then a 1 hour Q&A, especially the last part when corporations are responsible for any claims that there may be. Good. We're gonna continue. Luca from Rio de Janeiro, from the foundation. Luca, are you there? It's very interesting. It's digital sovereignty. As Luca prepares himself with his PowerPoints, and let's try to stick to the agenda, and we're going to be brief in the coffee break. There's something that is called watch. We use it, at least in my generation. When it says 9:30, it's 9:30, okay? It's not 10. Luca, bon dia, morning, morning. In Argentina, we need to stick to the agenda and we need to be punctual. The same goes for Brazil and Italy. Yeah, the thing is that sometimes we don't respect the time. Okay, apart or jokes aside, let's continue. We know that you're busy, so thank you. You are going to address something that is called digital sovereignty. Can he pass the slides? Can he screen the slides himself? Yes, go ahead. So you'll be more comfortable. I am sure that your Spanish is good enough after, speaking Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish.
Viendo todas las temporadas de Narcos, es curso de español perfecto. Pero
Okay, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to address my presentation in English. My Spanish is okay, however, to present on digital sovereignty is better in English. We have translation from English to Spanish, so don't worry about it. I haven't thanked the translators, but they were very good. Go ahead. Into Spanish.
I'm gonna start my presentation in English, so that is, I'm gonna speak slowly so that our translators can catch up. I prefer to do it in English as there are a lot of terms that are a little bit difficult to translate in language that is not my mother tongue, Spanish. So let me just do it in English so that everyone is on the same page. All right. So the presentation is based on the work I've been developing over the past years with my team here at the Center for Technology and Society at FGV Law School on digital sovereignty. And this work over the past year and a half has evolved into what I call AI sovereignty. And so my presentation of today is precisely to let you understand a little bit which kind of thinking has allowed to develop this kind of evolution, and so why we migrate from digital sovereignty to AI sovereignty, and most importantly, what do we mean when we speak about digital sovereignty, right? So first of all, let me just tell you that pretty much every piece of research I will use, every information I will share is available in open access on the website of the CyberBRICS project. The website is cyberbricks.info. So this is a project we have created here at FGV Law School 6 years ago, and it's the only existing project that analyzes the digital policies of the BRICS grouping, so Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And again, I'm mentioning this because it's very important to understand the kind of background behind the thinking on digital sovereignty that we have been developing over the past years. Just a couple of details about the project. So we have people from the entire BRICS grouping. So we have researchers from all the BRICS countries, from China, India, Russia, South Africa, coming here in Rio and staying with us for 6 months or 1 year. Someone has stayed here for 1 year and a half because he really enjoys staying here with us in Rio. And it's a very heterogeneous team. It is very important for me to bake into the design of the projects this kind of diversity, not only because it is essential to analyze these very diverse countries, to have people from the country, but also because it is essential to have a very different perspective that sometimes lawyers, as myself, as most of my colleagues here at the law school, do not have. So we have researchers that have a background. Most of them have a background in law, but a lot of them are data scientists, engineers, economists, or social scientists, precisely because we know that it is essential to have this kind of pluridisciplinary approach to understand well the policies we want to analyze. And so the first phase of the project, we started to analyze cybersecurity in the BRICS grouping 6 years ago. And one of the main research output was this book. And why am I mentioning this? Because when we were analyzing how the BRICS countries regulate cybersecurity, which kind of governance they build to enhance their cybersecurity, it became very evident that a lot of policies, innovations, governance mechanisms, and regulation that are developed and implemented to guarantee cybersecurity also overlap with digital sovereignty because there is a large dimension of overlap in terms of control, in terms of understanding how the technology operates in order to be able to control it, to protect the rights of your citizens, to avoid threats, which is common to the cybersecurity uh, domain and to the digital sovereignty domain. And so this is something that we have started to understand 6 years ago. Actually, it is very evident when you study the BRICS because most of their alignment in terms of cybersecurity and digital policies in general, it's something that started to happen after the Snowden revelations 10 years ago. Precisely because they all of a sudden they all started to understand, especially these countries, especially also, as you might remember, at the time, the president of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff, was herself wiretapped and victim of NSA surveillance scheme. So this was very evident at the very top of the BRICS countries' government. The fact that it was necessary, on the one hand, to build cybersecurity, and on the other hand, to start to build what is today called strategic autonomy. This is something that we have, this kind of thinking is something that we have baked also in this other publication. All these publications are, again, are in open access on cyberbricks.info and also on the website of CTS, cts.fgv.br. And this book has been quite influential. We have published this last year, where we advocate for a systemic approach to cybersecurity, and we make it very clear. We do not only describe which are the initiatives and regulations existing in Brazil as regard cybersecurity, but also we make it very clear that you cannot be cyber secure if you are not digitally sovereign, and you cannot be digitally sovereign if you are not cyber secure. And so this leads to a more structured, complex thinking on what is digital sovereignty and why it is useful. So what we have been arguing over the past years is that digital sovereignty is the capacity to understand technology, and develop it, and regulate it. Now, of course, the capacity of understanding, developing, and regulating technology can be used for the good or for the bad. We have examples around the world of digital sovereignty being used to implementing autocratic thinking and baking it into technology. But we have also a lot of examples that are understudied about technology being understood, developed, and regulated to protect the rights of the citizens, to have more competitive digital markets. So I see digital sovereignty exactly as you can see the term government. You may consider government as the one that is orchestrating mass surveillance to know everything you do and manipulating you, or you can see government as the one that builds public services that cater for the needs of the people. So I see digital sovereignty exactly in the same neutral way. And so I define to identify the good version of it, I define it as good digital sovereignty, which is precisely what I think we should promote. We should resist the connotations of digital sovereignty that they are based on authoritarian control, and there are. It's important to highlight that digital sovereignty is not only good, can also be bad, but we should promote the good version of digital sovereignty. And there are very good examples coming from India, from Brazil, of how this uh, notion of digital sovereignty does not only exist, but it's also very effective in practice. Let me give you a couple of examples. I'm pretty sure there will be Brazilians in the room there, and all of Brazilians and most of Latin Americans already know PIX, our digital public infrastructure for electronic payment. Why this is a very good example of digital sovereignty? Because before PIX, the only way to process electronic payments 24/7 was using Visa and Mastercard. So the only way was to rely on two foreign corporations charging 3% for every transaction, even if the cost, of course, is much lower. So it's a very high fee for every transaction. But that is not only the only problem, the fact that it ends up being dependent on this foreign technology obliges you, obliges customers, consumers, and also sellers and service provider to pay much more, to pay a fee for the service, which is not essential. But also it obliges all of them to give all their data to these two corporations. So the fact that Brazil has built PIX, its digital public infrastructure for online payments, means that de facto Brazil is becoming digitally sovereign, has become independent from this only unique option that before was indeed the unique option for digital payments, and obliged the entire country to pay 3% for something that now is free, and to give the entire amount of personal data on consumer transaction to two foreign corporations. And that is actually the most important part, because of course, most of the revenues are not based on the 3%, but are based on the collection and processing of personal data or data about transaction, about the entire economy. So now that is something that is not exclusively going out of the country to produce profits and innovation out of the country, but it's also staying within the country to produce profit and innovation for the country. And actually, Brazil copied these PICs from India that created UPI. Is the Indian PICs, a digital public infrastructure for electronic payment in 2016. And actually, what very few people know that India copied this from Russia. And actually, Russia was sort of obliged to become creative and create a national infrastructure for electronic payments, because in 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time, when invaded Crimea, the immediate sanction was to cut Russia out of the Visa and MasterCard circuit. So from the one day to the other, Russians were cut out of electronic payments, and they had to build a system called MIR, MIR, but that was still a 20th century thinking, because they built a card-based system, like credit cards. So the very interesting thinking about the Indians has been to create a software-based system, UPI, and Brazil has perfected it, because it is not only a software-based system, but it's a software-based system that is orchestrated by a public regulator, a public authority. So it's truly public. In India, is delegated to a foundation, a non-for-profit corporation, which makes it a little bit different, because it's not totally public. It's publicly in the meaning that it's publicly available, but it's not public meaning that it's totally transparent and accountable in terms of what happens. So I believe that the Brazilian version is much more interesting. So if you want to have a better understanding of all these different nuances and examples of how the BRICS countries have been building their digital sovereignty over the past 10 years. This is, you can find on Cyber BRICS website a lot of interesting publications. We have an open access book that is upcoming, will be published in November by Cambridge University Press, called Digital Sovereignty in the BRICS countries, where we discuss all these examples and how they connect with existing policies and regulations. And actually, another point that I wanted to bring into the discussion before we pass to analyzing the debate on AI sovereignty is the fact that digital public infrastructures are not the only very good example of digital sovereignty from the BRICS countries. Another very good examples are community networks, which are digital commons. I have been working a lot on community networks over the past 8 years. We also created an IGF coalition, an IGF group called DC3, the Dynamic Coalition on Community Connectivity, where we analyzed a lot of different models, governance models, regulatory models, technical models, to create, regulate, and govern community networks. And these initiatives that allow previously unconnected or poorly connected communities to build their own infrastructure for connectivity are a fantastic example of community-led digital sovereignty. Again, what is interesting to understand from the analysis we have been doing over the past 6 years is that digital sovereignty is not merely something that is led by the government. It can be led by individuals or by local communities or people that are not necessarily technology experts or regulators. And community networks that are widespread in Latin America, are widespread in India, are widespread in South Africa, are very good examples of this. This is a paper I wrote in 2018 on what I called network self-determination at the time. The fact that by building their own network infrastructure, people become digitally sovereign. They start to understand the technology, they develop the technology, and they regulate it according to their own needs. So we have last year issued a report of the latest report we issued last year at the IGF was precisely on community networks, building digital sovereignty and environmental sustainability. Also because when you understand the technology, you understand the positive and negative externalities of it, the benefits and the risks. Also, how much that it consumes in terms of energy, which kind of risk exists for your right, which kind of benefits do you have when you develop it, when you become a producer of it and not only a consumer. And this is precisely the kind of thinking that has led me last year to start doing a lot of research on what I call AI sovereignty. So AI sovereignty is basically an evolution, a spin-off of the debate on digital sovereignty. And I define it as the capacity of a given country, but you can also substitute the term country with community or individual, to understand, develop, and regulate AI systems, thus retaining self-determination, agency, and control over the system. So the fact that you understand what is behind the AI, you are able to develop it and to regulate it according to your own values, right? So I published last year this paper for the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, where I discuss how Brazil can become digitally sovereign and which kind of key AI sovereignty enablers, which elements are essential for Brazil or for any other country, especially developing country, to be AI sovereign, and not to be AI colonies, right? This again is in open access on the CyberBRICS website or on SSRN, and also on the Carnegie website. There is also an extended version of this that we have launched in a book dedicated to AI sovereignty, transparency, and accountability that we have launched last year at the IGF. This book was launched in this preliminary version last year at the IGF in Kyoto to receive feedback from the community stakeholders, of the IGF stakeholders. It was very important to understand, to have a perception of how these discussions on AI sovereignty, on the link between transparency, accountability, and sovereignty exist in terms of, and again, making technology transparent to understand it, to make the developer of the technology accountable. And when you understand it, you can develop it and regulate it properly. And so you become AI sovereign, right? So the key AI sovereignty enablers that I was mentioning before, that are described in these two piece of research and in another upcoming one in Portuguese. So first, data. Personal data is essential. We all know it, but not only personal data. Data in general are essential to develop AI. So if you understand, if you develop, if you extract data, if you process data, if you regulate data, you are sovereign. If you don't do it, you are not. Software algorithms that, when they are very complex, become large language models, they again have to be understood, developed, and regulated. Otherwise, you are not sovereign. Computational capacity is also key, and this is one of the most important, actually, enablers. Why it's so important? Because currently it's highly concentrated. It is one of the greatest problem in terms of AI supply chains, AI development, AI governance, is the fact that it's really enormously concentrated in the hands of very few dominant players. You probably all know that NVIDIA is the only corporation that produces semiconductors and GPUs that are very well fit for generative AI. And so everyone, literally everyone in the world that wants to do generative AI or very sophisticated AI depends on only one corporation. Actually, it's not really correct to say that everyone depends on this directly on this corporation. Everyone depends on cloud computing corporations that all depend on this. And the cloud computing corporations that provide platform as a service or infrastructure as a service to enable AI are less than 10 globally, and particularly almost 70% of the market is concentrated in Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. So that basically means that the entire world depends basically on three corporations, and these three corporations depend basically on one corporation. So that is not really a very competitive environment in my personal perspective. And then there is a very important point, which is electrical power, something that luckily now we are discussing more, the fact that we use this term cloud, but cloud is actually quite misleading, because when we speak about cloud, we think about something ethereal and fluffy and made of air and gas, but actually cloud servers are very concrete. They are probably one of the most tangible elements of internet and AI infrastructure, and consume an enormous amount of water and electricity to be cooled down. So the fact these kind of externalities have to be considered if one wants to develop AI and regulate AI, right? Digital literacy, again, if you have a population that is not digitally literate, it means that you have a population of mere consumers of AI, and no one will be ever able to develop AI. Sorry, I forgot meaningful connectivity, which is also something essential. If your population is not connected, you simply cannot use AI. And I'm stressing meaningful connectivity. This meaningful connectivity term is something that we have started to work with 8 years ago, also with Sonia George and other friends from the Alliance for Affordable Internet, that then evolved into the global digital inclusion partnerships. We stress the meaningful part, because most of the global south is not connected meaningfully to the internet. Most of the global south is connected to social media. Most of the global south has so-called zero rating plans, meaning that most of the people that use primarily their smartphones to connect and their mobile internet plans to connect, they have subsidized social media. Typically, the Meta family of social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, and then they have to pay very high fees to have access to the rest. What does it mean in practice? It is almost impossible for these users to be producer of AI. They are mere consumers of social media, but will never be producers of AI if this system is not changed. And this is something actually the current government in Brazil is very attentive to this kind of discussion. All these, I have to also to mention that all these elements are actually very hotly debated by Brazilian policymakers in this moment. Also, cybersecurity, that is another element that I have to mention, is key. The book that I mentioned before, the one on cybersecurity and digital sovereignty, is probably the reason why I was personally appointed as a member of the newly created National Committee for Cybersecurity. That is a multi-stakeholder body that was created last year by the Brazilian presidency to advise the government on how to create a new strategy and a new agency dedicated to cybersecurity in the country. And I believe that this perspective or understanding cybersecurity and digital sovereignty as two different items, but mutually reinforcing and overlapping, and their impact on AI governance and AI sovereignty is really something that the current government is understanding well. I'm not saying that any concrete initiative to put this into practice has already been taken. There's something in the making, but I think at least there is a very good understanding of this. And last but not least, of course, risk-based regulation, which is what basically is the European approach. I'm sure you have been discussing or you will discuss this week the AI Act, the new law adopted only last week, definitively by the European institutions. So this risk-based approach to AI regulation is essential. But what I want to stress is that it's only one of the essential elements. If one simply copy and paste from European Union the AI Act, you will have very nice regulation, but you will never be able to understand how technology works and produce it. So at the end of the day, it will be counterproductive because you will create a burden for innovation and you will not have innovation. So again, this is not to say that regulation in regulating AI risks is not important. It's key, it's essential, but it's only one of the elements that have to be put into the discussion. Again, as I was mentioning here, just to conclude, this debate on AI sovereignty and the fact that also Brazil has a key role to play now because it is combining a series of prime spots for attention and visibility and global impact this year and next year. So, as you might know, this year Brazil is the chair of the G20. Next year will be the chair of the BRICS, extended BRICS grouping, and also will host the COP30. So it's a unique opportunity to combine this understanding of developmental thinking on AI, need for regulation, and also need to understand and regulate the negative externalities in environmental terms of the current model of developing AI. All these elements that I presented so will be conveyed into these three publications, all of them upcoming in the next couple of months. So the first one, the book on digital sovereignty in the BRICS countries, I mentioned before, the introduction and conclusion of the books are already available in preprint on cyberbricks.info. This book on the quest on AI sovereignty, transparency, and accountability, it's the early version presented last year at the IGF is already available in preprint on the IGF website, and then this special issue on digital transformations in the BRICS countries that analyze a lot of the thinking behind what then has been conveyed into these ideas over the past years, also available freely online. Thank you very much for your attention. We still have like 5 or 6 minutes, so if anyone has questions. I'm very happy to take a couple of them in the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Primero, un
Thank you very much.
aplauso para Luca. Eu sempre fico impressionada por tua produção de livros.
I'm impressed by your publications. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. It's a lot of work. We have time for one question only. One question only. I think you were the one that raised your hand. We're going to be break for coffee, but just for a few minutes because then we have the awards. Hello, Lucas. My name is Victor. I'm from Brazil. When we address the issue of digital sovereignty, we speak of states and countries. When we speak of self-determination, we deal with individuals, people, citizens. How do you translate sovereignty or in terms of self-determination in your opinion?
English because there are a couple of quite difficult concepts and I want to be clear and it's better for everyone if I reply in English. So actually in the books and in the multiple papers I've quoted, that is something that we stress very explicitly, the fact that self-determination is a very important component of sovereignty, right? And you are right, self-determination is something that we maybe lately we have been starting associating more to individuals, but it's not something that is only related to individuals. Actually, let me give you two examples that illustrate, and that is again something very very explained very explicitly in the various publications I mentioned. The fact that on the one hand, self-determination, the right, the fundamental right to self-determination is something so important that is already mentioned it's mentioned in Article 1 of the UN Charter. It's mentioned in Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and is mentioned in Article 1 on the International Covenant on Economic and Cultural Rights, because it is in international law is considered the principle of principles, is an enabler of other principles. So the fundamental, the right that everyone here in this room, there in everyone in the world enjoys this, because this is attributed to the people, actually to the peoples, plural. It's not incorrect in English. It's correct to use the plural for peoples because it's really the various peoples of the various countries. They have the right to self-determination. There are two dimensions. An internal one, this is the one of choosing your own government, but we are not speaking about this in this case. Is the external one, which is the one of choosing your own government and having having limits on your territory. But we are not speaking about this here. We are speaking about the internal one, which is the one of choosing your own economic, social, and political development. Meaning every people in the world has the right, the fundamental right to choose how they will develop economically, politically, and culturally. And of course, this includes how they will develop technologically. The fact that you have the right to be the master of your own destiny, the protagonist of your digital future, the one that chooses how I want to use and develop AI, is a fundamental right that you have, and it is considered by the founding documents of the UN as the first right that everyone has. So that is a very important collective dimension of self-determination that is already a fundamental right that everyone here has. And then we have an individual one, which is more associated, is built on this collective dimension, but has been more associated over the past 40 years to individuals, which is informational self-determination. It's something that was first created as a fundamental right in Germany by the German Federal Constitutional Court with the census case in 1983, when they created informational self-determination as the right of every individual the constitutional right, the fundamental right of every individual to have control over their personal information, and which is something that has been highly influential in all the development of data protection and data governance over the past 40 years. The Brazilian law, data protection law, LGPD, in its Article 2, it mentions explicitly informational self-determination as one of the pillars of the law. So the fact that the individual, the data subject, can exercise control over his or her data is a founding pillar of the law in Brazil. It has been considered also a founding justification of the right, the fundamental rights to data protection in Brazil by the Brazilian Supreme Court in the IBGE case in 2020, and included by the Brazilian legislature as a base of the new constitutional right to data protection that was created 2 years ago in Brazil. So again, to respond very briefly to your question, there are two very important dimensions to self-determination: an individual one and a collective one. And I use them in the work I was mentioning with the presentation. I use them both to support digital sovereignty as both something that individuals enjoy, but also something that the states enjoy, but also something that communities, that groups of individuals can enjoy. And community networks is a very good example of groups of individuals that are not necessarily linked to the state. It's collection of individuals, that it's a collective perspective of self-determination and digital sovereignty. Hope this was clear and contributed positively to the discussion.
Oi, Luca, muito obrigada. Outro aplauso para Luca, por favor. Obrigada. Infelizmente.
Unfortunately, we don't have any. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. But if there are any further questions, I can send you an email. Sure, I'll give you my contact information so people can contact me later. Can we share the presentation with the students? Sure. Good. Greetings. Goodbye. See you later, Luca. Okay, please, we're gonna break for coffee. Keep it short because later we're going to have a video conference with Geneva. Please, we should resume at 11:15, 11:20 with Martin Yao that is here with us today. And he's been on time. There's something that is called watch or clock. 9:30 is 9:30, okay? There were only 4 people in the room. 5 probably, 6 people. Not the rest. Everybody arrived late. But I know it's a very tight agenda and you need to be on time. I know that you have drank a lot of wine last night, but please be on time. Thank you. And let's see if we can bring the coffee here.
Martín, ¿escuchas bien? ¿Escuchas bien? Probad con los míos también, por favor. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing the microphone, testing the sound. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. There's a funny buzzing sound, isn't there? Yeah. Keep going. Keep testing, 1, 2, 3. South School on Internet Governance. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. A little bit louder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. Testing. Any better? Is that better? Are we hearing better? Is there still interference? Okay, great. Super.
Abre directamente.
No estás, ahí está, ahí está conectado. Se escucha bien? Ese es el que van a usar ahora. Así, así lo va a tener. Ok. ¿Cómo estás, Olga? Yo. ¿Se pueden sentar? Por favor, mis queridos. Ahora el efecto Malbec a la mañana y el efecto cafeína a la tarde.
Hello, everybody. Can you please take a seat?
Hubo un pequeño problema eléctrico, pero bueno, ya lo vamos a resolver. Lo único
We
que
have a
pido
little
es
electrical problem, but I think we're solving it.
se quemó una zapatilla.
I think we had a problem with one of the plugs.
Bueno, vamos, ya se sentaron, se trajeron el café.
So can everybody please take a seat?
Cable del cargador se quemó. Saquen el cargador de la zapatilla.
Oh, if you can take the cable out, the charger out of the plug, please.
Bueno, continuamos. Les pido
Okay.
disculpas de hacer esto rápido.
I'm sorry that we have to rush you, but we are concerned that we to be on time for the ceremony, the prize award ceremony. But hush now, people.
Bueno, gente, continuamos. Disculpen que el café fue cortito a la tarde.
So I'm sorry the coffee break was so short, but I promise you this afternoon we'll make up for it.
Hacer la foto de familia.
At lunchtime we'll be taking the group photographs. So
Quiero presentarles a nuestro próximo.
without further ado, I'd like to present you to our next participant. Come on, shush, people.
A nuestro próximo.
I would like to present our next panelist, who's expert, Maximiliano Martinho. Thank you so much for joining us from Brazil. A round of applause for Max.
Él ha estado virtual en varias de las
He's joined us online for many of our previous sessions, and today he's joined us on purpose. He's on the CGI Management Committee. He was the Secretary of Broadcasting. I'm afraid he's not anymore. I'm sorry about that on the program. But at all events, he's very well known throughout Latin America. So thank you again, Max, for joining us today. What microphone are you going to give you? Okay. I think the presentation is already online. So I'll let you know when we have to finish. Thank you for joining us today.
Gracias, Olga.
Thank you, Olga.
Bom dia.
Hello, everybody.
Eu vou praticar
I'm going to
o trabalho.
practice something.
Eu trabalhei por tempo em CIPEL, pela
I'm going to do something that I used to do at CITEL, which is the International Telecommunications Committee in Latin America. I used to have this Uruguayan friend,
Latinoamérica.
and he said to me that in Latin America, people tend to speak Spanish. Argentine, Uruguayan, Mexico, Central American, Spanish, and so on and so
Pero o que
forth.
mais se pratica
But what people speak most
é o espanhol.
is bad Spanish. And today, I'm going to make my contribution to bad Spanish. Sorry, guys.
Eu sou Maximiliano Martinho.
So, I'm Maximiliano Martinho.
Tenho trabalhado com telecomunicações.
I've been working in telecommunications all my life.
Nos últimos 14
In the last 14 years, I worked in the government,
posições,
in different positions in the government,
trabalhando
always working in the development of internet. Now, when I started working in the government, access to internet in Brazil had less than 30% of households had access to internet. That was 2010. Today, we are obviously in a much better position, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And what I want to talk to you about today is 5G is spreading in Brazil and how it has enabled the development of telecommunications infrastructure throughout the country. So how the auction of the licenses has enabled 5G to spread and has also brought about a major change in the telecommunications infrastructure throughout the country. So,
o que pretendo
what I'd like
passar para
to
pouco de la
talk to you
estatística
about today is
de la
start
internet
with
IoT,
some
como
statistics about
que a
internet,
internet móvel está contribuindo para
how mobile
o desenvolvimento
internet
da
is
internet
helping
no
to develop
país,
access to
ah,
internet in the
como
country,
se passou o desenvolvimento da internet,
how we are developing
está em
internet.
português,
I'm so sorry, this is in Portuguese, but I'm sure you get what I'm talking
quais
about.
foram as prioridades da subasta de 5G,
What were the priorities of
quais
the
foram os
5G auction
compromissos pelas
and the
operadoras desde que
commitments
foi
undertaken
aprovado,
by the 5G
desde a
operators
subasta,
since the auction,
como a subasta pode contribuir
how this
para
auction
a integração de las
can
redes
help to
sudamericanas
integrate with
e
networks
outros
throughout
grupos
Latin America.
operadores. Estou todo desde um
So
ponto de
all
vista,
of this from the point of
meu
view,
ponto de vista, ok?
from my point of view, okay?
Primeiro,
First,
domicílios com internet em Brasil. Temos como ver,
homes with households with access to internet.
comecei um pouco velhito, comecei um pouco
So
lá em 2010,
as we
tínhamos
can
menos
see
de
in
30, hoje dia
2010,
temos
under
como
30%.
84%
Today, it's
das casas de Brasil
84%
com
of
acesso à
households
internet.
have access to internet.
E vamos mirar
Let's
como
take a
o
look
acesso à internet está
how
acontecendo em Brasil,
access
se
takes
está
place,
sendo por infraestrutura de cable,
whether it's by
móvel
cable
ou outro tipo
or
de infraestrutura.
mobile or another kind of infrastructure.
Lo que pasó es que en Brasil tenemos
In
las
Brazil,
casas conectadas con fibra óptica,
we have
lo que es
households
bueno
with fiber
porque con la fibra
optics,
óptica tenemos más
and we
velocidad.
have, obviously, this means that things are
Que se
faster,
tuviéramos con conexiones con
much
infraestructura
faster than, obviously,
wireless. ¿Ok?
wireless.
Es claro que
It's
hay
clear
una diferencia cuando se
that there
compara los
is
diferentes
quite a
lugares de Brasil, de
difference
sur,
when we look
sudeste,
at the different parts of the
centro-oeste,
country.
nordeste,
We got
el
the
norte de
south,
Brasil.
east, north.
Mira que, por ejemplo, en norte há
In
maior
the
número
north,
de
there are
casas
more
com
households
conexão por sem fio,
with a
pero em
wireless
todas
connection,
as regiões é grande
but in
conexão
all
de fibra
areas,
óptica,
fiber optics
sendo
is
que no
pretty
sul
big.
é onde temos mais conexão com fibra
And in
óptica
fact,
nos
its
domicílios.
highest numbers
Acá
are in the
está
south of
o
Brazil.
tipo de conexão que
Here are the
temos,
different kinds
a
of
velocidade da
connections
conexão,
in terms
de
of
acordo com
speed
as classes sociais de Brasil.
layered
E o que
according
passa é
to
que
social class.
se mira as
As you
casas
can
mais
see,
bajas,
obviously,
onde
lower income
as velocidades
houses
estão mais bajas,
have slower
e
access,
acá está
slower
o
speeds,
desafio que temos em Brasil.
and this is the challenge that we're
Como
facing at the
fazer
moment.
para que as pessoas de classe mais
How
baixa
can we help
tenham
people
uma
from lower
conexão
income
e tenham uma melhor
households
conexão?
to access better quality connections?
Em termos de pessoas, temos todos esses dados são dados do SSIG.
These are all data from SSIG,
Unidade de estatística
which is
do
our
CGDR,
statistics university from the Getulio Vargas University Foundation. And for those of you who don't know, the CGI is the Internet Committee, Internet Governance Committee in Brazil, which was created some 20 years ago, 25 years ago. What they do is they collect data which enables them to draw up statistics on internet use, penetration, etc. As you can see, we have 156 million internet users. And these are the kinds of people that use internet. In terms of the regions of the country, there isn't a huge difference. A little bit of difference between urban areas and rural areas. Women use internet more than men in Brazil, just a little bit more. In terms of the racial split, there isn't much of a difference. When you have a look at educational standards, you can see that those who have lower educational standards have less access to internet. The difference is quite significant there. In terms of age, until 59, there isn't much of a difference. The over 60s, there is quite a significant difference there. There's quite a
E também,
significant
normalmente,
fall.
quando você mira lá a
Now,
renda, as pessoas
when
mais pobres
you
têm
look at
menos
social
acesso à
class,
internet.
obviously
Quando
people
você
of
pensa em
lower
números
income have less
do Brasil,
access.
temos a internet em Brasil, está em la
So,
renda,
the issue
en la
about
escolaridad,
internet is that we can see that it
en
has to
áreas
do with levels of
rurales
education,
de
with income, and age. Those are the big differentials.
una particularidad, y creo que esto pasa por todos los países de la región.
I think this happens
La
across the
verdad es
region
que
actually.
las personas están
People
usando la internet
are using internet
aquí,
on their
más hermanos
phones,
están usando
and
internet
this is a
aquí.
growing trend.
Entonces, en el caso de Brasil,
So in Brazil,
58% de las personas que tienen acceso a
58% of
internet
people who have
lo hacen
access to
solamente
internet
con uso
just
del
do so
aparelho
using
celular.
their phones.
Se va para as cidades, é número
If you look
é uma.
at
Se
the rural
não há
areas,
muita
this
diferença em
grows.
termos de cor
There isn't
em
much
termos de,
difference in terms of
de
race.
escolaridade.
When it
As
comes to
pessoas que têm
education,
menos escolaridade
those
usam
lowest
mais o
lowest educational standards use their phones the
online.
most.
Em classes sociais
And in terms of
também
social
as
classes,
pessoas de
it's the
classe mais
same.
baixa
People
usam
from
o
the
celular.
lowest strata
Então,
use their mobiles more. So basically,
tem uma questão que é
this
interessante para vocês que
brings
estão
up an
pensando
interesting
no
issue
futuro, que vão
for
pensar
those
no
of you
futuro da
thinking about the
internet.
future of internet.
Isso é bom ou é malo?
Is this a good thing or a bad
Depends.
thing? What do you think about it?
Porque
Because
sem isto,
this phone,
essas pessoas
these
que têm
people
acesso à internet
who have access
não
to
têm
internet,
acesso à internet. Verdade?
and there are those who don't have access to internet. It's all about the
E
telephone.
é verdade também que
It's
acá
also
está
true
colocado todos os dados
that
guardados
all
tudo de
of our
nosotros,
personal data is on our
todas as
phones,
preocupações que temos que ter aqui, verdade?
and that's becoming the norm these days.
Pensar.
So there's some food for thought
Mas
for
é
you.
verdade que isso
It's also true
um câmbio muito importante
that there's been
para
a
acesso à internet,
major
contribuição muito importante
shift
para
in
acesso à
internet
Da
access
mesma coisa que
in recent
hablei com
years.
dados de SSIG, dados de
This is
IBGE, que é
data
o
from
órgão
the
oficial
SSIG,
de
which is
estatística em
the
Brasil.
official statistics organization or entity in
O que
Brazil.
creio que é importante
What I think is
nessa
important
matéria
to see here
novamente nas regiões
is
de Nordeste,
in terms
Norte
of
de Brasil,
geographic spread.
necessidade de
In northern
aproveitar o
Brazil,
acesso à internet àquela
there's a
região.
need to
Em
increase
regiões
access,
rurais também.
also in rural
E
areas.
dado importante
Another
dessa
important piece of
pesquisa
data
é
that
que
came up
em
during this
Brasil,
investigation
hoje em dia,
is that today
as pessoas
in
estão
Brazil,
acessando a internet mais com
people are
a
using
televisão
internet more to connect their
do
TVs
computador.
rather than their computers.
Para o tema de nossa de minha apresentação hoje,
So these are the key points, my highlights.
o celular
The,
é o
the
principal
cell phone
dispositivo
is
de
the
acesso à
main
internet.
device which gives people access to internet at home.
Quase 100%
99.5% of households that have access to internet use their cell phones to do so.
E
And,
como se usa a
and
internet?
how are people using internet in Brazil?
A maioria
Most of them
usa todos os dias.
use internet every single day.
Novamente, os dados que já é apresentado. Na
This is the
classe A,
data
usa
again.
todos os dias muitíssimo,
The higher
mesmo,
strata use it every day,
está no
and the lower strata, socioeconomic strata, less so. Now, why is this?
Recuerda que hablei que
If you remember, I said that people in the lowest classes use their mobile phones. And how do they do this?
prepaid,
With prepaid cards.
com franquia de dados.
So you've got limited
Façam
data.
pessoas
So
com
what
uma
happens?
gestão de sua franquia de dados
The person manages their data pack
antes de se acabar a
and they basically manage it so it doesn't run out before the end of the month and they get paid again and they can buy another prepaid pack.
Trouxe a caixa o desafio.
So this is the challenge here.
Quanto tempo as pessoas usam?
Now,
As pessoas
how
que usam
much
por
time
dia,
do
quanto
people
tempo usam?
spend on internet every day?
Brasil, como tem o dado é...
Now, in Brazil,
Não, três anos atrás,
this was 3 years ago,
o poder da região com acesso à
we
internet,
were third
10
in the
horas dia de
region,
conexão à
10
internet.
hours a day average
Depois
of
temos
access to
Argentina,
internet. Then after that comes
onde é
Argentina,
a Sudamérica.
and that's
Brasil,
South
Colômbia,
America.
cadê os
Brazil,
colombianos?
Colombia.
Não tem colombiano? Ah, lá,
Any
lá.
Colombians over
Os
here?
argentinos,
Yes.
ah,
So the Argentines are
eles
over
ganham
here.
a Copa, nós já estamos lá. Ah,
So, but we're in the lead, okay? Is that clear?
ou seja, 10 horas de acesso à
10
internet.
hours of access to internet a day.
Estamos falando que celular é importante.
Now,
Começou com o celular.
as we were saying, cell phones are more and more important. What's happened in the story of the cell phones?
Trabalhar no setor
In the
intensivo.
1980s, the
Nós
1990s,
não teníamos internet.
we didn't have internet in 93. That was the main driver of growth in the cell phone use.
Depois de 2009 com 4G.
2009, we had
Brasil,
4G,
sai em muitas outras partes do mundo.
and this is something that's happening all over the world.
Quando
When
já tinha 2G,
when we had 2G
desde 93,
in
no mundo,
1993,
em Brasil,
around the
começou
world,
em 98.
in the rest of the world, in Brazil, 2G reached us in 1998. That's 5 years different. When the 2G license was auctioned, the government collected data from the companies for the auction, and they collected 22 billion reales at the time. That went to the treasury, and the government did what it had to do. It invested it in education, health, but they didn't invest in cell phone infrastructure. They wanted the private companies, the private operators, to invest in the telecommunications infrastructure. The same thing happened with 3G. 2001 in the rest of the world, and in Brazil it came to us in 2007. Once again, an auction where money was collected from different companies to pay for it. This time it was used for pay for infrastructure. And this is where things started to change. In 2009, in Brazil, the first auction for 4G happened in 2012. But this was an auction where they collected revenue for the treasury. When 5G came on the scene, this is a new technology which brought less latency, better connections for you. The end user is benefiting the most from this. Now, what's the benefit of this? And 1 gigabyte of speed. You can see what the benefits are when you want to watch TikTok, for instance. 1 gigabyte of velocity, speed. But it's a very highly strategic technology for economic activity, for the development, economic development, for competitiveness. And we, as users, are obviously going to benefit, but the real strategic impact is related to increasing business competitiveness, which is so important for the country. So in Brazil's case, what we did was roll out 5G in Brazil at the same time as the rest of the world, throughout the country, keep up the competition between existing and broaden the competition to regional providers,
permitting
para
roaming between the
desarrollo
different operators,
socioeconômico.
and
E
this
assim,
brought
o Brasil ha
with it
hecho
a number of obligations
algo
to
que se
invest, to
hizo
finance
primera
the
vez no
expansion
mundo
of the network.
con ese tamaño,
And
uma
this is
subasta onde não se coletou dinheiro
and
das
this is the first
operadoras,
time that the
realmente
auction did not raise money
90%
from the
do
operators,
dinheiro da
as
subasta se
90% of the revenue
colocou para
was
obrigação de
used
inversão das operadoras em
to
região,
it was
regiões
used
do Brasil
to
onde
commit
as operadoras tinham.
investments from all the operators in the region. So this is
Como vocês
quite a
verão,
different scenario.
47 mil bilhões de reais.
47 billion
E quais
reales.
foram as obrigações?
Now, so what are these
E
new
aqui está
obligations?
lo centro quero que vocês deixem acá com uma mensagem.
What I want to leave you with today, this is the main message.
Leilão para a
The
subasta
the importance of the auction, the 5G
ampliar
auction,
a estrutura do
in the
país.
context of expanding the country's own
Vocês vão
infrastructure.
ter 5G em todas as
So we're going to
cidades
have
do Brasil.
5G in all the
Vamos
country's
ter
main
5G
cities.
também em 1.700 localidades distantes.
In
Vamos ter
in the
4G em 7.400
1,700
localidades remotas.
localities like
4G
rural
em
places,
35.000 quilômetros de
settlements,
rodovias
4G in
do Brasil. Teremos
7,400 other
inversões para a
localities,
conexão de escolas,
35,000 kilometers of roads,
implantação
fiber
estádios
optic
na região
networks,
norte do Brasil,
3.1
expansão de uma
billion
rede privativa para o Brasil,
reales
e
for
também
public
entrega de kits
schools,
para televisão
to
dessa apresentação
take
do
fiber
Brasil.
optics to the Amazon, and also to make sure that lower income
E uma
families
coisa
also have
importante é que
access.
o
But the
Brasil
most
ha
important
decidido
thing
fazer o que se chama
is that
standalone,
Brazil has decided to be a 5G
rede,
standalone. What does this mean?
uma rede 5G pura.
That
Vamos
is a
tomar a rede
pure
4G,
network.
melhorá-la, e
We're
deixar
going to
5G
improve. It's going to
uma
be
rede completamente nova.
a
Teremos
completely new network. We've got our old 4G, 3G networks, but 5G is a completely new network. It's going to be one of the most advanced in the world.
Em termos de
Now,
obrigação de
in
cobertura,
terms of coverage
aqui está o mapa
obligations,
pela densidade populacional
this
do
is the
Brasil.
population density in Brazil. So as you can see, a lot of people in the south, the southeast, along the coastline. And when you go towards upcountry, further north, towards the west, you can see a impactful drop in population density. But we can assure you that 5G is going to reach every point on the map in Brazil. Doesn't matter if there are very few people living there, they're going to get 5G.
Uma questão importante para vocês.
Another important question for you who are thinking about the future of internet.
Questões da internet. Quando você
When
tem uma decisão como esta,
when you have a situation like this
necessita implantar
and you need to think about these big towers,
necessita fazer o despegue de
you
fibra óptica,
need to think about how you're going to lay the fiber optic cables.
postes de energia elétrica.
You've got
Uma questão muito
electricity
importante
posts. So something that's very important that we need to work on
antenas,
is the antenna laws
eles permitam usar
and laws that enable people to use electricity posts and towers to transport these
como estamos no
cables.
Brasil hoje, em termos de cobertura de móveis,
How are we doing today in terms of coverage? 4G is everywhere in each municipality. We've got 93.79
moradores desses municípios com acesso
people
a 4G.
with access to 4G.
Teremos cobertura em
We've got
582 municípios.
5,570 municipalities who've covered, which is over, and nearly 100% of people have access to 4G.
La subasta estableció
The auction established a series of steps to achieve the coverage. So we've got these different objectives to be achieved by each year. So we started in 2022 with the coverage of all the major capitals. 2025, all of those municipalities with over 500,000 inhabitants will have access, and so on and so forth, until by 2029, all of Brazil will have access to 5G. But you can see that this is a staged affair. And what's actually happening is that if we look at the numbers, we realize that the operators are moving much faster than these objectives that were set in the auction. 4G coverage in the more remote locations in Brazil, in the rural outlying areas. And the other commitments are connectivity for all state schools. The government last year approved a new policy which is called Connectivity for State Schools. We have 140,000 public schools, and the idea is that all of these have a good connection, whether it's fiber optics or satellite or high speed. But the point is that all schools will have Wi-Fi and access to digital content for teaching purposes. And the auction raised 3.1 billion reales for this process. There are other objectives involved, but the important thing is to know that we raise this amount of money which will finance the development. 4G coverage on the roads network, that's 35,000 kilometers across the country, and we hope to reach 530 cities with fiber optics where there wasn't any before. Now, looking at the roads network, this is the map of the main highways in Brazil. And those that lack connectivity, once again, all of them. This is all of them, right? And these are the ones that currently have connectivity. So you can see all the highways down here in the south and around Sao Paulo, which is obviously the richest state. And then you can see some coverage up here in the southeast. But most of the highways in Brazil do not have internet access. So this is a highly strategic project because economic production and activity in Brazil, everything goes on the highways. And when we get internet on the roads, it'll be a lot safer for cars, and families, private cars. They'll be more efficient for logistics and cargo transport, freight. In this case, I think one of the most important aspects is a legal conversation I had with one of the operators who won the auction for this part of the project. And they're carrying out a study to see how to do this. And this is a project that's very, very interesting. And I really like it. What we call the connected north. The north of Brazil. Over here, it's all rainforest. It's all jungle. Now, if we look over here, you see the highways? Very few highways. Do you see what I mean? very few.
no hay por dónde
So
hacer la implantación de cables
we
de fibra
can't
óptica en el
actually
sector de mí porque
transport the cables
no
to be
conocemos
laid
a
because there aren't any roads.
por dónde
So,
decidimos hacer
how are we going to
la
tackle this?
conexión
How are we going to make the
del
connections
de los ríos, del río
along
Amazonas.
the Amazon River?
Entonces vamos a implantar como
So
que
we're going to
14,000
essentially
kilómetros
cover
de fibra óptica
14,000 kilometers
no
worth of
leito
fiber
a las
optic
familias.
cables on the bed
Debajo,
on the bed of the river.
entonces empezando
So we're going to be starting over here
acá Belém,
in Belém,
Amapá,
in
la ciudad,
Macapá,
Amazonas,
through the
al
Amazon,
norte, a más norte en Brasil,
the
y
furthest
también
northern point in Brazil,
14,000 kilómetros de fibra óptica.
14,000 kilometers of fiber optics.
Esta parte aqui já está pronta.
This part is ready.
Partes aqui
This is a
estão
part that we're
errando.
still working on.
Vamos, creio que todo
And
estará
I
pronto até o
think
fim de ano.
I think we'll probably be ready by the end of the year.
E, em cada
In Kanda
ciudad donde el cable
and
pasa
Ciuda,
por el
where the
río,
cable actually goes along the riverbed, there's a part that is split off to the city.
se hace
And
una
the
rede
city,
metropolitana
we are creating a metropolitan network where schools can connect it, hospitals,
prefeitura,
government buildings and administrative offices and so forth.
ese es un proyecto que yo acalento.
It's a project which I've been driving since 2012. We have a colleague from Manaus who's going to tell us why it's so important for this region later on, from the point of view of somebody who worked in a government. That's my point of view. And then you're going to hear the point of view of somebody actually living there, and you'll see that there's a big difference this cable will make to the entire region in the north. So that was only made possible because in the auction, the government took a strategic decision to develop the north, and they're going to collect money from the operators to make the necessary investments in areas where there is no infrastructure. Here's the opportunities offered by a project like this are huge for South America. Have you seen this map before? Do you know what this means? These are the major sub-ocean cables which run across the world, the Atlantic and the Pacific. If you look at the south of South America, Brazil, Paraguay, the Mercosur, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, in this area of the country, in this area, we have great connectivity between the countries. It's an integrated network. The countries are integrated. So if there's a problem between Paraguay and Brazil, or Brazil to Argentina, all of this works together to sustain the service. So it's totally integrated. However, if you look northwards, integration is more difficult because of the Amazon rainforest. So if we bring together what we're doing here, which is over here, right? It's going to make it much easier to integrate networks between Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia, and thus enhance the regional network as a whole, making it all stronger and safer. There's a problem in Fortaleza, to the rest of the world. We have a problem here.
Como tenemos conexão via Pacífico,
We don't have a connection to the
podemos
Pacific,
sair por allá.
but when we do,
Aí problema
we
aí,
can
na
also
saída
access
via
that.
Pacífico, como
If there's a
tenemos
problem with
conexão
the
via rede,
access to the Pacific,
podemos sair
once we've integrated networks, they can access
Mas
the
isso,
Atlantic. And looking
o
forwards,
preço da cá, você pode praticar acá.
we can
E o serviço se
apply
tornar
the
mais
same
barato para as pessoas.
prices, which will make everything
Então, essa
cheaper.
é uma oportunidade.
So it's a
Já
major
conversas
opportunity.
de
We're
com
having
Colômbia,
conversations
conversa
with
de Brasil com
Colombia,
Peru,
with Peru,
Venezuela,
and
com
Venezuela
Suriname.
and Suriname.
Então, é uma oportunidade.
So it's a massive opportunity offered by this project.
E para onde vai o 5G?
So where is 5G
Onde
going?
estamos? O que mais passou em Brasília,
The biggest thing that's happened in Brazil
quando ele pensou em 5G,
when things started happening is that
qual é o killer application do 5G?
what is they people wanted to know what is 5G.
O pessoal em Brasil dizia,
People would say,
speed test.
yeah, we know it's better because we're doing the speed test, and
Passavam, na verdade, a velocidade
and
sua conexão
they would speed
5G.
up because you could see what people's real connection possibility was.
850
Oh, how amazing! I've got 856 MB to download, 77 megabytes of upload. Amazing. Instagram.
Pero que vai ser, por exemplo,
And what are you going to do with that, though?
esse TikTok.
It's not just all
Como
about
eu disse,
TikTok.
quando empecé, lá,
As I said at the beginning,
temos benefícios para nós outros, os usuários,
there are benefits for us as users,
cultura para o desenvolvimento econômico.
but there are also benefits for economic development.
Estrutura de
Just think of the impact it's going to have on infrastructure, on ports, airports, agriculture, the economy, industry. This is the real revolution. It's the impact will be on the economic activity. What else is going on in Brazil?
Lucas ha hablado de eso.
Luke has already mentioned this direct to device.
Entonces, imagina esta región del país,
Imagine
por
that
aquí,
in this region of the country, the north of Brazil, and indeed northern South America, where the Amazon rainforest is,
como que
but
2 milhões de pessoas,
2 million people live there,
mais de 5.000 tribos,
and there are over 5,000 native tribes living there, just in
áreas muito
Brazil.
remotas.
These are incredibly remote areas.
Chegar lá com satélite.
We could reach these places with satellite only.
Imagine
So imagine
oportunidade que há
the opportunities there are with systems like this. When a satellite
base de mobile,
has a mobile
que vai passar,
antenna, which will be
oferecer serviço
offering
para as
services
pessoas que estão nessa região.
for people living in such remote
No caso
regions.
do Brasil,
In the case of Brazil,
Brasil há uma política para
there is a
desenvolver
policy
essa tecnologia ser
for these technologies,
foi feita em 2023,
which was
depois essa
approved in
política,
2023,
a Anatel ha permitido
which
por meio
permits,
de sandbox regulatório,
as a regulatory sandbox,
12
which has
empresas
enabled
a ser
two
uso
companies
de tecnologia em
to
Brasil.
use this technology in Brazil with low orbit satellites.
Isso. Outra coisa que está passando no Brasil
Something else that's happening at the moment
para o futuro dos
is a
serviços móveis.
discussion about the future of mobile services.
Uma tomada de subsídio
This
para a
is
necessidade de espectro. Ayer
the
Lucas
spectrum.
falou,
Yesterday, Lucas
serviço móvel
a
necessita
boat
espectro.
about mobile services and the spectrum.
Serviço móvel é Pac-Man do espectro. Pac-Man.
And this is the spectrum.
Porque necessita, é algo vital para o
This is
serviço.
crucial
Então,
for
isso
services.
da tomada de subsídio do
So Anatel has issued a series of subsidies to cover the frequencies that are to be prioritized for future auctions. And here they are, okay?
450
For 450 to megahertz to 26 gigahertz, The green dots refer to mobile services and IPs.
Mira que eles vão eles todas as frequências
You can see the range of frequencies that are included in the proposal.
E a discussão principal será
Now, the main discussion is going to take place
nos 60
around
MHz
600
também
megahertz
em los 6
and
GHz.
also at 6
Em
gigahertz.
600 MHz o que passa é que
600
em Brasil
megahertz.
temos
In
televisão,
Brazil, we have television
o
signals,
serviço de televisão é serviço muito importante no Brasil.
which is very important in
Para
Brazil.
usar esta parte do espectro,
So
ele quer ser refarming,
we have to do a refarming of this area of the spectrum, which involves all of the TV companies in the process, and it has to be properly redistributed. And the other discussion is taking place around 6 gigahertz,
Brasil
because Brazil
tomou uma decisão há
took
4 anos.
a decision 4 years ago.
Eu fui responsável em
I was in charge of that process.
17 anos atrás, eu era responsável por isso em Brasil.
In fact, I was responsible for all of this broadcasting 17 years ago.
Eu hablei com meus amigos de
So
Anatel,
I talked to my friends at Anatel,
tiveram uma decisão
and they took a decision,
ousada,
took a very bold decision.
ele tomou todo o espectro de 6 GHz.
So they
4 anos
occupied
atrás,
the entire spectrum, 6 gigahertz spectrum,
mais
4 years
de
ago,
1.200 MHz.
which is over 1200
Então,
gigahertz.
tomou a decisão de todo esse espectro
And they decided to use all of that spectrum for applications that we call unlicensed, like Wi-Fi.
A ideia é
The
para o uso
idea
do Wi-Fi 6 e
is
7.
to enable them to use Wi-Fi 6.
Quando tuvo essa decisão,
They
a ideia
took
é
that
que
decision
o uso de Wi-Fi sempre estaria muito pronto.
with the hope that Wi-Fi would take off.
4 anos se passaram,
So 4 years have gone by,
pouco se hizo,
not a lot has happened,
a indústria de
and
serviços
now
móveis
the industry, the mobile device industry, is anxious to take this over. It's about 1200 megahertz of width,
banda para serviços móveis.
600 for mobile and 500 for Wi-Fi.
O que passa é que
But what's happening is that in Brazil
temos os provedores regionais.
we have regional suppliers,
Os provedores regionais
and these regional suppliers have done extraordinary work in Brazil. Really amazing. 8 years ago in Brazil,
As grandes operadoras
the large operators
24
had
milhões de usuários de banda
24
larga.
million broadband, fixed broadband users.
Os provedores regionais tinham como que
Regional broad,
usuários.
broadband users had much, far
O que
less.
passou é que nesse ano
But over the last year,
os provedores regionais têm como que 25 milhões
they've grown to 25 million fixed broadband users, and the large companies still have the same number of users. So the regional suppliers have grown hugely. They've worked very hard. They've worked very strategically
conectados
because they're the ones who are responsible for connecting 16 million households, thanks to their efforts.
eles hoje detêm essa banda
So all of this band is being designated to continue working to develop Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7,
para ter competência
and also to create the competitive conditions for large-scale operators.
para concluir o que
Now,
temos
to wind up,
prioridade hoje em dia,
these are the priorities for connectivity in Brazil,
o que se llama Plano Nacional de
and
Digital,
and I think that our main priority is
letramento digital.
digital literacy, which is use,
Pessoas que não
because
têm
people
acesso à internet em Brasil,
don't have access to internet in Brazil. When we ask them, you,
por que você não tem
why don't you have access to internet?
há 3 tipos de
There are
respostas.
there are 3 answers to this question.
A primeira pessoa
The first is,
não conhece.
don't really know what it's
A
about.
resposta
The second answer is,
não quero.
because I don't want to.
E a última
And the third, Because it's too expensive.
Pero as pessoas que dizem
But those who say
que não querem,
that they don't want
muitas
it,
vezes
very often
a pesquisa dizem
are
que
those
fazem a resposta sim,
who
mas não
say
querem,
that, but
têm
in
dificuldade
fact,
para admitir
because it's just too
que não
hard
têm
to
prática,
admit that
não
they
sabem usá-la.
don't know how to use it.
Por isso
So
que
digital
para avançar
literacy
na
is so
inclusão,
important
inclusive,
to
um tema
foster
muito importante
better
para a Paulista
inclusion.
é o letramento digital.
That's our mantra for the time
Trabalha
being.
com a conexão significativa e universal, com foco particular
Significant and
na educação,
universal
como mencionei,
connectivity,
eu falei.
making the offer of
Serão
services
140
available
mil
at
escolas
accessible
brasileiras que vão ser
prices.
conectadas com
There are lots of schools that are going
a
to be
significativa
connected.
e outras 24 mil unidades básicas de saúde.
24,000 health centers as well as schools.
Eu creio que é isso.
So
Graças.
I think that's it for today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, lots of questions. Jolly good. Right. Okay. Okay. Who stuck their hand up first? Oh, how can I get over there? Hi, I'm Marisa from Brazil. I don't speak Spanish, so I'm going to speak in Brazil. You talked about the implementation of 5G and using electricity posts. But in Brazil, there is an issue with using these posts and also with the large operators. So what are you doing to make sure that 5G can be properly implemented using current posts, or are you going to build new ones? Are you going to build new posts in the region? Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation too. Well, when I talked about developing 5G, I said there were two things were important. I said there were two things that were important, antennas and posts. The problem is that the large-scale operators have these old contracts and they pay a very low price for these posts. And the newcomers, smaller operators, are paying more to use the current post infrastructure. And what we're talking about at the moment in Brazil, it's not about more posts, because otherwise, we'll just have posts everywhere. But the conversation is about developing a policy about how we can use these posts in an effective and efficient way. So we're developing a policy that has been developed in the past with the Ministry of Energy, and today Anatel, which is our telecommunications regulatory organization, and the energy regulatory organization are working together on a joint policy to make sure that costs are kept down. Hi, Maximiliana. Hi, I'm Emerson. I'm doing a doctorate in social studies in Campina Grande in Brazil. Recently, we saw that the government in Sao Paulo was limiting the use of ChatGPT in basic education. So that's the first point. And in a world when the growing concerns about the veracity of data and content and the issues of fake news, we want to know why the public policy of greater connectivity could impact on people, because the idea is for people to be able to develop their knowledge and their understanding. How can the government develop a curriculum which has got to do with the proper education of teachers in schools so that they understand how to use digital content? Right. There are lots of different issues here. So, you're doing a doctorate on this. Jolly good. What I can say in answer to the question is that in our connectivity strategy,
esse
there
grupo
is a group
onde sale todas as diretivas
that
para
is
o
coming up
projeto.
with all the
Uma
directives and
das
guidelines for the project.
dos
And
temas
one
que
of the issues
gostaria que o tio
that this
fazendo uma discussão
working group
é a
is
parte de conteúdo.
developing is about
Gravação.
content. Yeah?
Então, não há
So
decisão tomada, pero o
there are
grupo
no
sim
decisions
vai
taken as yet, but the
trabalhar nesse
group
tema.
is going to develop something on this
Não há,
subject.
desde NEC,
But from the NEG,
uma decisão sobre isso, ok?
there isn't any
Pero
decision taken
sim,
so
é
far.
um tema muito importante.
It's a
Uma coisa
very
que eu estou
important
a fazer,
issue, and
fala,
it is something
porque
that I have been
não
working
falei,
on. But what I didn't say earlier
o
is
ponto de vista que eu tinha,
I've been talking about my points
a
of view,
internet nas
okay,
pessoas.
about providing people with access to
Uma vez
internet.
que a pessoa tem internet,
But people,
muitas outras coisas
when you're talking about
começam
access
a
to
acontecer.
internet, lots of other things start happening.
Desinformação,
Misinformation, fake
descontrolada.
news, all of these are issues that have to be
No
taken
caso da
into
escola,
account.
como é que isso
And I
está
completely
sendo
agree that
feito
schools have a lot of work to do in this area, and there should be more guidelines.
essa pergunta.
So that's as much as I can say for the time being.
Nossa, puxa. Opa, aí tá. Eu estava pensando em tentar fazer uma pergunta em espanhol, pero va a salir como un portugués.
I'm going to speak
Yo
Portuñol
soy
as
de la
well.
Floresta.
From for Floresta.
Está comigo. Aí
Oh,
Portugal,
okay. You're
está
speaking
comigo.
Portuñol.
Pero
Well,
no,
that means bad
no lo puedo
Spanish.
explicarlo como estaba citando el norte del país,
You were
como
talking
por
about the
ejemplo
north of the
Floresta. Yo soy
country,
de la Floresta, así
and
como
I'm from up
habemos
there.
Floresta acá.
Some as are
Entonces,
some of those of us who are
como
here.
pensamiento que hay
So,
sobre el
uh,
norte del país, como si
I'm
fuera una Floresta, pero no es.
you're talking about the north of the
Ciudad,
country as if it
la
were
mayor parte de la
just
población vive
jungle,
en
and
ciudades.
most of
Y
the
mi
population there
pregunta,
does live in cities.
es al respecto
And
de lo que
my question is
había
about
dicho
what you
sobre
said
Surinam,
about
Colombia y Perú.
Suriname, Colombia, and
Porque
Peru.
a mí me gustaría
I
entender
would
qué
like to
tipo de cooperación
understand what
están haciendo,
kind of
si
cooperation you're
sobre la
working on.
infraestructura
Does it have to do
o
with
sobre
infrastructure,
los direct device
or
technologies.
is it direct
Bueno,
to device technology? What are you talking about with them?
Vocês conseguem colocar a pantalla aqui?
Um, perhaps can we just go back to one of the slides that I talked about earlier?
para atrás.
Let's just flick back for a minute. This one. Okay?
Primeiro,
So,
para lá que quando mencionei que
so when I said I was talking about the rainforest here, I wasn't criticizing the people who live there. I'm just saying that from the point of view of infrastructure, the rainforest is a bit of a challenge.
quando mira, por exemplo, cá,
If you look over here, for instance, in Tabatinga, cable,
o nosso conectado vai ligar
the high connectivity cable will reach the frontier.
a integração
So
rede
the integration with the network in Colombia will be at this point.
a conexão de Colômbia com o Pacífico.
That's where Colombia will connect with Brazil. And the same thing happens with Venezuela further north, Peru further to the south.
A integração das redes
So we're talking about the integration of fiber optic networks. So what we're going to be seeing, if there's a problem with access to the Pacific, maybe there's a tsunami, maybe there's a hurricane, maybe a cable broke.
sem conectividade.
And if that were the case now, the countries would lose connectivity. But once it's all integrated and connected to the Brazilian network, they will be able to cross all the way to the Fortaleza exit point. So the idea is we're talking to Suriname, Venezuela, Colombia, and Peru to integrate the networks, which will mean greater security for the network. Next question. Hello, my name is Dina. I am Brazil, but I am going to talk Spanish, speak in Spanish. My question has to do with the roadways, the highways, because on the map, the northern regions have little connectivity. My question is the focus more of a macro one? But the question is, we need to connect Brazil together in terms of highways. Now, we've been discussing this since the year 2000 or whatever. What do we need to do for Brazil to be more connected? Is it more highways? What are the main challenges? And what can be done in terms of the auctions to make this happen? Well, my response is that when we look at the infrastructure across Brazil, you can see that in the north there is very little fiber optics, okay? What happened with the auction is that they made it in the way that those who won the auction had to invest in the region to build the network. Because the companies, when they make their investments, they're looking for a return on their investment. But when they were looking at building a network like this one, where investments are going to be made in the region of 1.2 billion reais, from an economic point of view, always talking from the company point of view, the company would look at this and say, their business, no return on investment. So through the auction, the collection of revenue for the treasury, they said, companies, you've got to invest in the region where you're going to be building this. So the whole auction was about commitments to get the companies to invest in the region. Now, when you look, oh, hang on a second. Now, when you look at this map, when we have mobile connectivity along the highways and fixed connectivity with fiber optics along the riverbed, it means that communications infrastructure in Brazil will be more effective, will be safer, and more redundant. Hello, I'm Julio. I have a question. I understand that this is a public-private partnership investment. How are they going to handle the issue of expropriation of land where the cable will have to pass, the right of way? That's an incredibly delicate issue, and it's one of the biggest issues that we're tackling at the moment. Here we have the rainforest, the river, the Amazon River. So we have to make sure that we have all the environmental licenses necessary to do this. For example, let's see. This bit here, from Manaus to Boa Vista, there was a part in the auction that said that it had to be ready by last year. The hope, the expectation was that the concession would be completed last year, but they didn't have the environmental license to enable them to build it. So it wasn't authorized by the government. So we need to hold all these different negotiations with different environmental organizations, and that will enable us to do that. And there is a group within Anatel which is responsible for all of this project and making sure that it actually happens. Where's the microphone got to?
Morning, my name is Tamara. Thank you for your presentation. Tons of information, and your organization has a lot of reports providing with a lot of information for those of us that are involved in the internet industry. My question is that in Argentina, we're changing satellite telecommunication regulations so we can open the market and provide access to more remote locations according to the accessibility that we have in Argentina. What is your position? How are you going to address the issue of satellite internet?
Ah, desde hace mucho, en Brasil lo que hacemos
From a long time ago in Brazil,
practicamos la reciprocidad.
we have the
Porque si
reciprocity
una
method
empresa de algum
where
país
a company
tiene su satélite
in a
cobrindo
country
Brasil,
covers
se
Brazil
el
with
país de origen de
satellite
esa empresa
if the source or country of origin of that
permite a un
company
satélite de Brasil
allows
cobrir
Brazilian
esse serviço
satellite
lugar,
to provide coverage
Brasil
in
permite a
Brazil,
essa empresa prestar serviço no
Brazil
Brasil.
will basically
Basicamente
have
é isso que temos no
reciprocity.
Brasil.
And this is
Por
what
isso
we
temos
have in
como
Brazil
ter
in place so far.
empresas como nove satélites brasileiros, mais o que
It's
tem
not Brazilian
internacional
satellites. We had 30 international satellites providing coverage to Brazil. We're speaking
geoestacionários.
of geostationary satellites
Temos também os satélites LEO,
because we have LEO
estamos no
satellites.
Brasil, já tem a autorização no Brasil.
They are already approved or authorized in Brazil.
O Brasil pode
But it's
prestar
exactly the same. It's
serviço
the
no país
reciprocity
e
methodology.
prestar serviço aqui também.
Okay, you can provide
Já
services in
pensou
Brazil and
ter
vice versa.
o Brasil apresentado
Brazil
isso
has
é interessante para você, o que você vai
filed a very important report. It doesn't have to do with your question, but it's interesting.
Os satélites para
The satellites
funcionar necessitam usar o uso de la órbita espacial, ¿verdad?
need to be on space in orbit.
La órbita es como una cebolla,
Orbiting in space
onion,
is like an onion
camadas,
where you
¿verdad?
have different onion layers.
Lo que pasó es que
What
cuando
happened
se mira
was that
las
when you
órbitas
look
Leo,
at the LEO orbits or
no hay
layers,
una regulación muy firme
there's
en
no
hacerlo ir.
a strict regulation for
Compañías
those.
que empezaron a
Now,
hacer
for
el uso de
players or
las órbitas
companies
Leo,
that use LEO
empezaron a hacer como
orbits,
que sin la gestión.
they were not
Entonces,
managing that.
la preocupación que tiene Brasil y otros
But
países
our concern in Brazil, as well as in other
necesitamos tener
countries,
una gestión de
is
esta
that
órbita,
we need to
porque
manage
no,
that orbit
en poco tiempo,
because in a short
países
while,
como Brasil o Argentina,
countries
si
like
quieren
Brazil
hacer
or
un despegue de una
Argentina,
LEO, no van
if
a
they
poder
want to deploy LEO
hacerlo
satellites, they
porque
will not be
la órbita
able to
está
do so because
poluida.
the orbit would
Entonces,
be
Brasil presentó
polluted,
un documento en la OIT,
overwhelmed. So
en la
we
última conferencia
filed
mundial de
a
radiocomunicación,
report
se ha
in the
sido aprobado
ITU
y
and
hay
it was
una sesión
approved
para hacer el uso
to
eficiente de las
discuss
órbitas. Es una
the
cuestión
use
muy actual,
of
muy importante.
geostationary satellites in that orbit. So that's very, very good for managing the satellites. My name is Guilherme from Brazil. I would like to ask what is the political positions of your decisions? In line with the research that I have done over the internet, I understand that 5G started in many cities in the Brazil, especially in the capital cities of Brazil, and they've made progress in some small cities, but they have political groups of companies. So what is the intervention of large companies in this sort of decisions to implement 5G? And for these purposes, I would like to know what are the Brazilian efforts or initiatives to guarantee the Aboriginal peoples of Amazonia, especially with implementation of Starlink, because Starlink has been advancing in the Amazon rainforest, and it's going to affect the Aboriginal peoples. What is the Brazilian position on the part of the government to implement or to regulate these sort of deployments in the region? Because yes, we know that there's an advance on technology and made progress in the Amazonia. However, there are risks that we run, especially with these subjects that have been detrimental or that may be detrimental to the region.
Entonces, lo que tenemos
Okay,
desde el punto de vista de la subasta,
so far in terms of auctions,
las empresas tienen sus obligaciones.
companies are
Los
required
municipios tienen que cubrir
to
las ciudades con
cover
500.
cities with 5,000 people. In 2027, up to 100,000 people.
Muchas veces las empresas
But many
tienen
times,
una
these
estrategia
companies, they have their own business strategy in place.
como
So
yo he mostrado acá.
this is what I've
Hoy día,
demonstrated
las empresas
by
hicieron mucho
depicting
más
this
de lo
map.
que estaba.
And companies went overboard. I mean, they
Lo hicieron por
surpassed
muchas razones.
their
Por interés
commitments
comercial,
because of
porque
commercial interest
algunas veces
and because
hay una
many times
fever, febre.
there's a fever.
Ops. Vou disputar aqui. Porque
Let me
em
hide
Brasília,
this.
algumas vezes,
Because in Brazil, as I was saying,
la ciudad
cities
querem ter
want to have the 5G
a ciudad responde às
deployment.
empresas.
So they approach companies and they said, oh, we would like our city to deploy 5G in our cities. What can you do about it? That's what they say to these corporations. So they offer probably some land to build, I don't know, infrastructure like towers. Sometimes they offer subsidies or money. So you have these kind of benefits. Now, in connection with the use of satellites in the Amazon jungle. We will discuss it during the coffee break. Yes, my name is Leonardo Martinez. It seems that it's very interesting the work that you have done in Brazil to connect the Amazon jungle, especially remote places that are so far away from the city. So, my question is twofold. First, considering that one of the conditions to deploy the 5G technology is low latency, we are talking about the level of milliseconds. The large instances that require the deployment of fiber optics to remote places like Lavatinga or Ruse, maybe in the state of Acre. Can we rely on 5G there? Because evidently the distances are gonna create higher latency. And in Peru, in the Amazon River, we have an underground fiber project. Has Brazil started negotiations with Peru to cover this area in the Amazon of Peru? Let me interrupt. Yeah, he can take the question during the coffee break. Round of applause. Thank you. No café. No cafés during the coffee break.
The VC stock taking process, which has been diligently maintained by ITU since 2004.
Este año vamos a recibir.
In 2024, we had over 1,000 projects from 104 countries, showcasing the diversity, creativity of global ICT community, while the online voting generated more than 1.5 million votes.
That's truly impressive. It demonstrates the remarkable efforts being made globally to leverage ICTs for sustainable development by the WSIS multi-stakeholder community. And now it's my honor to invite the the ITU Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, to join us on stage to present the trophies to our deserving winners. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special segment of recognition for two key supporters of the WSIS process. Their contributions have been instrumental in driving the success and growth of our initiatives. First, we would like to acknowledge the Swiss Confederation for their unwavering support. We would like to invite the representative of the Swiss Confederation to join us on stage, and we invite the ITU Secretary General to present a special recognition award to the Swiss Confederation. Ambassador Schneider, we'd like to request you to say a few words before you leave. If my colleague could please pass on the mic. Thank you very much.
You. So yes, thank you, Doreen. We're very happy and proud to every year be one of your key partner and supporters. I won't repeat myself. You've heard me enough in the past few days and may hear me again in the future. So I just say thank you to everybody working also behind the scenes for this event, from the ITU, from the local host, from all other partners. Thank you all the participants. Yeah, looking forward to continued good interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider and the Swiss Confederation for your support. Next, we would like to honor the United Arab Emirates for their significant support of the WSIS process implementation, including the EU Matrix project. And we would like to invite the representatives of the United Arab Emirates to join us on stage as we invite the Secretary General to present the special recognition to UAE. We would like to invite the Director General of the TDRA to say a few words. Thank you.
Yes, I have to say something. Good afternoon to all of you. For 2 decades, the World Summit on Information Society has driven growth and prosperity in the ICT sector. As we celebrate these achievements, let me affirm our commitment to leveraging technology for the benefit of humanity and ensuring inclusivity in the digital development. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the ITU Secretary General Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, along with the WSIS Secretariat and staff. Your tireless efforts have been instrumental in advancing the ICT sector, benefiting humanity immensely. The UAE's active engagement in the WSIS highlights our dedication to international digital collaboration. Inspired by the WSIS SDG Matrix, we have implemented an initiative called EU Matrix that uses technology for sustainable development and inclusive growth. Aligning with the WSIS action lines and SDGs, WSIS has proven its adaptability to emerging technologies, continuously evolving to meet new opportunities and challenges. By embracing these changes, we can move toward better and more united world. Thank you.
Thank you again to both the United Arab Emirates and the Swiss Confederation for your unwavering support and dedication to the WSIS process. Your contribution have been instrumental for the success of VISIS in the last 20 years. Now let us proceed to the announcement of the 18 winners of the VISIS Prize 2024.
We'll start with the VISIS Action Line Category 1, the role of governments and all stakeholders in promoting ICTs for sustainable development. The finalists are Baki DNA Ecosystem from the Republic of Indonesia, Gov Directory Kingdom of Netherlands, Civil Servant Process Digitization from Palestine, National Youth Cyber Awareness Program, United Arab Emirates, and the winner for the category C1 is the National Data Bank and Eti Sharaf by Saudi Data and AI Authority from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
The Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, has established two game-changer units, the National Data Bank, NDB, and SD-SHRAF. NDB is a constellation of interconnected national data platforms, such as National Data Lake, Data Marketplace, and Open Data Portal that aim to accelerate data sharing, improve national data quality, and instill data as a common denominator for the digital economy in the kingdom. SD-SHRAF is SDAIA's analytical powerhouse, leveraging data and analytical capabilities to extract insights and build AI solutions to support decision-making in the kingdom.
We would like to invite the representative to say a few words. Anna, if you could please give a mic. Yes, please.
First of all, on behalf of the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, I'd like to express the great gratitude for the ITU and all the partners who organized this event. And it is of a great privilege to receive this esteemed award and global recognition. And this is merely the result of a visionary leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, the Chairman of the Board of Directors of SDAIA. And this is a continuous work. We see this as the beginning. The beginning is still, and this is a continuous work. We pledge to continue on developing and building data-driven solutions for the more sustainable future of the kingdom and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations to Saudi Arabia. In the category 2, Information and Communication Infrastructure, the finalists are Electric Network Geolocation from Algeria, Government Cloud from Azerbaijan, Speed Sign with IoT from Malaysia, Connectivity for All from Mexico. And the winner in category 2 is
Anna.
Empowering Disaster Response in Northern Mindanao through the use of local radio networks from the Department of Information and Communication Technology, Region 10 from the Philippines.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Ganó Filipinas, ganó Filipinas. No puede ser, no puede ser, no puede ser. No puede ser, no puede ser.
Whenever disasters strike northern Mindanao, it leaves a vulnerable and disconnected community. But out of crisis came innovation. The ICT Region 10 initiated the Regional Disaster Net, utilizing strategically placed HF radios to communicate with essential responding agencies. The RDN has proven its worth by facilitating communication, strengthening coordination, speeding up response efforts, and ultimately saving lives.
We would like to invite the winner to share appreciation message.
On behalf of the Philippines Department of Information and Communications Technology, I'm honored to accept this prestigious award. This recognition validates our dedication to promoting ICT innovation within the public sector and enhancing the quality of life of all our citizens. With the Philippines being one of the nations most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, we are deeply grateful that our efforts to enhance disaster resilience and collaboration have been recognized in this global stage. Our team in the DICT stays committed to delivering innovative programs to ensure a progressive, safe, inclusive, secure, contented, and happy Filipino nation. Once again, thank you very much for this prestige and honor. We look forward to working together to promote digital governance and ICT innovation in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations. We'd now like to move on to Action Line C3, Access to Information and Knowledge. And the finalists are Access to Information Knowledge from Brazil, Canasta Digital Social from Dominican Republic, Digi Youth from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Expanding Digital Access to Marginalized Communities and Institutions from Kenya. And the winner for Action Line C3, Access to Information and Knowledge, is Tanzania Digital Inclusion Project by Internet Society Tanzania Chapter, ISOC, and Partner Organization for Digital Africa and ISOC Foundation from Tanzania.
In Tanzania, the Digital Inclusion Project is transforming lives. 1,500 citizens connected to broadband internet, 2,000 girls empowered in STEM program. Our community network innovation hubs have become driving centers of collaboration and learning, fostering innovation. With affordable internet, 700 underserved entrepreneurs are transacting their businesses online. Join us by visiting www.isoc.ne.tz/TADIP.
Okay, thank you. It has been a long time coming. First of all, I would like to thank the ITU and the WISIS team for putting this together. It has been wonderful, a nice journey. And secondly, I would like to thank our team, Team TADIP in Tanzania. I think we did it. And also thank the ISOC Foundation and Internet Society for funding our project. And lastly, but not least, I would like to thank my government. My minister is here. And they have been able to roll out about 10,000 plus fiber network throughout the country, from which we tap to connect citizens to the digital opportunity. Let us partner and work together to make sure that nobody is left behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations to Tanzania. We are now moving to the WSIS Action Line C4 capacity building. And the finalists are Teachers Portal from Bangladesh, Smart Truck from Saudi Arabia, Elevate from Saudi Arabia, and Digital Teachers from Turkey. The winner in category C4 capacity building is Jawara Internet Sehat by Perkumpulan Mitra TIK Indonesia from Republic of Indonesia. Congratulations.
Sama Jawara Internet Sehat. Thank you. Indonesia is a big archipelago country with thousands of islands and thousands of ethnic groups. That's why ICT was together with WhatsApp Indonesia initiate this program supported by Ministry in Communication and Informatics. Thank you, Mr. Minister, UNICEF Indonesia, Siber Kreasi, and also Relawan TK Indonesia. Thank you for your continued support. This is an example how meaningful multi-stakeholder collaboration on digital literacy can create something different. And especially for 160 youth local champions, Jawara Internet Sehat, kalian juaranya, this award is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. We would now like to move on to WSIS Action Line C5, Building Confidence and Security in the Use of ICT. And the finalists are Mobile Connections to Promote Women's Economic Development, India, Advocacy and Outreach Program for Kampung Orang Asli Negeri, Sembilian from Malaysia, Cyber Eco from Qatar, Intelligent Voice Technology Applied to African Languages from Senegal. And the winner is, in Action Line C5, National Connect, Empowering Governance, Education and Sustainability through Secure Government Video Conferencing by Bangladesh Computer Council from Bangladesh. The winners were not able to join us right now, so we'll move on to the video from Bangladesh.
Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh proves its strength by introducing Boitalk, developed by Bangladesh Computer Council under the utmost supervision of Honorable ICT Advisor Shojib Wajed. This end-to-end encrypted system is more than a meeting platform and facilitates different government services, education, and community engagement. Boitalk is empowering Bangladeshis to connect, learn, and work from anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to also give my heartfelt gratitude to World Summit in the Information Society and also ITU General Secretary for giving us this prize and recognition. I would also like to mention about the homegrown solution of Boitalk, which is Bangladesh Computer Council's homegrown development and solutions during the pandemic. Our homegrown programmers, they have come up with the innovative solution, which is, that video conferencing platform has become the regular norms of our life. And we are really grateful to our ICT advisor, who is the main architect of Digital Bangladesh, and the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina for making this Digital Bangladesh vision reality. So with this, I would like to conclude, and hopefully our developers, our young talented programmers will give you a lot of opportunities and a lot of solutions which would be really useful for the whole globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. We are moving to the Action Line C6 Enabling Environment. The finalists in this category are Action Plan to Combat the Use of Clandestine Decoders of the Conditional Access Service from Brazil, Cabo Verde Digital from the Cabo Verde, Lighting Digital Capacity Building Drive from Sri Lanka, and Developers Hub by the Ministry of Digital Transformation from Trinidad and Tobago. The winner in this category is the interactive tool of policies, terms, and conditions applicable in the use of digital platforms by the Federal Telecommunications Institute from Mexico. Congratulations.
El proyecto inició cuando detectamos que la información de las políticas de privacidad era extensa, poco entendible, pero sobre todo difícil de encontrar. De ahí la necesidad de acercar esa información a las personas en un formato comparable y fácil de localizar.
La herramienta permite conocer las políticas de privacidad de más de 40
The tool allows to have interactivity with more than 20 applications. In 3 steps, we can say how we gather information, who we share with, among other things. It represents a key point to launch a more transparent and more efficient way, extending or having a global reach for sustainable development and in technology innovation.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here receiving this prize. And first of all, on behalf of the Federal Telecommunications Institute from Mexico, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the ITU and all the organizers, the sponsors of this event. You know, this prize is a global recognition to our work, to our effort to provide useful information, useful tools to empower users. So, muchas gracias. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. And we'd like to move on to the next category, ICT applications, action line C7, e-government. The finalists are Modular Open Source Identity Platform from India, National Portal Bahrain.ch from Bahrain, ID.gov by Administrative Modernization Agency from Portugal, ELGU-IB PLS, streamlining the processes of business permits and licenses for business owners from Philippines. And the winner in category is MyGov by Innovation and Digital Development Agency from the Republic of Azerbaijan. Congratulations.
Azerbaijan is advancing towards a paperless, queue-free future with the MyGov platform, ensuring easy digital access for all citizens. What is MyGov? MyGov is a digital guide that consolidates necessary services and documents, bringing convenience to citizens' lives in one place. MyGov platform aims to be a lifelong companion for Azerbaijani citizens, offering assistance anytime, anywhere, and serving as their single point of contact with state bodies.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Innovation and Digital Development Agency from Azerbaijan, firstly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to WISIS Prizes Committee and esteemed judge for this incredible honor. This award is a testament to the hard work and the dedication of our amazing team. We believe that without their passion and effort, this project will not have been possible. MyGov, our national gov platform, aims to provide public services in an end-to-end digital format based on live events, making access to essential services more efficient and user-friendly for our citizens. Thank you to everyone who believed in us and supported our journey. We are truly humbled and motivated to achieve even more greater things. Thank you again.
Thank you. Congratulations, Azerbaijan. The next category that we will be awarding is the category Business Action Line ICT Applications e-Business. The finalists in this category are female founders across borders from Latvia, Easy Points of Sale System from Lesotho, Food Import and Export Management System from United Arab Emirates, and the Digitech by Department of Communication from South Africa. The winner in this category is Analytical Portal by the Financial Service Authority from Oman. Congratulations.
Sure, confused? You've heard about all these companies, but you don't know where to invest? Before you decide, you must look at the financial statements of each institution. Papers? No, that was the old days. Well, how? By a net platform. Reports updated periodically. a standard language that enables you to compare between companies, accurate analysis, and reliable ratings based on the global XBRL system. It provides investors and interested parties with a comprehensive analytical view. With Bayanat, your investment journey is easier.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, today I stand humble and incredibly honored to accept this prestige award on behalf of our dedicated team at the Financial Service Authority of the Sultanate of Oman. Our journey to this point has been one of solid vision and diligence to innovate in applying technology. I extend my appreciation to all who have supported us along this path. This recognition today is a huge resource of our inspiration as we strive to make a meaningful impact not just on Oman economy but on global landscape as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations to the Sultanate of Oman. We'd now like to move on to the Business Action Line C7 e-learning and the infrastructure program from Australia, e-learning competence center from Egypt, connected us from Luxembourg, ICOD from the Russian Federation, and the winner in Action Line e-learning is young archers from Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona from Spain.
Young Archers provides teachers with efficient training materials and digital tools to motivate students in exploring the European dimension of local built heritage. And we created the Young Archers Educational Toolkit. Then we started creating the audio guides to support with the educational walks. We developed accessible games to be used by teachers inside and outside of the classrooms to promote creativity among students participants. Finally, in partnership with students, we created digital storytelling content to promote key concepts of the project.
Thank you. Should I? Thanks a lot. It's a great honor to receive this award. Thanks ITU and WISIS for this great recognition. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Erasmus Plus program of the European Commission and to my university, Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, for the commitment to reach the Sustainable Development Goals in education. Also, a special thanks to my research group, Transmedia Catalonia, for making accessible communication a really core element in all ICT projects. And especially thanks to all project partners, Monumenta, Coena as leader, 22nd Primary School in Athens, CIP, and Morningside Montessori for this insightful journey. We strongly believe that culture belongs to all, and we cannot let anybody be left behind.
Thank you and congratulations. We're moving on to another ICT applications business action line, e-health. The finalists in e-health are ANESI, by ANESI, OKI, the period tracker app by UNICEF, mobile health app for everyone by Centrum Zdrowia from Poland, Global Digital Health Certification Network by WHO. The winner in this category is Check Me from Rwanda. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. This project is actually dedicated to my late sister. She passed on from breast cancer last year. And through this project, I've decided to build with my team to build an interactive and educative e-health platform, which is powered by artificial intelligence to allow women do self-breast screening from home while connecting them with health specialists, as well as creating a community where survivors could help other women who are struggling with this disease to move on. I want to thank CAMSOL Innovations for their support. I want to thank my team, and I want to thank everybody, including Carnegie Mellon University, Africa, for their continuous support to this project. And I want to really thank you for your recognition. It's a great one for us, and it proves that what we're doing is really something to affect or to impact the life of every woman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. We are now moving out on to action line C7 e-employment. And the finalists for e-employment are OGC from Algeria, Unified Labor and Employment Subsystem from Azerbaijan, AI plus 5G empowered blue growth by China, and Code Your Future from United Kingdom. And the winner for the category e-employment is Smart Employee by Digital Dubai Authority from United Arab Emirates.
In 2021, the establishment of Digital Dubai was announced with a bold vision of digitalizing life in Dubai. Among our pioneering creations is the Smart Employee app. This innovative tool has redefined all Dubai government employees' services. It streamlines the processing of human resources, finance, procurement, which is empowered by artificial intelligence to empower more than 74,000 employees from over 74 Dubai government entities, providing more than 200 services and saving over 54 million US dollars. The Smart Employee app makes work life not just easier, but smarter.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. On behalf of Digital Dubai, I would like to extend our gratitude, and receiving the award, really, it's a great honor for us. And this is a testament to our team hard work and dedication in driving digital innovation and inclusion. And it is a reflection to a shared commitment in terms of leveraging technology for a positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. We're moving on with another ICT application section line, this time for e-environment. The finalists are mobile-enabled disaster resilience through cell broadcast emergency alerting from India, solid waste management from Kenya, air quality monitoring system from Montenegro, forest fire support decision system from Turkey. The winner in category e-environment is AIS e-waste plus application by Advanced Info Service Public Company Limited from Thailand. Congratulations.
Sawadee ka. And I would like to thank you
AIS team back home in Thailand. I would like to thank you, our partners, our stakeholders. I would like to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and the Thai people. And I would like to also a special thanks to ITU, UN, and also WIS's organizer for such a wonderful honor. But I would love to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, all the video that you saw just now is 100% made from AI. And we just, once we know the information, we make it within 7 days. So this is produced from AI. But I am not an AI. I am a human. And I would like to say to you that, AIS, we will continue to use the digital to develop things for good and for a more sustainable and inclusive world. So this is our commitment from AIS. Very good, well done, AIS Thailand. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Congratulations, Thailand. We are now moving on to the action line category, e-agriculture, and the finalists in this category are Communicating Irrigation System from Finland, Digital Services Portfolio from the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, Digital Agri Hub from Netherlands, Intelligent Crop Irrigation System from Pakistan. And the winner in category C7E Agriculture is Geotanaman by Department of Agriculture from Malaysia.
First and foremost, praise to the Almighty, which is blessing us to win this prestigious International Recognition Award. My sincere gratitude to the Government of Malaysia, to the Ministry of Agriculture and Security Food Malaysia, and my beloved Department of Agriculture Malaysia, and all staff for their support given. And very, very special thanks to the team of Geotanaman, led by Madam Khazana, for their unquestionable commitment and effort to make this system workable. And last but not least, to the organizer, WSIS, and all the voters. Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you and congratulations. The final category in ICT applications, this section line, is e-science. The finalists in e-science are the 6th National Telecommunication Plan by Bahrain, Eco Smart Solutions by Spain, Berkeley Open Infrastructure for Network Computing, United States of America, while the winner in category e-science is Large Capacity Wide Area Data Express for Scientific Computing Breakthrough from China. Congratulations.
Here's China's FAST telescope, which has discovered over 900 pulsars. Over 40 terabytes data is processed and transmitted every day. To tackle long-distance data transmission and efficient computing, China Mobile's Computility Network Brain provides Data Express service, which enables minute-level fast transfer of terabytes data across 1,000 kilometers to renewable energy-powered data centers. China Mobile is building a national data express network to bridge the computility gap and make computing more accessible.
So I would like to appreciate ITU, WSIS committee, and friends who have supported and trusted China Mobile over the years. Our project was awarded as the winner of eScience, which affirms our innovation, spirit, and contributions. China Mobile R&D team has overcome many critical challenges, including nearest access, flexible bandwidth expansion, and across domain data distribution. They achieved integration of computing power and IPv6 network, which makes computing power a service that's easy to obtain and use, just like water and electricity. Again, China Mobile will continue to enhance new technology innovation, eliminate the digital divide, and commit to sustainable development of global ICT society. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, China Mobile Communications Group. I also would like to recognize a finalist in eScience that I missed, University Smart Services Single Window from Iran. Congratulations, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Vladimir. We move on to Business Action Line C8, Cultural Diversity, Identity, Linguistic Diversity, and Local Content. The finalists in this category are Challenging Technology from an Ancient Bolivian Culture from Bolivia, Peace Forum by Ghana, Arab Culture and Arts Network by Lebanon, Sharing Film Cultural Resources Using New Generation Technologies by Poland. And the winner for category C8, Cultural Diversity, is Center for Digitization and Documentation of Heritage and Arts, CETIF by Digitization Association for Technology and Science from Algeria.
Welcome to the Center for Digitization and Documentation of Heritage and Arts, CETIF, where traditions meets innovation. With our digital platform and smartphone app, you can dive into CETIF's rich heritage from the palm of your hand. How it works? Simple. We're using 3D scanning, pictures, audio files to obtain accurate data information, unique content, and NFTs. To ensure the preservation of Algeria's cultural legacy for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today to express my deepest gratitude. First, to Algeria, my beloved country, for its rich culture and history that inspires us every day. To our Mr. President of Algeria, thank you for your vision and unwavering support for youth and digitization. To my exceptional team, your dedication and hard work have been the cornerstone of our success. This project would not be possible without your tireless efforts. Thank you. Our project is more than just an endeavor, it's a mission for the good of humanity. By preserving and digitizing our cultural and artistic heritage, we are safeguarding the history of humanity for the future generations. Thank you all.
Thank you and congratulations. Now we move on to the busy section line, category 9, media. The finalists this year are better resilience, effective post-disaster communication coordination mechanisms through community radio stations from Nepal. One Water from Germany, SMI Africa from Morocco, Be Aware Initiative from United Arab Emirates. The winner in busy section line category E media in 2024 is UpView One-stop AI solution for content creators to go viral consistently by UpU from United States of America. Congratulations. The representative from United States has shared the video of the project and also the appreciation video message.
This is the UpU demo video. So this is the suggestions page, and we give you the opportunity to create AI-generated content ideas or content ideas from a single keyword. Let's go ahead and click Explore Ideas. And now that it is opened here, we have our number one suggestion. It says UpU recommended. We have the title, which you can easily copy, as well as a description that you can easily copy. And here we are supplied a list of collaborators that we recommend you to collaborate with. This is UpU. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, I'm Bhavik Muni, the CEO of UpU. We're thrilled to be recognized by the WSIS prizes for our AI-powered platform that empowers video content creators. UpU automates video strategy, SEO, and enables creators to focus on producing amazing content while democratizing ad revenue across income groups. This recognition validates our efforts to drive social and economic impact. On behalf of the entire team at UpU, I thank WSIS for giving us this immense honor. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts.
Congratulations to UpU. And we'd like to now move on to WSIS Action Line Category C10, Ethical Dimensions of the Information Society. The finalists are Digital Citizen Project from Korea, AI Ethics Principles from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mobile Heroes from Slovenia, Africa Community Internet Program from Ghana. And the winner of category C10 is Smartpur by Nokia from India.
Our flagship corporate social responsibility program in India is called Smartpur. It is aimed at integrating technology into the daily lives of people living in remote villages in India. The initiative connects people with essential pillars of development, education, health, livelihood, governance, and financial inclusion.
Thank you very much for this honor for Nokia's flagship CSR project in India. And a call out from here for Save the Children India and Digital Empowerment Foundation. They helped us when in 2017 we started with 10 centers. Nowadays, we are across the whole India, and I'm super proud that 40 centers are self-sustained and don't even take any support from us anymore. So the real heroes and those that should be really congratulated are people on the ground, local trainers, local entrepreneurs, which take those centers and make them self-sustained and deliver meaningful digital experience for local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a project of Nokia Finland in India. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Congratulations from my side to you and to all other WSIS Prize winners, 17 so far. We reached the end, and this is the moment when we announce the WSIS Action Line Category 11 International and Regional Cooperation finalists. Climate Change Technology Accelerator from Armenia. Smart Africa Digital Academy for Youth Entrepreneurs from Rwanda. The ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics from Singapore. International Database Systems Agency from Switzerland. The winner in C11 WSIS Action Line International Regional Cooperation in 2024 is University Diploma in Internet Governance and Regulations by South School of Internet Governance from Argentina. Congratulations.
Hello, my name is Adrián Carballo.
And my name is Olga Cavalli.
We are founders and director of the South School of Internet Governance.
The school trains fellows from all over the world in understanding the importance of the internet in the future of developing economies. Jointly with University of Mendoza from Argentina, the school has created the University Diploma in Internet Governance and Regulation, which offers high-quality training at no cost for fellows from all over the world. We send you our best regards from Argentina.
Well, just to add on, many thanks to the ITU and WSIS Forum. We also are sending you regards from all the fellows who've been participating in the South School of Internet Governance since 2009. They're all online following you and sending the regards. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now congratulate all 18 WSIS Prize 2024 winners. And as we invite all winners to join Secretary General at the podium for the group photo, we would like to use this opportunity to congratulate to all finalists and nominees and all those who have contributed to this year's amazing success of the WSIS Prize contest. We do invite all of you to continue celebrating their achievements and to positive impact information communication technologies are having around the world. We would also like to invite you to join us for the yoga session following this ceremony, and those with the golden pin to join us for the gala dinner at the ITU headquarters. Once again, we would like to invite all winners to join the Secretary General at the podium for the group photo. We would like to invite all winners to join us at the podium. Final setting for the group photo. Please look at the ITU photographer waving and jumping. Congratulations to all the WSIS Prize 2024 winners.
Congratulations, and please join us for the yoga session in the SDG digital stage for some relaxation and breathing exercises in the ground floor before we leave the CICG, and welcome you tomorrow for an exciting day of different workshops and the AI Governance Day. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ahora podemos ir a almorzar. Bueno. Gracias.
Sí, pero si vos te quedas en el canal, si ella toca el inglés, deja el canal de español libre, le mete los auriculares el canal de Portugal. ¿Sabías?
Rafa está hablando. Yo hago desde lo de Rafa al español. ¿Por dónde desarrollo?
No, otra consola con
Claro,
otro.
es lo que te estoy
Claro,
diciendo.
hace
Habría que
falta
poner otro canal.
otros equipos.
Claro. Es como otra cabina. Por eso Zoom te dice cabina de, es otra cabina. Y saldría Rafa hacia mí y yo hacia...
Sí, depende. Vos en vez de tocar floor, ahí tendrías que tocar relay.
Hay un botón.
Hay otros botones. Porque vos estarías escuchando.
Por eso tiene que estar siempre en floor. Si yo toco relay, esta computadora...
Si no, vos estarías escuchando lo que viene de allá,
computadoras
no lo
estas
que estoy...
se interconectan con este cable de red. Y esto interconectan dos de estas. Cuando yo toco relay, escucho la cabina de al lado.
No, porque ya entendí cómo es el tema del sonido, que uno tiene que ir un canal, salir el otro, todo. Entonces, o sea, no me daba la consola esta, tengo que tener...
Hay otra igual, todo lo mismo.
Eso pasa mucho cuando tenemos que hacer chino o árabe o cosas así. La verdad es cuando hicimos el U20, que hablaron chino,
2 o 3.
Entonces,
Japonés,
yo no hablo chino.
árabe, chino.
Entonces, pero había la intérprete de chino a español, entonces yo agarraba el español de la China. Lo que pasa es que el español de la China era muy malo. La verdad fue un desastre.
Es la única que hay acá.
La única intérprete.
Eso es lo que pasa con los intérpretes de chino o de ruso. Yo, por ejemplo, tuve una rusa de alumna que la chica nunca probó tercer año. Y es la única intérprete de ruso que hay acá. Entonces, ¿qué pasó? El grupo de las chicas que organizaron el G20 la llamaron a cabina de ruso. ¿Por qué? Porque es la única que hay. Pero vos no la puedes poner en un G20 a ella. Porque la traducción va a parar a Putin. No es para que se mande. Y aparte, andás a ver cómo es el ruso de ella, porque ella llegó acá a los 15 años. O sea que el ruso es menor
No está
a ruso de
actualizado.
adolescentes.
Conozco un ucraniano que vino a los 15 años, súper integrado, tuvo todo, hizo la escuela, hizo la universidad.
Sí, pero el tema es que no tiene nadie que lo corrija, no tiene nadie que lo trabaje.
Sí, está también.
Se
No hay, eso es un gran problema.
Esta se equivocaba y te decía el sillo amarillo.
Así hablaba. Hace re bien,
Las colocaciones, sí. Te das cuenta un poquito por el tono de la voz, pero no te das cuenta por errores.
La velocidad que tiene el inglés no es la que tiene el español.
No, nadie tiene velocidad en el...
Del ALB, en el A y en el B.
Ay. ¿Cómo me reí? Y ella me decía, ¿vos hablás portugués?
¿Quién? Pero la sabe. Sí. No, pero cuando empezó a hablar el otro, que habló todo, dijo, voy a hablar en portugués directamente y salió Rafa.
Lo peor fue la pregunta de la chica. La pregunta de la chica en portugués fue posti, de posti. Posti, que era el de posts. No, lo hizo ella. No se entendía nada la brasileña. Posti. Posti era el posteo. Yo, por ejemplo, tomé clases de portugués, pero no tanto como para adquirirlo de forma pasiva. Lo tuve que tomar para entienda, aunque sea la primera parte, yo lo entiendo hasta que toco el relay y cambio a la otra cabina, recibo. Porque antes era cuando te enseñan a practicar con el modo tipo 1 de interpretación, buscas la palabra con la otra, Y acá lo que haces con el modo 2, lo de Brasil lo tomás más todavía. Lo del portugués, lo del otro idioma. Esperás más y vas a entender por colocación, pero cuando empezábamos a interpretar nosotros, que antes no teníamos ni idea, no podíamos interpretar otro idioma porque no podías
Martín, ¿hay algún
hacer
lugar que
decalaje.
pueda cargar el celular?
¿Para cargar? Sí.
Aunque sea hasta que empiece.
¿Qué tenés? ¿iPhone? No.
Sí. Sí.
Tenés iPhone, bueno. En la cosa negra de ahí.
Sí. Cuando termine lo saco.
Sí, pues no quiero que te lo pisen.
No, para que no entre.
Porque son medios peligrosos las cosas en el piso.
Ay, qué pena que...
Bueno, ahora voy a poner la máquina para grabar y ya vamos a poder grabar. Está una salida para las transmisiones y otra salida para el exterior. No, porque se tiene que conectar acá. Él trae sus cables, pero hay dos salidas, ¿ves? Hay dos salidas. Entonces yo con esto tengo una bifurcación, saco puedo sacar de los ADCA, pero los ADCA no son confiables. Si puedes conectar algo y te quedas sin sonido. En cambio estos tienen una traba, le puedes pegar y hay que tirar bastante para hacer. ¿Cómo? Los micrófonos sí, un desastre. Y están mal seteados. Voy a comer. Vamos. Dulce, vamos.
Nos sentamos, seguimos. El efecto cafeína. No, no me rompa el cartel. No me rompa el cartel. ¿Vieron qué rápido imprimimos el cartel, no? Tecnología de último momento.
Escucha esto.
No, nos avisaron que no dijéramos nada, pero nos avisaron como un mes antes. Hubiéramos viajado, pero ya teníamos todo organizado para estar acá. Así que fue una amiga nuestra que estaba, decir es una amiga nuestra que estaba en Ginebra. Tenemos a
Well, this afternoon, do we have Jose Luis with us today? He's joining us online. Hello. Jose Luis, can you see us? Can you hear us? Jose Luis Hernandez, who works in the IADB. He's a senior specialist in digital governance on ICTs. Here we have our students who've just had lunch, so they're all chatting away, but I've just ticked them off. Welcome to the school. This is our second day of activities. We're very grateful. Can you be quiet over there, please? Welcome to the school. This is our second day, and we're very happy because this morning we were awarded a prize from the WSIS, WECs, from the International Cooperation category from the United Nations. We're grateful for your joining us today, and very grateful also for all the help that we get from the IADB in terms of funding, information, support. In fact, it's a way in which we can fund the scholarships program. We've got a lot of scholars from all over Latin America with us today, and people who are joining us virtually too from all over the world. And we have interpreting services as well, from Spanish into English and vice versa. I know that you have a presentation that you're going to share with us. Oh, super, there it is. Well, welcome. And over to you. And then if there's time, we'd like to ask you some questions. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. We're very happy to collaborate with all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. I'd like to be able to tell you what we're doing in the region at the moment in terms of digital governance. Perhaps we're having a conversation about this afterwards. So, I'd like to start by talking about what we understand to be digital governance. What do we imagine when we say digital governance? I'd like to tell you what it means for me. Digital governance enables citizens to understand what's going on in the internet world. When we talk about people who are in their homes, or perhaps they're studying, and we're talking about people who have university titles or scholars, or maybe they're working in government. And the important thing for us is to be able to give them scholarships. But it's not so easy from a government point of view.
Como bien saben todos ustedes, sobre automatizar muchos de esos trámites y por lo tanto que se generen de manera prácticamente automática, incluso en muchas ocasiones las que se tiempo real y que esa interacción entre distintos organismos pues puede realizarse de una manera automática y sin intervención humana. Y por lo tanto que esos trámites, más que un calvario, se conviertan en algo que se pueda producir de manera sencilla, rápida y con una interfaz amigable para que un ciudadano o un profesional pueda realizar esos trámites de manera con su tablet, con su computadora y prácticamente de forma inmediata. Pero claro, eso va a requerir que en muchas ocasiones contemos con un gobierno digital que de alguna manera se encargue de hacer la dirección de orquesta, ¿verdad? Y que haya un gobierno digital que ponga encima de la mesa algunos de esos servicios comunes que nos permitan organizar, que todo se hable con el mismo idioma. Y cuando hablo de idioma, hablo de documentos, de expedientes, de firmas, de documentos registrales, etcétera. Entonces, cuando esos apuntes registrales, esa identidad digital, los expedientes, los documentos, etcétera, todo tiene los mismos formatos, todo tiene el mismo lenguaje, vamos a ser capaces de que las máquinas...
Guys, the speaker is not used their microphone. We cannot translate this talk. I'm sorry.
Vamos a pensar en que los distintos organismos que prestan servicios a los ciudadanos están conectados entre ellos de manera transparente a los ciudadanos para que estos sean capaces de poder interactuar con la administración pública siendo ajenos a esa complejidad que cada administración tiene en cada uno de sus países, ¿verdad? ¿Qué es lo que ha pasado en América Latina y el Caribe? Bueno, esto ha pasado en muchos sitios. Ha pasado en muchos sitios, pero bueno, si nos centramos en la región, precisamente uno de los aspectos más importantes que ha ocurrido es que hemos digitalizado a un golpe de urgencia. Porque veníamos en una situación en la que la digitalización era importante. Todo el mundo creía en la digitalización y todo el mundo esperaba digitalizar antes o después. Estaban los planes, unos más, otros menos. Pero realmente fue la pandemia del coronavirus el que realmente impulsa de una manera estratosférica la digitalización en las administraciones públicas de América Latina y el Caribe. ¿Qué es lo que ha desembocado esta digitalización con prisas? Pues que se trabaja muchísimo, se ha trabajado mucho, pero en algunas ocasiones encontramos que ciertos servicios o ciertas soluciones no terminan de encajar, bien sea entre ellas o bien sea entre las soluciones y los ciudadanos. Y esto nos ha ocurrido precisamente porque no hemos utilizado en muchas ocasiones ese lenguaje común del que hablábamos. Así pues nos vamos a encontrar servicios que nos están arrojando un resultado que cuando lo necesitamos para iniciar otro trámite en otra administración no nos vale. No reconocen los formatos, no reconocen las firmas, no reconocen ciertas situaciones que los mismos gobiernos dentro de un país están generando ellos mismos y que por lo tanto son incompatibles entre servicios. O, por ejemplo, también valga esta metáfora para hablar con el ciudadano, ¿no? Un servicio que no está dando al ciudadano lo que está esperando cuando realmente arranca un servicio. Y es que no hemos tenido en cuenta a los ciudadanos. En muchas ocasiones no estamos teniendo en cuenta a los ciudadanos. Y esto también ya va más allá incluso de la pandemia en sí misma, ¿no? Porque para poder diseñar servicios digitales, servicios de gobierno que realmente transformen la administración pública, es porque realmente vamos a construir servicios que son útiles para los ciudadanos, que son útiles para realizar su día a día y para hacer lo mismo mejor, para obtener los mismos resultados en mejores tiempos de lo que hacen en persona, ¿no? Y para ello es necesario contar con esos usuarios, tanto con los ciudadanos finales como con los usuarios de las distintas administraciones que van a tener que dar respuesta a través de ese gobierno digital, es decir, los funcionarios de las administraciones. Porque si no contamos con ellos, van a seguir pasando cosas como esta, ¿no? Y vamos a tener resultados que en muchas ocasiones no son los esperados. Entonces, valga este ejemplo de un Estado, no diré cuál, de Estados Unidos, en el que durante un periodo de la pandemia uno podía descargar su propio certificado de defunción. Entonces, claramente aquí no se tuvo en cuenta a los usuarios para poder diseñar este servicio. Pero bueno, más allá de esta situación anecdótica, sí que tenemos una situación en América Latina y el Caribe que de 26 países la situación es bastante diversa. Dependiendo del país al que nos enfoquemos, hay pocos que tengan una situación completa, pero sí me gustaría destacar algunos datos que nos van a permitir contextualizar en qué punto está América Latina, el Caribe. Y es que en este momento hay 14 países que no tienen identidad digital. Eso quiere decir que a día de hoy hay 14 países de toda América Latina y el Caribe que no tienen forma estandarizada, los gobiernos, de identificar a sus ciudadanos con una identidad digital homogénea. Entonces, esto claramente imposibilita el gobierno digital. Se está dando en algunos países. Tenemos ejemplos de países que están ofreciendo servicios de gobierno digital, servicios de administración electrónica, como se les llama en algunos países, pero que están autenticando a sus usuarios de una manera un tanto rudimentaria, con un usuario y un password, de una manera un tanto simple. Esto quiere decir que hay países en los que a día de hoy yo puedo matricular un vehículo sabiendo el número de identificador, el número de cédula o el número de DNI, como se le llama en algunos países, de otra persona. Si yo sé ese número, puedo matricular un vehículo a su nombre. Luego atraco una joyería y es culpa suya. Bueno, eso habría que discutirlo en un juzgado, ¿no? Pero efectivamente es un riesgo importante el que será el no tener una identidad digital unificada para trabajar con la administración pública de manera electrónica. O, por ejemplo, hay 11 países que no tienen una agenda digital todavía. Un país que no tenga una agenda digital de transformación digital del sector público, pues ustedes me dirán, ¿qué hace? O sea, ¿cuáles son sus planes de digitalización, de avance, de cómo los distintos órganos u organismos de esos países van a avanzar de forma conjunta para llegar a una digitalización plena que puedan ofrecer a los ciudadanos, como veíamos en esa primera diapositiva? No puede ser, no va a ocurrir. O, por ejemplo, hablemos de que hay 9 países que todavía no han establecido su estrategia de ciberseguridad. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Pues que hay 9 países que desde hoy, ante un ciberataque grave, como los que estamos acostumbrados a ver, por desgracia, últimamente, no saben qué tienen que hacer. No saben cómo responder, no saben cómo organizarse y, por lo tanto, correrán como hormigas a la gestapa del hormiguero. Entonces, y así con un sinfín de indicadores, lo que llamamos nosotros los habilitadores digitales, que van a permitir avanzar hacia un gobierno digital serio, ¿no? Y profesional. Y, por lo tanto, ahí es un camino a recorrer grande, el que nos queda todavía en América Latina y el Caribe para poder ir cada vez más profesionalizando estos gobiernos digitales que ofrecemos a nuestros ciudadanos de la región. ¿En qué se traduce todo esto? Bueno, este índice lo conocen ustedes de sobra, no le estoy descubriendo nada nuevo, pero sí llamar una cosa la atención. Es que hay solo 4 países de Latinoamérica y el Caribe que ocupan o que están dentro de esas 50 primeras posiciones del índice de Naciones Unidas. Uruguay, Chile, Argentina y Brasil son esos 4 que quedan dentro de las primeras 4 posiciones, estando Uruguay el primero en la posición 35. Esto quiere decir que hay muchísimo trabajo por delante y esto no es fruto, esto es fruto y reflejo de lo que veíamos anteriormente, ¿no? De todo ese trabajo que todavía queda por hacer y que todavía queda por construir a la hora de ofrecer mejores servicios digitales. Pero ¿qué piensan los ciudadanos? ¿Qué piensa el ciudadano de a pie de América Latina y del Caribe de todo esto? Bueno, pues el ciudadano lo tiene muy claro. El ciudadano ve que claramente a día de hoy los trámites del gobierno siguen siendo lentos. ¿Y esto cómo lo podemos aterrizar en datos? Bueno, pues una encuesta que se hicimos desde el banco, ya terminando la pandemia, ahí les dejo el link abajo para que luego puedan pinchar en la publicación. Es una publicación, se llama Servicios Públicos y Gobierno Digital durante la pandemia. Esta encuesta se hizo ya terminando la pandemia y hay de promedio, o sea, simplemente por fijarnos en el promedio y no entrar en ningún caso concreto, podemos ver cómo un 23% y un 16% decían que era, o mejor dicho, en total un 32% decían que era fácil o muy fácil relacionarse con gobierno digital en sus países, de promedio. A mí el 32% que les parezca fácil o muy fácil no me preocupa. Me preocupa el otro 68%, que dice que es difícil, muy difícil, o peor todavía, no sabe, no contesta. Es decir, si no sabe ni contesta, es que no sabe ni lo que es gobierno digital, ni le importa, ni quiere saberlo, y eso es complicado, ¿no? Entonces, en resumen, tenemos un 68% de usuarios a los que comunicarle que el gobierno digital es posible, que tienen que relacionarse con él y que, por lo tanto, hay mucho trabajo por delante. Porque Si analizamos ya esas respuestas un poquito más en detalle, vamos a encontrar que el 56% de los usuarios que hicieron algún trámite en línea durante la pandemia hubieran preferido hacer su trámite presencialmente. Es decir, lo he hecho en línea, lo he conseguido. Ese es el 56% de los que lo hicieron. Más de la, o sea, de ese 100%, el 56%, más de la mitad hubiesen preferido hacerlo presencial, aún en pandemia. Eso es un mensaje muy claro. Y es que el 27% de sus usuarios no quiere volver a usar Internet para hacer sus trámites. Entonces, todos sabemos que la confianza es muy difícil conseguirla, pero se pierde en un segundo. Y esto es lo que ocurrió en esa digitalización apresurada que ocurrió en pandemia. Todavía arrastramos muchos de esos servicios digitales que están operativos en muchos países de la región, pero que poco a poco se está trabajando en su reconstrucción o su remodelación para poder ajustarlos cada vez mejor a las necesidades reales de los usuarios. Y aquí una reflexión, y es que uno de los principales errores que desde mi punto de vista se cometió durante la pandemia en esta digitalización apresurada fue que se entendió en muchas ocasiones, y generalizando y por supuesto con muy honradas excepciones, que podemos comentar, pero sí que se trató, y esto ocurre por desgracia en muchos países y sigue ocurriendo, la transformación digital como un problema puramente tecnológico, cuando yo no estoy seguro si lo es o no lo es, ¿no? Vamos a intentar averiguarlo juntos.
¿Tú sabes, por ejemplo, cuándo se inventó la rueda?
Hombre, concretamente el día no.
Ya, bueno, pero más o menos. Año 3500 a.C., según Wikipedia, que es la fuente que yo manejo. Sí. ¿Y la maleta?
Ya, eso ya... 500.
Ah, sí, antigua Roma, sí. ¿Vale?
500.
¿Y la maleta con ruedas?
Eso es muy reciente.
En 1972. 20 siglos tardamos en darnos cuenta. 2000 años cargando con el macuto en vilo. O sea, 2000 años en darnos cuenta que eso maridaba bien. O sea, se probó antes el dátil con bacon que la maleta. ¿Qué decir? Aldrin, Armstrong y Collins, que fueron a la Luna en el 69, se fueron hasta el cohete con la maleta en la mano, en vilo.
¡Oh! ¡Qué dato! Me encanta.
Bueno, y efectivamente valga una pequeña nota de humor para ver que claramente el problema de la transformación digital no es un problema tecnológico. La tecnología, mucha de la tecnología que necesitamos a día de hoy para tener un gobierno digital pleno ya está inventada hace años. Hace muchos años que tenemos identidad digital, que tenemos plataformas de interoperabilidad, que tenemos formas de estandarizar los asientos registrales, de estandarizar la semántica de los expedientes y los documentos electrónicos. Es decir, si utilizásemos la tecnología que a día de hoy tenemos al alcance de nuestras manos para transformar digitalmente los sectores públicos, nos sobraría más tecnología de la que realmente a día de hoy está inventada. Que seguimos inventando tecnología, por supuesto. Valga el ejemplo de que todos hoy día tenemos en boca la inteligencia artificial generativa, ¿no? Sin ir más lejos. Pero sin contar ni siquiera tan siquiera con ella a día de hoy, ya podríamos tener gobiernos digitales plenos en toda Latinoamérica. Pero el problema claramente no es tecnológico. El problema, en la mayoría de las veces, es un problema organizativo, un problema de gestión del cambio, un problema que va a trascender a la parte legislativa, a parte normativa, y por lo tanto también como última guinda del pastel en ese diseño de servicios digitales a los usuarios. Porque en ocasiones nos empeñamos en digitalizar el caos. Cuando decimos, vamos a digitalizar, vamos a transformar digitalmente el servicio, ¿no? Y aquí es donde entra el juego de palabras. Porque cuando decimos, vamos a digitalizar este servicio, ¿qué significa? Convertirlo en digital. O sea, llevarme a una plataforma digital, a un portal web, todos esos trámites burocráticos que a día de hoy una persona tiene que hacer en presencial, en una oficina, y por lo tanto trasladarle a esa persona, a ese ciudadano, el problema de si antes venías con toda tu documentación, era el funcionario quien te las escaneaba, las subía al sistema y arrancaba tu trámite, ahora te lo pongo en línea, tienes que hacer lo mismo, pero encima el problema de digitalizarlo es tuyo, es decir, además, cómprate un escáner. Entonces, eso no es transformar digitalmente, eso es digitalizar. Que bueno, en algunas ocasiones para trámites sencillos o trámites que no tengan optimización posible, pues está muy bien. Pero para aquellos trámites en los que realmente requieren una transformación digital, la transformación digital es hacer las cosas distintas utilizando la tecnología. Entonces, y lo que nos ocurre es que también es cierto, esto que hay que decirlo sin que nos oiga mucha gente, pero es cierto que muchas veces los propios clientes no nos dejan, no quieren. Entonces, cuando uno va a un organismo a decir, vamos a transformar digitalmente todos estos trámites burocráticos y tenemos que empezar por entender cuáles son nuestros procesos para realmente poder atacar la transformación de los mismos, no conseguimos en muchas ocasiones realmente poder rascar más allá de intentar llevar lo que ya existe digital, que puede ser una opción como primer paso, pero sin olvidar que ese segundo paso realmente tiene que atacar la transformación que realmente subyace por debajo. Bueno, ¿qué estamos haciendo desde el BID para atacar todos estos problemas que hemos ido hablando y situaciones que tenemos? Lo primero que tenemos encima de la mesa es una estrategia además muy interesante. Si no la conocen, yo les animo a conocerla porque realmente es una estrategia que nos permite tener encima de la mesa todo aquello que realmente el BID en su naturaleza y en su alma mater está. Y es, a día de hoy, nuestros tres objetivos es reducir la pobreza y la desigualdad, atacar el cambio climático, ¿no? E impulsar el crecimiento sostenible regional. Esos son nuestros tres objetivos desde el BID. Y bueno, evidentemente hay otras áreas, que lo que llamamos áreas de foco operacional, son siete áreas de biodiversidad, protección social, igualdad de género, capacidad institucional, etcétera, ¿no? Son esas 7 que aparecen ahí. No las voy a leer, las tienen todas ahí. La estrategia es pública, pues si la quieren leer, es muy interesante. Y si hacemos foco en capacidad institucional, ahí claramente se nos habla en esa estrategia de cómo la transformación digital puede ayudar a conseguir estos objetivos, a reducir esa pobreza, a atacar el cambio climático y a impulsar ese crecimiento sostenible regional. Y nos damos cuenta cómo estamos abordando proyectos y estamos poniendo en marcha proyectos que nos están permitiendo realmente conseguir estos objetivos. Les voy a dar 2 ejemplos. Uno, mujeres indígenas conectadas. Se puso ya en marcha y estamos ampliando un proyecto interesantísimo en Panamá de cómo estamos dándole capacidades digitales a las mujeres indígenas de Panamá para que realmente puedan entrar en un mundo laboral que a día de hoy para muchas comunidades indígenas es absolutamente desconocido. Y tengamos en cuenta que en la región de media, sí, como número medio, solo el 26% de la población tiene las capacidades digitales básicas, lo que la OCDE llama competencias digitales básicas. La media de la OCDE es el 68%. Entonces estamos hablando de la región que realmente necesitamos atacar. Entonces son proyectos que atacan el problema de raíz. Pero es que nos estamos encontrando otras situaciones, y nos vamos a ir al otro extremo, en que hay otros proyectos en los que nos encontramos que una administración muy digital que realmente ya quiere dar el siguiente paso. Y este fue el caso de cuando nos pusimos a trabajar en la digitalización del Poder Judicial de Ceará, en Brasil. Encontramos una justicia que prácticamente estaba digitalizada. Habían ido haciendo muchas cosas y en este caso sí que las vías del tren encajaban entre ellas, casi del todo. Y entonces realmente el proyecto que pusimos en marcha fue un proyecto de ir más allá de la automatización. Y estamos hablando donde ese proyecto de automatización del Poder Judicial de Ceará estamos introduciendo componentes de inteligencia artificial, chatbots aplicados a la justicia porque es un proyecto muy avanzado. Lo que me quiero referir con esto es que estamos ante proyectos de distinta índole y en extremos absolutamente opuestos, con todo el catálogo de variedad que tenemos entre medias de estos 2 ejemplos. Aquí simplemente algunas de las últimas operaciones que están en marcha y que representan estos proyectos. Hay muchísimas más. Simplemente aquí les he traído algunas a colación, porque como también son públicas, en la página web del BID se puede consultar la operación y leer la documentación y en qué consiste, etcétera. Algunas que desde el punto de vista digital me han parecido interesantes para que las puedan tener por si en algún momento quieren consultar alguna de ellas. Lo más importante, entender la realidad lo que está ocurriendo ahí fuera, ¿no? Y este es un proyecto que a mí me resultó fascinante, porque nos pusimos a diseñar el proyecto de justicia, de transformación de la justicia, justicia digital en Panamá. Y entonces nos pusimos a debatir durante varios días de los componentes que iba a tener la operación, en qué iba a consistir, los objetivos, etcétera. Y entonces nos dimos cuenta, llevábamos varias horas hablando de la integración de las poblaciones indígenas, la brecha digital, el tener cuidado, no se agrande demasiado, etcétera. Lo que hay que hacer es disminuirla. Pero claro, todos estábamos allí con nuestro traje, nuestra corbata y el aire acondicionado enchufado en Panamá. Entonces ahí me fui a una comunidad indígena a pasar el fin de semana para intentar entender realmente qué es la justicia digital para ellos, para qué es la justicia digital. Entonces, bueno, yo la historia se la cuento en otro momento, si quieren luego en el turno de preguntas. Aprendí más de plantas medicinales que de justicia digital, pero la experiencia no la cambié, no la cambié por nada. Pero sí fue muy interesante, realmente se extrajeron insumos muy interesantes para el proyecto, para realmente diseñar una operación de préstamo, un proyecto de inversión que realmente sea útiles a comunidades que están ajenas a la digitalización, a la transformación digital, y mucho menos cuando hablamos de sectores tan complicados como puede ser la justicia, ¿no? Y esto lo estamos haciendo a través de que nos está permitiendo, o sea, el conocimiento de la región nos está permitiendo ayudar a nuestros clientes, ayudar a los gobiernos a atacar la problemática de la transformación digital como un todo, ¿no? Como una visión holística donde las operaciones se encajan en ese puzzle. Es un gran puzzle donde las operaciones de préstamo del banco van a encajar como una pieza. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando hablamos de una operación para transformar digitalmente, la primera foto que aparece ahí a la izquierda, la justicia de Colombia. Pero la operación nuestra del banco va a atacar un trocito, pero es que la justicia de Colombia es muy grande. Entonces ahí lo que nos permitió es ver la justicia digital de Colombia en su máximo exponente y ver dónde encajaba la operación de préstamo. Igual que hicimos en Perú, en esa siguiente fotografía, con la interoperabilidad judicial entre Fiscalía y Poder Judicial, o como, por ejemplo, conseguimos hacer también con la estrategia de transformación digital de Chile en esa última fotografía. Estos son 3 ejemplos donde las operaciones del banco lo que hacemos es estudiar cómo encajan dentro de una estrategia global. Entonces, en muchas ocasiones ayudamos a nuestros clientes, a los gobiernos de los países, a que tengan la foto completa y ver dónde el BID realmente les puede ayudar o dónde encajamos nuestras operaciones. Para ello, también estamos generando muchísimos encuentros regionales que están dando unos frutos tremendos. Empezamos en el 2022, recién acabadita la pandemia, donde ya se podía viajar, etcétera, y entonces empezamos a montar unos encuentros regionales para conocer la experiencia de la transformación digital de España. Es uno de los países que a día de hoy está en la punta de lanza de los servicios digitales a ciudadanos y transformación digital. Y entonces empezamos con 3 países, en ese primer 2022 estaba Brasil, Bolivia, Jamaica, luego fuimos ampliando a otros países y estamos viendo cómo realmente el ver en directo, en persona, las autoridades competentes de un país, el cómo funciona esto en otro país, está dando frutos absolutamente prometedores a la hora de tener esa visión dentro de los planes de digitalización de los distintos países, lo cual nos está ayudando mucho a seguir avanzando. Y solo hay que ver algunos números. O sea, si vemos a día de hoy que tenemos abiertas, solo en el departamento en el que estoy yo, dentro del banco, 65 operaciones digitales por valor de 3.200 millones, pero es que vienen de camino 40 más por valor de 8.500 millones. Es decir, la demanda en transformación digital está siendo increíble. O sea, está siendo de una manera exponencial la demanda que estamos recibiendo. Y esto no es más que el reflejo de lo que ya veíamos hablando antes, ese boom de digitalización que se produjo precisamente por la pandemia. Como decíamos, nos acordamos que va a llover cuando truena, pues efectivamente la venimos arrastrando y todavía estos gobiernos de Latinoamérica quieren seguir avanzando en su digitalización de los gobiernos. ¿Qué estamos haciendo con todo este conocimiento? Lo estamos aglutinando todo, o ya se ha aglutinado de hecho, en lo que se llama la guía de transformación digital del gobierno. Ahí tienen los 2 QR para descargarse. El primero de ellos es para descargarse la guía en formato PDF. Es una lectura sencilla de mesita de noche, 722 páginas, para el que tenga insomnio. Es muy fácil de leer y un poquito cada noche se lo va leyendo. Y ese segundo QR que está en el mismo documento, la misma guía, pero está colgado en una plataforma que se llama Cancha Digital. Ahí uno puede crearse un usuario y puede leer la guía de manera interactiva. Lo bonito de esto es que a modo de un libro electrónico, un iPad, etcétera, puede crearse notas, comentarios, subrayados, etcétera, ¿no? Puede enviar feedback a los autores de, oye, pues esto no me gusta, esto sí, esto yo no lo comparto. Entonces puede hacer esa interacción con los autores. El documento está igualmente, por supuesto, es accesible al público gratuito, está accesible para todos ustedes, tanto en su versión PDF como el acceso a Cancha, para lo cual hay que crearse un usuario, pero simplemente por el hecho de que con un usuario creado uno va a poder mantener sus comentarios, sus subrayados, etcétera, dentro de su perfil, lo cual es personal e intransferible. Esa es la guía de transformación digital del gobierno. ¿Y qué dice esta guía? Los QRs van a seguir apareciendo ahí, pues si alguno no le ha dado tiempo a escanearlo, no se preocupen. ¿Qué dice esta guía? Pues la guía lo que nos dice es que efectivamente para transformar digitalmente un gobierno tenemos que ir más allá de la tecnología, no podemos pensar en tecnología. Está muy bien cuando hablamos de transformación digital y todo el mundo piensa páginas web, portales web, herramientas, apps para el teléfono, sí, pero esto tiene que tener distintas dimensiones y cada una de ellas tiene su parte de importancia dentro de la transformación digital y todas ellas, y cada una con su instrumento, hacen que la orquesta suene bien. La primera es la gobernanza y la institucionalidad, es decir, alguien tiene que dirigir la orquesta, alguien tiene que ponerle el sentido a los planes, a las inversiones, a las coordinaciones entre organismos, etcétera, precisamente para evitar que cada uno vaya por su lado, ¿verdad? Y aquí pues hay que hacer comités, hay que crear un ente rector, quién va a ofrecer esos servicios comunes, quién va a crear los estándares de conexión, etcétera, etcétera. Más allá de los tecnológicos, estamos hablando sobre todo de la interoperabilidad semántica. El marco normativo, igualmente, necesitamos mucho más que una ley que diga, y se usarán los medios electrónicos, está muy bien, pero hace falta mucho más marco normativo, cómo se van a proteger los datos, cómo vamos a aterrizar esta protección de datos en un esquema de interoperabilidad, cómo se van a proteger cuando hay interoperabilidad. ¿Estamos autorizados a intercambiar datos entre organismos si el propósito es un ciudadano? Bueno, pues va a depender de la legislación, o sí o no. ¿Y cómo aterrizamos esto en protocolos de intercambio semántico-técnico? O sea, son muchas la normativa, y por eso normativa y no marco legal, que va a descender fruto de la necesidad o la obligación legal de tener gobierno digital dentro de un país. Entonces, esto se nos puede llenar de normas. Yo conozco muy bien el caso de España porque he participado en muchas de las redacciones de esas normas y a día de hoy el documento que contiene es un documento que aglutina toda la normativa de gobierno digital y, si no recuerdo mal, son como 3.000 o 4.000 hojas o algo así, lo que tiene ese documento con toda la normativa, desde cómo se escanea un documento hasta los principios legales que tienen que marcar dentro de la administración. Talento digital y gestión del cambio, es decir, ya tenemos la institucionalidad, quién va a dirigir la orquesta, el marco normativo que va a regir en todo esto, cómo vamos a abordar la transformación digital desde un punto de vista de talento, qué talento necesitamos, tanto para hacer la transformación digital como quien la va a recibir, y por lo tanto, cómo vamos a hacer esa gestión del cambio. Y esto en sí mismo es todo un arte, con un montón de información que pueden ustedes encontrar en la guía de cómo abordar todo este proceso. Infraestructura y herramientas tecnológicas, ahora sí, hablamos de tecnología, qué infraestructura, qué herramientas vamos a necesitar poner en marcha y sobre todo con una visión muy de servicios comunes, ¿no? De lo que hablábamos, intentemos ofrecer una sola plataforma de firma o una sola plataforma de identidad, etcétera. Y cuando digo una sola plataforma no tiene por qué ser solo una solución, pueden ser varias soluciones, pero que de alguna manera estén orquestadas, con un broker por encima. O sea, hay muchas formas de solucionar esto, pero que sí que al menos al usuario le simplifiquemos la vida lo máximo posible y hagamos que las soluciones que haya sean interoperables. Aquí entra en juego toda esa tecnología. Y por último, los procesos y servicios digitales, porque al final todo esto se hace para algo, y es para que el ciudadano pues tenga servicios digitales. Y aquí, sobre todo, yo me gusta pensar mucho en lo que hemos hablado muchas veces de carpeta ciudadana, el portal único de trámites, es decir, aquellos espacios donde los ciudadanos pueden acceder y entrar a su espacio de la administración, donde tienen todos sus expedientes, donde tienen toda su información y, por lo tanto, pueden iniciar cualquier trámite o consultar los resultados de cualquier trámite que hayan realizado con anterioridad. Y al final, estos 5 ejes juntos son los que realmente hacen que la administración en su conjunto funcione. Esto sería un zoom de cómo esos 5 ejes, todas aquellas palancas de cambio, que esos 5 ejes nos dicen que tenemos que poner encima de la mesa a la hora de transformar digitalmente un gobierno. Se lo dejo aquí para su consulta y también para el turno de preguntas, si fuese necesario. Y más allá de esta guía, que está muy bien y es muy completa, pero ya estamos trabajando en las siguientes guías que vienen de camino. Y, por ejemplo, esta guía, cómo se aplica al sector justicia, está a punto de salir, ya prácticamente le faltan unas semanas. Luego va a haber también una específica de gobernanza e institucionalidad, que también viene de camino, y ya estamos trabajando también con los distintos sectores para ver cómo se aplica esta guía en otros sectores más allá del de justicia. Estamos viendo migraciones, educación, transporte, etcétera, etcétera. Son algunos de los sectores con los que ya estamos trabajando para ver cómo la digitalización o transformación digital de esos sectores se une a todo este ecosistema para ofrecer a los ciudadanos servicios holísticos. Esta es como pinta la guía de justicia, para que vean ustedes que efectivamente es una especialización de la guía del gobierno, pero con el foco en justicia. Entonces, cuando tengan la oportunidad de leerla, van a ver cómo cada uno de los distintos capítulos va haciendo enlaces con la guía original, puesto que la guía original de transformación digital es la visión holística de todo el gobierno, y luego ya van a estar las sectoriales que van a enganchar con ella. Entonces, todo este conocimiento va a estar disponible próximamente para toda su consulta. Al final, de lo que se trata es darle respuesta a una sociedad que viene de camino, que requiere tiene unas necesidades muy distintas a las que hemos tenido últimamente, ¿no? En los últimos años. Estamos ante una sociedad que viene de camino, pues que es capaz de estar delante de la ronda de noche de Rembrandt, dándole la espalda prácticamente porque está muy ocupada con sus temas digitales, ¿no? Y esta sociedad realmente nos está pidiendo que subamos de nivel los gobiernos, ¿no? El gobierno electrónico estaba muy bien, el interoperable todavía en muchas ocasiones, en muchos países todavía estamos en ello. Automatizado prácticamente es un sueño, y el gobierno proactivo, pues algún día lo veremos, ¿no? Pero es posible. El tema es que es posible, y la sociedad nos está empujando a conseguir, a ir avanzando, subiendo de nivel estos gobiernos que nos vienen de camino. Porque esta sociedad no nos va a permitir, o no nos debe de permitir, y no lo va a hacer, situaciones como esta.
Quería darme de alta en autónomos.
Ventanilla de información, modelo TA1, lo cumplimenta en esa mesa y después.
Lo he traído relleno.
No ha rellenado esa casilla. Vaya a las mesas de la entrada y...
He traído 2 copias, escritas y revisadas.
Le falta el impreso de Hacienda. Y la fotocopia. Muy bien, Rubita. Tú lo has querido. Fotocopia del DNI. Número de cuenta. Fotocopia de la tarjeta de la Seguridad Social. Fotocopia de los impresos de Hacienda. Doble fotocopia del modelo 036, numerado y grapado.
Y por ahí concluyendo, efectivamente, esta situación no debemos permitir que ocurra, ¿no? Y mucho menos en los países en los que estamos trabajando y en los que tanto pasión estamos poniendo para transformar digitalmente estos gobiernos de América Latina y del Caribe, que tantas satisfacciones nos están dando. No sé si conocen ustedes la historia de Ernest Shackleton cuando dirigió la expedición transantártica, ¿no? Y él publicó esta noticia en el periódico, donde decía que se buscan hombres para un viaje peligroso, con sueldos bajos, frío extremo, largos meses de completa oscuridad, peligro constante, volver a salvo es dudoso, y el honor y el reconocimiento solamente en caso de éxito. Ante este anuncio contestaron miles de personas y hubo que hacer una selección hasta que eligieron, creo que recordar que fueron 27 o 28 los marineros que fueron seleccionados, más un polizón, a la Antártida a hacer esa expedición. Entonces, este es un llamamiento que todos y cada uno de ustedes tienen que ir contribuyendo a que efectivamente es peligroso, es duro, pero realmente nos da muchas satisfacciones. En muchas ocasiones no tenemos muchas veces la ayuda que se nos requiere, ¿no? Que necesitamos para poder llevar a cabo estos proyectos, porque en muchas ocasiones la cultura, como ustedes conocerán a Peter Drucker, se desayuna a la estrategia, ¿no? Entonces, en muchas ocasiones tenemos que luchar contra estas adversidades. Pero si algo nos tiene que quedar claro, es que se puede, se debe y que no debemos olvidarlo ninguno de los días que estemos trabajando en el ámbito de la transformación digital. Si conocen ustedes esta imagen, que entiendo que la conocen, es el cartel de Facebook, y hasta aquí todo bien. Lo que no mucha gente sabe es que por detrás del cartel de Facebook está esto. Y para el que no lo conozca, Sun Microsystems fue la gran tecnológica de los años 80 y 90. Inventaron Java. ¿Vale? Esa fue la gran tecnología de los 80 y 90. Acabó desapareciendo en 2010, la absorbió Oracle. Desde mi punto de vista, creo que no terminaron de adaptarse a los cambios que se estaban produciendo muy deprisa, ¿no? En aquellos momentos. Acabó desapareciendo. Cuando Facebook se instaló en su edificio, que compraron para poner sus headquarters, decidieron no quitarle el cartel, sino darle la vuelta para que todos y cada uno de los empleados, cuando saliese a trabajar, recibiese el mensaje todos los días de si no seguimos innovando, podemos llegar a desaparecer como le pasó a nuestro predecesor en este mismo edificio, a Sun Microsystems. Así que, señores, a seguir innovando todos y cada uno de los días en los que trabajemos en este ámbito. Muchas gracias y a su disposición para responder a cualquier pregunta.
We have time. Fresia. My name is Fresia Chances and I come from Bolivia. Currently, I'm in the 4th year at law school. I'm interested in the administrative part. I was doing some scholarships at a ministry for 1 month. And we had a problem of running into the problem of digitalizing documents. And they've been telling me that it's very, very difficult because first, a lot of people will be out of a job if we digitalize all the paperwork. But the challenge ahead of us is that there are files tracing back to so many years and there are tons of files. It will fill out the whole room. So it's way too much paper. So how can you manage, how can you go about this? Because one is interconnected with the other file. It's not that we digitalize 2016 outwards. It is a need, but at the same time, it is a challenge. So that is my question.
Voy contestando o conocemos.
A ver, espera. Permiso. Tomamos varias preguntas.
Can we take several questions at the same time? Because we have many questions. How much time do you have left?
10-15 minutos.
Okay.
10 or 15. 3 questions then. And then probably you can take questions by email. My name is Carlos Ramirez from Mexico. I'm concerned with continuity. Progress has been made in many countries, like in the case of Mexico. We excelled in many fields, and over the last years, we've remained stagnant. We haven't been an active player, and the same goes for other countries. What do you recommend? What you can do in society? What can you do in society for citizens to have continuity in public policy making, in the digitalization processes, digital transformation, because it's a phenomenon that is pervasive for many, many countries. One more question. 3 questions. Okay, you have the floor. My name is Jimena Bujano from Peru. First and foremost, I would like to commend you for your presentation. You've been clear, exemplifying everything that you have been doing. And my question aims at the changes that can be made. I was involved in the Digitalization Secretariat in Peru. And even though I have seen many projects or initiatives with the Inter-American Development Bank, however, at the regional level, we are aware of that the administrative or public administration, there are changes in some countries more than others, so priorities for some countries are not the same as for others. So what are the challenges that you face in the Inter-American Development Bank, in the IDB, in connection with the changes that may affect important sectors in the region?
Sí, claro.
Yes.
Vamos a ver. Por empezar por la primera, por la compañera de Bolivia.
Let me take the first one of
A ver, cuando
Bolivia.
abordamos un proyecto de transformación digital de estas características, ¿no? Estamos hablando de un país o de un sector completo dentro de la administración pública. Evidentemente, las estrategias de digitalización o de transformación digital
The digitalization strategies will differ case by case.
Digitalicemos todo lo que hay abierto.
We may digitalize everything that is pending, even the repository or the history. So when we launch all digital services, everything will be stored digitally. So based on that date, everything is stored digitally. The strategy will be valid in the case we have controlled information. Reasonable information under control. Strategies that are going to help when we have tons of files that it will be possible to digitalize. Sorry, we cannot translate this speaker.
Para dar respuesta a nuestro negocio, para dar respuesta a nuestros ciudadanos.
Sound is not good enough. He's not using a microphone. Sorry.
Puede empezar a funcionar con todo lo nuevo a partir de tal fecha. Lo viejo seguirá, o lo viejo, lo actual, o lo que vivía hasta la fecha elegida, seguirá tramitándose de manera tradicional, de manera en papel, etc. Con la salvedad o con la estrategia de que, evidentemente, esos expedientes vivos que estaban en papel irán muriendo poco a poco en papel. Lo que se suele hacer cuando pasa cierto tiempo, imaginemos, pongamos para un ejemplo, 2 años, nos vamos a dar 2 años de plazo, donde ya muchos expedientes empezaron a tramitarse en electrónico, todo lo nuevo empezó a ser electrónico, de los que había habido en papel fueron muriendo, y nos encontramos con que a día de hoy todavía nos queda un X en digital. ¿Qué se suele hacer? X en papel. ¿Qué se suele hacer? Pues seleccionar de ese X cuáles son aquellos expedientes por su materia, por su complejidad, etcétera, que son más susceptibles de vivir durante más tiempo. Normalmente se suele utilizar el Pareto, ¿no? Es decir, que 20% de expedientes realmente es el 80% del grueso que realmente va a ser útil en los próximos años desde el punto de vista de relaciones con el ciudadano. Abordemos la digitalización de esos expedientes. ¿Qué nos va a quedar fuera del sistema digital después de todo ese tiempo? Nos van a quedar fuera del sistema digital aquellos expedientes que poco a poco, durante un X tiempo de vida más, seguirán formando parte del trabajo diario. Pero es la única manera de ir digitalizando sitios muy complejos, porque si intentamos abordarlo todo, claramente podemos atragantarnos, ¿no? Dicen que el elefante hay que comérselo por trozos, no podemos comerlo en una sentada. Y, por el contrario, tampoco podemos cruzarnos de brazos y decir, bueno, pues como hay muchos expedientes, no podemos digitalizar. No, hay estrategias intermedias que se suele hacer. Por ejemplo, le voy a poner un ejemplo muy concreto. Cuando abordamos proyectos de digitalización de registros civiles, ¿vale? Y concretamente en Perú tenemos uno, haciendo referencia a la última compañera que ha intervenido. Hay más países con este tipo de proyectos, pero cuando se suelen abordar estos proyectos, lo que se suele hacer es decir, vamos a ver, ¿dónde está el 80% de la población? Los nacidos después de 1945, a por ellos. ¿Hay gente que nació antes de 1945? Sí, por supuesto, pero estamos hablando de muy poquito. Entonces, lo que se suele hacer es ir a por las actas de nacimiento, los registros civiles, de aquellas personas nacidas después de esa fecha. Y entonces, con el 20% de los libros del registro civil, vamos a llegar a digitalizar el 80% de la gente viva de un país. Eso quiere decir que los certificados de nacimiento los vamos a poder emitir de forma automática a través de Internet, sin necesidad de presencia. Luego podemos ir a por las actas de matrimonio y luego por las actas de defunción, etcétera. De tal manera que el histórico, poco a poco, va a desaparecer. Ese 20%, por la ley de la vida y la naturaleza, va a desaparecer. ¿Que terminamos el proyecto y nos queda tiempo? Bueno, a lo mejor abordamos 5 años más para atrás para tener el 100%. Pero de que abordemos el proyecto, seguramente ese 10%, ese 15% ya haya de forma natural desaparecido. Entonces, son estrategias de digitalización sin tener que digitalizar todo el histórico. En cuanto al comentario que también hacías de, claro, mucha gente que se va a quedar sin trabajo. Bien, como cualquier otra revolución industrial, esto deja de ser una revolución también industrial, ¿vale? En este caso de digital. Yo, desde mi punto de vista, no se pierden trabajos, se transforman, ¿vale? La gente se reinventa. Cuando pusimos las notificaciones electrónicas en España, yo me acuerdo que en España existe una figura que se llama procurador, que es la persona que es el mensajero del abogado, ¿vale? Siendo muy simplista, hace más cosas, pero básicamente es el que lleva los papeles al juzgado y vuelve al abogado, ¿vale? Le lleva los papeles y vuelve. Cuando pusimos las comunicaciones electrónicas entre juzgados y abogados, esta gente decía, es que nos vamos a quedar sin trabajo. Yo recibía amenazas como director de informática. Entonces, hay que reinventarse, y la población se va reinventando y va buscando otros trabajos, desaparecerán unos, aparecerán otros. Claramente, buscando este ejemplo, cuando decíamos, claro, cuando poníamos las notificaciones electrónicas, perdió la necesidad del señor que va con el carrito por los pasillos repartiendo los papeles dentro de los juzgados. Había que buscar otro trabajo. Entonces hubo que reinventar ciertos puestos de trabajo. ¿Qué es lo que ocurrirá? Que, claro, para ese puesto ya no va a entrar nunca nadie más. Entonces esos últimos puestos se perderán con el cambio cultural, con el cambio generacional. Y aparecerán otros nuevos porque habrá más gente que esté preparada en desarrollo de software, inteligencia artificial, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, el tema de que se pierden trabajos, puede haber pequeños escalones, sobre todo al principio, pero la sociedad tiene que ir regulando eso, para no quedarnos anclados precisamente y no avanzar en transformación digital. Carlos, de México, nos comentabas el tema de la continuidad y de los vaivenes políticos, ¿no? Y es una pregunta que iba muy relacionada con la compañera que hacía también después de Perú, ¿no? De los cambios de las administraciones públicas y que las prioridades cambian, de los vaivenes políticos. Básicamente la contestación para ambos es la misma, ¿no? A ver, aquí claramente tenemos que intentar de alguna manera confiar en que nuestros políticos se van poniendo de acuerdo y que entienden que cosas tan importantes como la transformación digital no es un tema de campaña política ni de partido político. Tiene que ser un pacto de Estado, tiene que ser una política de Estado. Es decir, cuando un partido político X, del color que sea, pone en marcha toda una estrategia de digitalización, de transformación digital del sector público, del gobierno, los que entran después tienen que, pueden tener opiniones distintas en ciertos proyectos concretos o cuál priorizar, pero lo que es la política de transformación digital del sector público tiene que seguir adelante y eso los políticos lo tienen que entender y como sociedad se lo tenemos que hacer entender. Cierto es, y cuando uno creo que uno de los dos decía, ¿qué estoy haciendo desde el banco para intentar que esto ocurra? Bueno, nosotros siempre que hay unas contrapartes nuevas en un gobierno, intentamos de alguna manera hacerles ver todos los avances que desde el punto de vista, independientemente de la política, se están haciendo desde el punto de vista de transformación digital, las bondades que tiene, qué se puede conseguir, lo bueno que es, por qué mejora el país. De hecho, incluso el simple hecho de tener identidad digital, hay estudios que demuestran que mejora el PIB de los países, ¿vale? Porque se generan más transacciones, se genera otra dinámica. El tema de tener justicia digital mejora las inversiones extranjeras, porque las empresas van a ver en un país, en aquellos países, que una justicia digital me ofrece más predecibilidad, más transparencia, más acceso a la justicia, etcétera. Y por lo tanto, mis inversiones, para que estén seguras ante un problema, las voy a hacer en países donde me estén proporcionando esta seguridad, más allá de la normativa jurídica, ¿no? Entonces, hay muchos beneficios que nosotros siempre les explicamos a los países. Ahora bien, la voluntad de los políticos dirigentes de un país es soberana y contra la Iglesia hemos topado. Pero sí que es cierto que intentamos de alguna manera evangelizar esto.
Hola, sí, ¿tenés un minuto más para preguntas?
Sí, vamos a hacer otra.
Olá, buenas tardes.
Hello.
Felicidades por el trabajo de IB.
I commend you on the ITB paper.
Sou Iago de Brasil.
My name is Hanor from Brazil,
Jurídica
and
del Tribunal de Justiça do
legal
Estado do Ceará.
consultant
Incluso
for
remunerado
the
por el
Shura
IB.
Court,
Así que muchas gracias por mi empleo.
and I receive compensation of
Bueno,
ITB, so
usted
thank you
mostró que hay
for paying
diversos
my
proyectos
salary.
del BID para
We
fomentar la
have
innovación en
many projects
instituciones
to
públicas.
promote
Es el caso
public
del Poder
organizations,
Judicial de
like in the
Ceará.
case of the
Como había
judiciary
en su
of
presentación,
my
allá
department.
estamos más allá de la automatización.
So beyond automation, there's a
Y también
real action
innovación no
plan
digital, por
of
ejemplo,
digital
con design
transformation.
thinking y lenguaje claro. Así que mi consulta es, ¿qué considera el BID
So,
para invertir
what
en
do you
transformación
consider,
digital?
or
Por país, por
how do you
institución,
consider
por
the digital
proyectos.
investments?
Me
Do you
pareció muy
consider
interesante el mapeo
what are the
que presentó
criteria per
y me dejó
country, per
curioso.
project,
Muchas gracias y
per size
felicidades.
of project? Thank you. Your presentations seem to be very interesting.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es
Hello, my name is Theo Quejada and I come from Uruguay. And I'm part of the working group of Digital Citizenry of Uruguay. We've been working recently on the new strategies.
Me parecía muy ilustrativo el video que mostraste de los trámites.
The video was self-explanatory.
Y quería traer una voz que surgió de algunos focus
And I
group que
wanted to
hicimos
bring some
relacionado a las experiencias de los usuarios.
explanation in some of the focus groups
Si bien
from their users we
estamos
interviewed
digitalizando muchísimo,
on the part of the state. Even though we
no
have
estamos centrados en el
digitalized
usuario,
many things,
los trámites, sobre todo
the
no son
paperwork
muy
is not focused or centered on the
difíciles
user.
de encontrar, sobre todo por las personas que
And
tienen
they are
menos
difficult to
educación.
find, especially
Me refiero a
for
educación cívica y
the
habilidades
people
digitales.
that they don't have the necessary
Entonces, mi
IT
pregunta es,
skills or
¿ves ahí un
civic
potencial en
education.
la
Do you
inteligencia
see
artificial como
the
para poder
potential in
frontear,
artificial intelligence?
perdón por la expresión, pero por ejemplo decir, me quiero ir de viaje y
For
que
example,
en realidad la inteligencia artificial me pueda ofrecer
I want to
qué
travel,
voy a
and
necesitar
probably artificial
hacer los
intelligence
trámites.
will
Porque
recommend
muchas veces
what
sucede que
paperwork I need to fill out.
buscan un
Because
trámite y cuestión no era
sometimes
subsidio, era
you
otra
are
palabra
looking
técnica
for
y la gente no conoce la nomenclatura del
for
Estado.
a certain request of
Entonces,
paperwork,
para
and it
migrar
was a
a
subsidy.
asegurar
No,
al usuario en
it's not a paperwork. So
la búsqueda
probably you
de
can
trámites,
guide
si
the
cree que la
username
inteligencia artificial
in
puede
searching
aportar ahí.
for those queries. In what ways could AI be beneficial for the user?
Olá, buenas tardes. Me llamo Emerson.
Good afternoon. My
Noves, de
name is
Brasil.
Emerson Noves from Brazil.
Las experiencias con gobiernos digitales
Experiences
varían
with
también
digital
entre los
government
países, con naciones más
vary
fuertes,
according to
frecuentemente
the
llegando
country,
adaptando los modelos de los países
especially the new
norte
countries that
global.
replicate
Recientemente
the
hemos visto
north.
que Cuba, un pequeño país de la
Recently,
Oceanía, trae el primero
I was in
en
a
migrar
country
esta
that
estructura
was
del
the
gobierno
first
a
one to
Metaverse,
migrate to
debido a la
metaverse.
amenaza inminente
The
de
whole
desaparecer
structure.
a causa del
Given
calentamiento
the
global.
threat of
¿Cómo
global
se ve
warming,
el
how
BID
do
en ese
you,
proceso de
an
transformación
ITV, see
digital?
this
¿Y
transformation
de qué manera
process?
las tecnologías
And
de
in what
mundos
ways
virtuales como los
virtual world
metaversos
applications
pueden
such as
beneficiar o no
metaverse
a los
could
países
benefit or not those
subdesarrollados
countries
del sur
that
global?
are
Gracias.
the developing countries of the global south, especially.
Un participante virtual pregunta lo siguiente.
There's an online participant saying what are the negative consequences of creating a strategy, centralizing data under a single regulatory agency or government agency, extending requirements nationwide based on digital sovereignty. Thank you very much for your time and patience.
Bueno, a ver, empezamos, Yago, obrigado. No falo portugués, so, te voy a contestar en español. No, fuera bromas, estoy aprendiendo portugués, o lo intento por lo menos. A ver, el tema de las inversiones, como decía, por país, por institución, etcétera. Yo creo que lo más importante de todo es que exista una estrategia, ¿no? Porque como ese dibujo que veíamos al principio de mi presentación, donde esté todo y decir, ok, o sea, aquí está todo lo que queremos hacer a nivel de institución, a nivel incluso subnacional, ¿no? Por ejemplo, también gobiernos regionales, en vuestro caso muy representativo, en el caso de Brasil, por la cantidad de estados que hay, pero luego las poblaciones o los municipios, ¿no? Entonces, porque tengamos en cuenta que al final el ciudadano, de donde más cerca está, hace su municipio y de su estado. Entonces, las estrategias de digitalización, las grandes estrategias de digitalización nacionales en países como el caso de Brasil, ¿no? O México también, que son grandes países enormes, que tienen una estructura subnacional muy importante, pues entonces se complejizan muchísimo más. En este caso, lo más importante de todo, más que dónde centrar las inversiones, es dónde centrar la estrategia. Y entonces la estrategia tiene que ser una estrategia realmente muy madura, que permita no solo ver todas las conexiones que hay que hacer entre las distintas instituciones, que sí, que está muy bien, pero el cómo ver la estrategia de transformación, cómo se va a llevar a cabo. Y para eso hacen falta en muchas ocasiones planes de sostenibilidad en el tiempo. Y esto engancha con lo que hablábamos antes, ¿no? De cómo hacer frente a esos vaivenes políticos. En muchas ocasiones, cuando conseguimos comprometer las partidas presupuestarias de años venideros para sostener en el tiempo estrategias que hemos puesto en marcha, eso muchas veces nos ayuda a que los siguientes gobiernos también sigan apostando sobre estrategias que ya están puestas en marcha y que por lo tanto tienen unos recursos definidos y sostenidos en el tiempo. Entonces, y eso nos va a dar, por su propia naturaleza, nos tiene que dar el plan de inversiones que debe acompañar una estrategia, ¿no? La estrategia, en contra de lo que muchas veces pensamos dentro de un país, es mucho más allá que una agenda digital. Decimos, una agenda digital está muy bien porque marca dónde está el faro, dónde está la luz, dónde queremos ir. Está muy bien la agenda digital, pero la estrategia es mucho más. La estrategia es, tengo esa agenda y necesito saber cómo la voy a conseguir. Y todos esos planes de cómo la conseguir, el plan de inversión, el plan de aprovisionamiento, el plan de transparencia, el plan de financiamiento, etcétera. Ahí entra en juego pues, el plan de financiamiento, cómo voy a financiarme con el BID, con recursos nacionales, con el Banco Mundial, etcétera. El plan de aprovisionamiento, cómo lo voy a hacer, recursos propios, contratando empresas privadas, etcétera, internacionales. Hay un sinfín de planes que deben de acompañar el cómo voy a conseguir esos objetivos. Y ahí entra en juego por lo que decíamos, ¿no? el que ese plan de inversiones tendrá que ir atacando las distintas partes. En unos casos será la parte más institucional de los gobiernos, en otro caso será más las subregionales o subnacionales, y por lo tanto ir comiéndonos, como decíamos, ese elefante por trocitos, ¿no? Diego de Uruguay nos preguntabas el tema de trámite centrados, el potencial de la inteligencia artificial, trámites que no están centrados en los usuarios, etcétera. Ok, vamos a ver. Hablábamos en una de mis diapositivas, en esa pirámide que decía el gobierno electrónico, gobierno digital, gobierno proactivo, ¿no? el interoperable, ¿cómo era? Interoperable y proactivo. Entonces, cuando queremos ir a un gobierno digital proactivo, ¿es posible? Por supuesto que sí, y la inteligencia artificial ayuda muchísimo. De hecho, por ejemplo, y les voy a poner un ejemplo concreto. A día de hoy en España, uno en su carpeta ciudadana, el ciudadano español, yo entro en mi carpeta ciudadana y me dice, su pasaporte va a caducar dentro de X tiempo. Y entonces al lado tienes el botón de seleccionar cita. Entonces, ya me está diciendo un trámite que tengo que hacer y que yo a lo mejor no lo sé, no me acuerdo. ¿Por qué? Porque me acordaré cuando me vaya de viaje, que es el ejemplo que ponías, y vea que mi pasaporte está caducado o a punto de caducar. Entonces, ¿Para qué las prisas, no? Bueno, mi carpeta ciudadana ya me avisa. Su licencia de conducir está a punto de caducar. Entonces pedí cita. Entonces, esa proactividad que un gobierno te va a dar, eso, por ejemplo, puede ir mucho más allá, porque estamos hablando de cosas muy básicas, porque son cosas que son fechas, que vienen en un documento y están en una base de datos, y por lo tanto es un algoritmo que va a recorrer esto. Si a este tipo de proactividad básica le añadimos inteligencia artificial, el potencial es enorme. Es decir, a día de hoy, una persona que simplemente por el hecho de inscribir a un menor recién nacido, o que el hospital donde da a luz una persona, y ese niño se inscriba por el hospital en el registro civil y diga, este señor, este bebé es hijo de fulanito y menganito. A partir de ese momento, que un algoritmo de inteligencia artificial recorra toda mi historia y me diga qué trámites puedo hacer para pedir una ayuda, para pedir un subsidio, para tener una baja de paternidad, yo qué sé, las 1000 cosas que ocurren cuando uno tiene un bebé y que no sabe qué tiene que hacer. Cualquiera de nosotros que hemos tenido un bebé, yo no sabe qué tiene que hacer. Y al final te vas enterando porque uno te dice, porque el otro tal. ¿Por qué no es la administración, desde el punto de vista proactivo, con inteligencia artificial, la que me dice, ¿has tenido un bebé? No pasa nada. Mira, como eres funcionario del gobierno, puedes hacer esto, esto y esto. Además, como estás casado, no lo sé, o sea, los trámites que se puedan hacer, no tengo ni idea. Entonces, eso de inteligencia artificial, el potencial es brutal. Ahora bien, con la salvedad de que has puesto un ejemplo muy interesante. Es decir, por ejemplo, yo me voy de viaje y tal, no sé qué toca hacer. Incluso hablamos de personas mayores que no tienen competencias digitales, ¿no? Porque a lo mejor yo las tengo. Y el algoritmo de inteligencia artificial me identifica, me manda un email con un acceso a mi carpeta ciudadana, donde me ha preparado todo un catálogo de trámites que yo puedo hacer en base a mi situación que acaba de ocurrir. Y el gobierno proactivamente me ha preparado esa selección. Y yo puedo acceder con mi identidad digital, los miro, etc. Pero claro, cuando hablamos de mi madre, con 81 años, le mandan ese email, lo primero que hacer es coger el teléfono y decirme, hijo mío, ¿qué hago con esto? Lo primero es que le leo yo el email, por supuesto, pero bueno. Entonces, la inteligencia artificial para esos casos es útil. Yo creo que todo lo contrario, es contraproducente, desde mi punto de vista. ¿Por qué? Porque yo creo que les va a alejar más. Si una persona mayor que no tiene competencias digitales no quiere un algoritmo de inteligencia artificial, ni quiere un chatbot, ni una máquina automatizada que le diga lo que tiene que hacer, quiere una persona que se lo explique. Entonces, la inteligencia artificial creo que puede dar muchos beneficios a aquella parte de la población que ya tiene las competencias digitales y que por lo tanto no se va a asustar de la inteligencia artificial, pero para personas de poblaciones vulnerables, personas mayores, etcétera, yo creo que le puede agrandar más la brecha si no se anda con muchísimo cuidado la gestión del cambio de la inteligencia artificial. Yo me imagino a mi madre que una máquina le llame y le diga, señora, tiene usted esto, porque soy un algoritmo de inteligencia artificial que ha averiguado. Ay, madre, cuelga. Entonces, yo creo que cualquiera de las nuestras que estamos aquí en esta sala. Entonces, yo con esa salvedad, para eso suele funcionar bastante mejor esos centros de ayuda donde a las personas que no tienen las competencias digitales suficientes les vamos a ayudar a ir poco a poco comprendiendo y entrando en el mundo digital. Y bueno, yo creo que Emerson también básicamente va muy relacionado sobre todo con el tema del metaverso, ¿no? Hace poco leíamos una noticia, hace unos meses, leíamos una noticia que un país de Latinoamérica había realizado su primer juicio en el metaverso, ¿vale? Esto salió hace unos meses. Entonces, de hecho, hay mucha polémica todavía de eso. Yo no sé si ha llegado a fallar la Corte Suprema o no, todavía lo tengo que mirar, porque, claro, un señor entra al metaverso, o sea, le piden que entre al metaverso y se encuentra con su juez, es un muñequito, el abogado es otro y tal, y se genera un juicio ahí con un montón de muñequitos muy bonitos y lo condenan. Pues hombre, no me parece serio. Las cosas como son. Lo siento un montón y a lo mejor es una opinión un poco... Pero no me parece serio, ¿no? Yo creo que cualquiera de nosotros, si te van a condenar, quieres un juez enfrente tuya que te diga el por qué, ¿no? Bueno, hacer el metaverso. Entonces, ¿pueden ayudar estas tecnologías? Por supuesto que sí, igual que la inteligencia artificial, el metaverso, hay muchas de estas tecnologías que nos van a ayudar muchísimo. Ahora bien, que las convirtamos en el camino, tampoco creo que, porque corremos el riesgo de, al igual que decía antes, que agrandar una brecha digital que puede llegar a deshumanizar muchísimo la administración. Yo creo que las cosas tienen que ir madurándose con el tiempo y a lo mejor dentro de X años todo es completamente automático, inteligencia artificial y vivimos en Skynet. Pero creo que de momento la administración pública tiene que seguir teniendo un trato al menos al servicio de las personas, ¿no? Y eso creo que es importante, ¿no? Deshumanizarlo. Por último, tenemos una pregunta de la audiencia virtual que hablaba de esa centralización de datos en una sola institución. Bueno, a ver, depende de cómo se maneje, se gestione y se diseñe, ¿no? Porque cuando hablamos de centralizar datos, podemos hablar de centralizar datos desde un punto de vista físico, es decir, tenemos un data center donde están las máquinas de toda la administración pública perfectamente custodiadas, con unas medidas de seguridad brutales, y estamos mejorando la situación que a día de hoy muchos organismos tienen porque sus máquinas están en cuartos literal, en algunos cuartos de limpieza o incluso en cuartos de baño, y están los servidores de los datos. Y centralizamos todos esos servidores en un gran data center, perfectamente en un búnker custodiado por policía. ¿Están mejor custodiados? La respuesta es sí. ¿Están centralizados? Bueno, si cada uno gestiona sus máquinas en remoto, lo único que está en un sitio físico mucho mejor cuidados, la respuesta es no. Ahora bien, opción B, resulta que no, ese data center que ha creado el ente rector del gobierno digital de un país va a aglutinar en sus bases de datos todos los datos y a cada uno le va a dar acceso a su espacio. Igualmente, ¿estamos mejorando en cuanto a protección de infraestructura y sobre todo en muchos casos infraestructuras críticas? La respuesta es sí. ¿Está ese órgano central gestionando los datos? No. ¿Bien hecho? Por supuesto, no. Etcétera. O sea, lo que me refiero es que hay muchos diferentes niveles de cómo hacer esa centralización, ¿no? De hecho, en algunas ocasiones, lo que se suele hacer en algunas soluciones de carpeta ciudadana que hablábamos antes, cuando uno accede a su carpeta ciudadana como ciudadano y ve todos los expedientes que tiene abiertos en los distintos ministerios, organismos que están conectados a la carpeta ciudadana, realmente esos datos no están en la carpeta ciudadana, sino que es la carpeta ciudadana, cuando yo me conecto, la que en tiempo real recorre las conexiones con todos los organismos y dice, oiga, ¿qué sabe usted de José Luis? ¿Qué sabe usted de José Luis? ¿Qué sabe usted de José Luis? Y todos responden, y esa información se representa en pantalla. Pero esa información no debe de estar almacenada en esa carpeta ciudadana, porque efectivamente estaría almacenando una información que en muchas ocasiones no le corresponde. Sobre todo cuando hablamos de temas de ficha médica, etcétera, ¿no? Que realmente tiene una protección posiblemente mucho más especial. Pero, por eso decía que centralización de datos, dependiendo qué datos y dependiendo de qué nivel. Si hablamos de infraestructura física, de dato real, acceso al dato, entonces, bueno, puede tener muchas variables que realmente la respuesta no es un sí o un no, sino es un caso concreto y una decisión estratégica a largo plazo.
Bueno, agradecemos muchísimo.
Well, thank you very much for your time. A round of applause for Luis. Thank you. It was a very interesting presentation. Perhaps you could share a PDF with us that we can send out to our scholars, because you brought up a number of really interesting issues that could be really quite relevant for our activities. Thank you for all the time that you've given us today and the trouble you took answering the questions. And our greetings to our friends at the IATB who are always so supportive of our task. Big hug from Buenos Aires. Okay, thank you very much. It was a joy to participate. Right. Don't leave. I need Fede. Well, we're going to make an announcement with Fede. Okay. Couple of photographs, guys. 2 photographs. One on the stairs. So I want everybody lined up on the stairs from the bottom up, as it were. If we can go and stand on the steps outside. On the steps, right? On the steps over here. These steps here. And then on the steps outside the hotel. And then it's coffee break. Okay, thank you.
Prueba de sonido, probando sonido. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6.
¿Me das audio? Vamos, a ver, por favor, nos sentamos, por favor, que ya tenemos todos los panelistas.
Please be seated.
Siéntense, como dicen en mi pueblo.
Okay, please be seated.
Mientras haya, déjale, dicen. ¿No? Es un buen español. Mientras haya, déjale. Déjale. Para allá, para acá. Bueno, bien, sí, sí.
All right.
Bueno, tenemos un panel. Este es el último tema.
We have an upcoming panel that is going to address the topic of infrastructure. We have dealt with infrastructure, especially during the first day, and today we're going to have specialists coming from all over Latin America. We have Jesaias, who is the vice president of Abranet, that is Brazilian Association of Internet, and he lives in Amazonas. Where do you live? In Manaus. So he has traveled a long way to come all the way to Argentina. Thank you. Round of applause for Jesaias. Our second panelist is Cesar Diaz, coming from LACNIC, leading telecommunication affairs of LACNIC. Third panelist, Lisania de Contelca, Executive Secretary from Contelca, from the Dominican Republic. Then, Nico Pascual, Superintendent of Planning and Regulation of Anatel. And Pablo Garcia cannot join us because he's sick. However, we have Pana Mendez, who is the Executive Secretary of ASIET, and then we have Diego Molano Vega, who's who's an international consultant on transformation of digital governance. He was our host in Bogota. Diego was our moderator and host in Bogota. It's a pleasure to see you once again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are listening to both audios. I hear you perfectly well. I hear you perfectly well. Please, you need to close the YouTube tab. Otherwise, if you have opened the browser with a tab, you click on YouTube, then it needs to be closed.
Es que yo tenía YouTube abierto.
Yeah, great. This is better because I close YouTube. Yeah, YouTube has a delay because of streaming. Thank you, Diego, for always being with us. He was the host in 2012 when he was presiding the ICTs of Colombia. And at that time, he has always taken part in projects. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming. And I would like to thank all the panelists for being here. Diego, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Jesayas is here right beside me. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. The only panelist here is Jesayas that is here with us in the room. Good. We're going to be discussing these infrastructure topics, and we have been addressing this throughout our lifetime for decades. And before delving into this topic, I would like our panelists to introduce themselves. They can tell us of what they do, and they can tell us a secret that so far has not been revealed. Just to set a high bar, my name is Diego Molano and I come from Boyaca. Boyaca is the nicest place in Latin America that is located in the center of Colombia. And I live in Washington and I have a consultant firm where we are involved in helping governments and large multinationals and corporations to make digital transformation. We work for the public sector with policy-making projects and initiatives for governments in Latin America and in some countries in Europe. I'm a general manager of a venture capital fund investing in startups across Europe and Latin America. And we see how countries from the financial perspective, education and health perspective, they are able to transform themselves digitally. And it's a pleasure to be here speaking in the SSIG. And speaking of secrets, I have to convince my wife today because I like cycling. Those that are very fond of cycling, you know, everybody wants to go cycling. And there came the ideal, the best bike that I would like to purchase. And is in the weekend website. So I need to convince her that we have a tight budget but in the household, but I have to convince her that I spend thousands of dollars on a new bike. So I am thinking of what to do. This is the secret that I had revealed. Lisania, what are you doing in the Dominican Republic? Good afternoon to you all. I think it's the evening for most of the countries for the afternoon. My name is Lisania Perrin. I'm the Executive Secretary for Comtelca, it's a communication agency involved in the Central American Regulatory Agency encompassing ministries, ICTs, and regulatory entities in telecommunications and information technology. We are we're makers of public policy, and we perform studies to guide decision makers to create regulatory policies. I am based in the Dominican Republic. I am teleoperator and we're working remotely until we go back to the Executive Secretariat, or the Executive Secretary that is based in Panama. So I'm going to be at your disposal to take any questions. And what is your secret? I just bought a ticket to fly to New York for summertime. And I just purchased it, and you're the ones that are really finding out. Vacations, okay.
a un lugar que se llama Cape Cod, que queda en Massachusetts, pero de ahí nos vamos en vehículo desde Nueva
We're
York.
gonna drive
Desde
from
Jersey,
New
porque
York to
justo la acabo de
Massachusetts.
comprar.
Si vienes a Colombia en ese paseo,
If you come
te ofrezco una buena
to
comida
Colombia,
colombiana.
I
Buenísimo,
can offer you
gracias.
good food here, good Colombian
Bueno,
food.
Marileana,
Thank you.
¿cómo estás?
Hola.
¿En qué parte del
Listo,
mundo
¿cómo
estás?
estás? No, estoy en...
Miss Maidana,
yo voy a diferir porque yo digo que yo soy la que vivo en el lugar
I am
más
the
bonito de
one
América
that
Latina.
lives in Latin
De la
America.
cintura de América,
I live
en el puro centro de Costa
in
Rica.
the center
Encantada de
of Central
saludarlos.
America and Costa Rica, the belt
Bueno, mi
of
nombre es Mariliana Méndez.
Central
Para los que
America.
nos
My
escuchan
name is
desde la escuela,
Mariana
realmente un
Mendez.
gusto estar aquí
For
en
the
esta
attendees that are online, it's a
edición.
pleasure to be on the 16th edition
Además,
of the SSIG.
recordar que he estado muy presente en la
Let me
escuela
remind
desde
you that
muchos
I've
otros,
been in this
desde
school
muchas otras ediciones
attending these
y
sessions in
realmente
previous
es muy
editions,
placentero siempre la
and
energía
it's
que
always
esa
a
escuela
pleasure
transmite.
to see the energy
Yo
and how
soy la secretaria
enthusiastic
general
these
de la
people
Asociación
are.
Interamericana
I'm
de
the
Empresas de
Secretary General
Telecomunicaciones, una
of
asociación que
the
tiene más de 40 años de trabajar
Telecommunication
en
Secretaries
la
here in Costa
industria
Rica
de las
that has worked
telecomunicaciones,
many
buscando
years in
mejorar las
telecommunications,
condiciones de
and we want to
inversión
improve
y además de ello,
investment
pues,
conditions, and at the
tratando de
same
compartir
time
las
we
mejores
try to
prácticas
compete and share
en
the
el
best
desarrollo
practices
de
while
infraestructura
developing
digital y en
infrastructure,
general
digital
en los temas de
infrastructure in
digitalización
terms of
en América
digitalization
Latina.
across
Me
Latin
pusiste
America.
en un punto complejo, algún secreto que
It's
no,
very
no revelo.
complex.
Yo creo que soy demasiado
It's very
conversadora
complex.
para tener un secreto. Tendría que ser algo muy
I don't have a
reciente.
secret.
Pero
I don't have a
bueno,
secret, but still it has to be very recent. We are all ears.
creo que no tengo planes tan bonitos
I
como
don't
los que
have
esta campaña todavía programados,
new
ni tengo
plans,
aficiones tan
and
caras
I
como
don't
las tuyas.
have expensive hobbies as buying such expensive bikes.
Como proyecto de
But
vida,
as
a mí
my
se me
way of
casa el
living,
arbitraje, así que es algo que nunca no había contado a la gente del sector. Ya es un secreto a voces, pero un secreto al fin.
Oye, felicitaciones, felicitaciones.
Congratulations,
Yo creo que hace muchos
congratulations.
años pensé que no tenías
For many
hijos
years,
de esa
I
edad.
thought that you didn't have any children,
Pensé que tenías así de pronto en high school.
or you had children in high school but not at the university.
Hace muchos años
No,
y
they were
ya
born
casi
many
me
years
casan,
ago.
¿verdad? No sé cómo funciona ese,
They're almost my age.
ese
I
sistema
don't know
de
how
tiempo
that
que crecen
time
ellos, pero eso sí.
framework works, but that's the way I say it. Caesar,
¿Dónde estás?
Gracias.
let me welcome Caesar. Thank you. I would like to thank and acknowledge all the attendees. I'm in Panama. I'm from Panama and I work remotely together with Enisane. I lead telecommunication affairs for LACNIC in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I work on development ICT policies in the region, and I actively participate in fora, intergovernment, CTEL, Internet Governance Fora, and that is why I am glad that you have invited me and you have given me the opportunity to address my presentation, my know-how, and to discuss what is our perspective in order to improve the state of the region. My secret is that I'm a fan, a baseball fan. I love baseball. I follow always the pre-season, the spring matches. I go to the games, I go to the stadiums, and I'm a big fan. It's a minor thing. It's not that ambitious as buying a bike, but that is my secret. Good. Milo. Yes, I'm going to speak in Portuñol.
Okay. So, welcome. I'm going to speak English because my Spanish isn't good enough for a panel of this quality or this caliber.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks South School for the invitation. I'm Nilo Pasquale. I'm the superintendent for planning and regulation in Brazil, here in the regulatory agency in Anatel, the telecom regulator. Basically, my area is responsible for all regulation related to telecommunications. My area is responsible as well for service universalization. So we're the ones who discuss all the issues related to bidding auctions and things like that and obligations. So service expansion and infrastructure expansion is all under our purview here. Of course, it's a collective discussion, involves many areas in Anatel. We are only the conductors of this discussion. And again, I welcome very much the invitation and thank you again. And for a secret, I don't think I have money. Probably the current one is that I'm trying to get some vacation from my boss, but it's kind of hard to find the correct time to actually leave. But I'm pretty sure we'll manage to get it eventually. Thank you, Diego.
Thank you, Nilo. Y vamos con...
Muchas gracias. We aren't seeing who's next. Can we see? Hello. I'm going to speak Portuguese. And I'm from Brazil. Who's from Brazil over here? Yay. Well, hi everybody. I promise that I'm going to speak very slowly so that everybody can understand me. I am Isaías Arruda. I'm representing the Brazilian Internet Association. And I also work in a company called Bemol, which is in the heart of the Amazon. We're in Manaus. We're in the northern region of the Amazon. And all of these different areas, Roraima, Acre, and Western Pará. We're facing a lot of different challenges. And the main focus of our activity is how to include the north of Brazil and the Amazonian region into the area, the Colombian Amazon too, the Amazon which crosses frontiers and brings countries together. The idea is to help internet reach all these different places which are so remote. But in Brazil, we also have a country where 19% of it is completely unconnected to internet. So that's a major challenge. So one of our big objectives is, with the projects that we're doing and the strategies that we're following, is to reduce that gap, the digital gap, and to deliver connectivity to the region and to link the countries through technology. I have a question. Do you have a secret that nobody knows and you would like to share with us now? I do have a few secrets that I can share. I'm going to talk about some of them, but I think the secret is that all of these people are seeking to discuss the future of the governance of internet in Latin America. That, for me, is such a huge difference. I'm amazed by this. Every time that we agree or we disagree on something, we are working on sharing. That's the thing I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much, Isaías. It's not exactly the kind of secret I thought that we had to share, but anyway. In terms of internet, Latin America has progressed in the deployment of internet, in penetration. If we look at the figures, we can see that there's still a problem there. But there are several sources that tell us that over 70% of Latin Americans say they're connected to internet. In some countries, this is more than 80%. In some countries, it's less than 70%. And we're asking ourselves how we're doing. Latin America has as much of an internet penetration as China. But let's look at the reality rather than the figures. If we look at a small municipality in Brazil, or in Central America, or in Colombia, or any other country, and we ask any family, are you connected to internet? Probably 70% of them will say yes. And then the question is, how do you connect to internet? And the answer of over 70% of these who are connected is going to be, I use it with my smartphone. Oh, okay then. And whose cell phone is that? Well, it's mine, but I lend it to my kids, and so on and so forth. And how do you connect to internet? Most of them are using prepaid data plans, which is pretty limited. These users, most of them, when they have money, buy these packs, but they go through them really fast. But thanks to the zero waiting, these users can continue to use Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook, and they think they're connected to internet, and so they continue to use them. So during the pandemic, we realized that the figures weren't actually telling us the truth. So when we started measuring internet penetration in a different way, then we started looking at meaningful connectivity, and we discovered that, in fact, only 10% of families with children are properly connected. What does that mean? They have a broadband connection, which is unlimited, and that each person has at least their one terminal, and that their access to internet is unlimited, that they don't have a ceiling on their consumption. Only 10% compared with Northern Hemisphere, where it's 70%. So now we're getting a very different picture of reality. We're not as well connected as we thought. So this is a kind of new gap that we have to identify and close. Now, in the first round of questions, I want to ask our panelists, how can we close this particular gap? What is the problem that we're facing? And why are people not properly connected? What can we do about it? Let's start with Isaias. Thank you very much. Well, I have a little presentation which in some way answers this question. How do we close this particular digital gap? This question has multiple answers, and I'd like to share my presentation and talk about a little bit about the current infrastructure of internet in these countries. And I want to start by talking about certain... We need to make this a dynamic, so please can you be quick? Yes, of course. First, I just want to clarify that Central America, and including Mexico and Dominican Republic, I have data from the region that does not include Mexico, and other data that do include Mesoamerica, which does include Mexico and Colombia. But what I'd like to do is go back to the question. In Codelca, we carried out several studies on how to close this digital gap. And the most recent one focused on digital literacy, a way of encouraging inclusion. And I always tend to focus on education first, so we can see what the things look like in figures. Now, if we look at the different countries in the region, the percentage of internet penetration is proportional to people's educational level. The lower the education, the lower internet penetration in this country. So I would say that a form of achieving this digital transformation is to encourage analog literacy and shift into digital literacy. That would be a way of improving literacy. But if we're talking about infrastructure, it's precisely in those countries where the deployment of infrastructure is less solid, where there is less electricity. People need electricity to make the telecommunications infrastructure work. So those are two fairly important axes of my contribution. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lizania. So, it's a question people ask every day. How can we close the digital gap? What is the main problem here? You're on mute. Hello? As you were saying, the first step to close the digital gap is to understand what's going on. It's not just one gap, it's several gaps. We're not just talking about an infrastructure gap, which is the most difficult one to close in terms of investment, but as Lizania was saying, in terms of digital literacy, and there are figures which support the fact that this gap has a lot to do with poverty, has a lot to do with vulnerability, has got a lot to do with literacy, and not just digital literacy, but analog literacy. 84% of those people with higher education have fixed broadband access, which enable high-speed connectivity all around the clock without any limitations. And only 50% of the households with primary level education, we're talking about the fact that there is an issue that has to do with education. There are others that have to do with different regions. For instance, if we compare ourselves to other OECD countries, we're pretty far down the scale. Another key element, which we've already talked about and which needs to be emphasized, is that mobile broadband has been the democratizing factor of access to internet. And it may not be the solution, but the younger generations of technologists are going to be able to create Wi-Fi connections, enabling this deployment to speed up, because we no longer need to reach people with a physical infrastructure. So there's a mix of different solutions which could enable us to close the gap. Solutions where we are able to identify the big problems and where we need to invest, how we can, through public policies, take action to overcome or eliminate these obstacles, and a process of regulatory innovation in the broadest sense possible, including those that have been issued by different agencies or ministries, which enable us to improve the conditions that will help the digital gap to close. I think that there is a lot of things that we can discuss in the region, and this process also involves other sectors in the economy, other sectoral authorities. It's not just about connecting schools without involving the Ministry of Education 100%. We must ensure that we are able to sustain that connectivity over time as well. So there's a huge opportunity to improve things in Latin America. And this also goes through a process where we have to convince people from the bottom up, grassroots up. We need to drive these issues. Very often, the people in authority are rather more traditional and less open to the digital world. This is another problem we have in the region. So we've got to sharpen our powers of persuasion. I think this is something that applies to us all, doesn't it? I'd like to bring up another major issue. We need investments to close this gap, don't we? How much is being invested at the moment? A recent study shows that capex per capita, how much operators are in the telecommunications industry are investing. And in Latin America, obviously it's not as big. Countries such as Peru is investing $23 per year per capita, Colombia 31. Other countries more in the lead, like Uruguay, have $70 per head. Chile, nearly $100 per head. We're talking about a spread of $20 to $100 in Latin America. But these are really low when you compare it to the rest of the world. In Japan, they're investing $300 per capita. Japan is investing 10 times more than Colombia and so much more than Peru, 3 times more than Chile. The United States invests $240 per capita, Spain $120. So we have a gap, but the speed at which we're going is much slower than more developed countries. So what are we going to do to close that gap? Where are we going to find the money to close that gap? How can we attract investment, particularly in fiber optics? Thank you, Diego. That's a very interesting question. And what is particularly interesting is statistics, the figures you just shared. You were saying, for instance, that there are, depending on who you ask, 70% of the population connected to internet, and depends on who you ask, could be as much as 80%. But in that sense, we see that there's a huge range. And according to who you ask, the numbers of those who aren't connected also differ. We see that there are highly densely populated countries which have very low penetration and very low development levels. Luciana and Maria Elena were giving us some examples of what's going on in the region as regards education or other things in the region. And that's particularly clear that in countries that are less developed, they're just not getting connectivity. We've also identified some more developed countries where there isn't any connectivity in remote areas. Everything's all fine in the urban areas or the coastline, but in more remote areas, perhaps because you can only get there by sea or by air, there is no road access, there is no connectivity. And there are countries that are in development that are scarcely populated. There are people living near cities that still don't have connectivity. And as Diego said, they just use their phones and buy a prepaid data pack, and that's the way in which they connect. So all of this shows us that those who are not connected, it's not just a business case. We need a lot of money to reach them in any of the modalities talked about to date, whether these are remote areas or that they have low population density or low levels of social development. So you could say the solution or the recipe for success should be putting more money. But the numbers that you're sharing with us, Chile compared with Peru, don't really encourage a situation where there would be more people connected. So we need to develop more public policies which are more inclusive, taking into account that many of our regulations in this sense go back to the 1990s, where internet didn't have the role that it has today. Because today we're using the internet for absolutely everything. Now, there might be some more complete solutions, different kinds of technology. Now people are talking about low-orbit satellites, so we could say, well, that's fine. We can just get connected via low-orbit satellites. The people might say, well, let's work harder to develop community networks. But there is another aspect to this, which is to make the regulatory load lighter for the operators. At LACNIC, we've been working very closely with small internet service providers or Wi-Fi providers, wireless internet service providers, or the WISPs, and many of them are actually acting illegal. I wouldn't like to call them pirates, but they certainly don't have all the requisite authorizations in their respective countries. So they are unlicensed, as it were, but they are connecting the unconnected. So what do we need to do to encourage small companies to provide these services? Maybe we need better public policies, more flexible use of and access to the spectrum. The regulatory charges maybe should be lightened. All of these things need to be discussed. And that's where public policies come into their own in our region. And I think that this represents a great opportunity. That's how we see it. Obviously, there may be other questions about this, but I just wanted to say this here. Thank you very much, Cesar. It's obviously clearly very important to continue working with the governments so that the regulatory charges aren't so high for operators. I've been working in this area for years, trying to convince governments. But you know something? Nilo, I just wanted to ask you, and Mariana too, what Cesar has just been saying. Of each real charged to a telecommunications user in Brazil, how much of that goes to the state between the tax charges? We are seeing that the investment per user, we're investing $33 per capita in Brazil, for instance. How can we get this investment in Brazil to grow? And when you look at things like the income of the entire industry, and there are some countries where obviously this is low, but the fiscal authorities always see telecoms as their great ally because the revenues, collecting revenue is easy because there aren't many players in the market. And it's easy to collect revenue and taxes. But we actually need to look at the fiscal burden on the operators. So this is a two-pronged question. How can we increase investment and how can we reduce the fiscal burden?
Diego, vou falar em portunhol.
Okay, I'm going to speak Portuñol very slowly. The fiscal aspect is a really big problem in Brazil. Recently, we had a fiscal reform where it took about 11 years until we managed to start implementing part of it. It takes 10 years to implement it, but historically, Brazil has always had a major fiscal burden, one of the largest in the world, over 30%. If you add together all the different taxes that you can think of, it depends a little bit on the region, but this could be as much as over 40%. In terms of investment in the sector, 30 or 40% of the taxes means that there's very little left to make investments. And the recipe, it seems to be a long way off from more developed countries. In Brazil, average income in reais is 20 to 60 reais. That's not very much in dollars, is it? So the average for a user is like less than $10. And we're looking at the need for investments of $200 or $300 per capita. So you can see there's a long way to go. So when we're talking about inclusion and the digital gap, this is one of the key elements. Brazil is not a rich country in that sense. There are a lot of differences between the population. There are big income gaps between the richest and the poorest. Obviously, the population which has the most difficulties of paying the services, to do the shopping and to buy devices, all of those things. Most people access internet, as we know, on their phones. It's the main device used to access internet. And they very often go to public Wi-Fi networks. It's usually a community Wi-Fi or it's shared Wi-Fi, shared between several people in the same locale. So this is a really big challenge. It's not just a regulatory issue. We have many actions underway, and before going into detail about whether people should have a device, we need to talk about the telecommunications regime. The priority here as far as the regulatory authorities are concerned is to expand the infrastructure. It's expanding our 5G network. We need lots of cables and pipes because the way in which a current infrastructure was made is insufficient. And this means that we have to place obligations on the sector. We have commitments to expand the telecoms infrastructure until 2029, 2030. But we've got a lot to do before we get there in terms of infrastructure, many gaps to fill. and it's something that we're constantly evaluating. But basically, we have a lot to do. Much of that falls on the shoulders of the state. Public policy, public funds are all going to be necessary to close that gap. And I think that is an inescapable solution, even for more developed countries, like in the United States, for instance. They have billions of dollars in funds, much, much more than we have in Brazil. And precisely because this is a problem that everybody has to a greater or lesser degree. But I don't think there's a single country that doesn't have some sort of funding or public policy development to try and close these digital gaps. So I think that's the situation that we're facing. Thank you very much. SSIG has lots of experience with reaching more remote areas. SSIG, we're talking about the fact that industry is facing a really big problem. There isn't enough investment to deploy the infrastructure required. And it's not just about the big telecoms operators, but more a case of the places where there is greatest population density. For instance, SSIG is in the Amazon. And in the Amazon, the big operators aren't going to reach these areas because it's just not profitable for them, because their populations are very scant and people don't have very much money. So why don't you tell us about your experience in the Amazon? How are you managing to develop telecommunications networks in such scarcely populated areas, which are so poor? Can you tell us how you achieve the connections in areas that are so remote? Well, it's a very interesting question. This morning we heard about the plans for Brazil and talking about the northern region. The northern region has 450 municipalities. 35 have absolutely no connectivity whatsoever. They don't even have a cell phone tower. They don't have radio internet, fiber optics, anything. So many of these places are would be able to use satellite communications. But the problem in the Amazon isn't so much an issue of infrastructure, but all the financial conditions to build these networks, but other issues. In the state of Amazon, there is 72 municipalities, 10 of which have access to a road. The others you can only access on a boat on the river or a plane. So we're talking about, it's not just a distance. Sometimes you can travel for days, 2 weeks on a boat to travel across the Amazon, just to get from one city to the next. So the financial cost for an internet service provider or an operator reach these communities is even greater. In Brazil, we have 8,000 small internet service providers, and we have some programs to free up public resources to enable us to reach these locations with internet. And this is something that would be totally subsidized. And I'm talking about quite a low cost. As I said, we are going through a fiscal reform process. And these companies are paying 30 or 40% in terms of fiscal burden. So, and this is going to go up for these companies. So how on earth can you build a network to link two cities which are 100 kilometers apart, and the only way that they can be accessed is on a boat. In Brazil, we have a draft bill which is called connectivity, the project connectivity, and this was launched 11 years ago. Its objective was to link all the rivers in the Amazon, but it started a long time ago. And that's a question that I have for you today. Brazil has 150 Starlink antennas, 150,000, and 12,000 of these are in the Amazon. I'm not defending the technology or the manufacturers, but the need that there is, which is way behind innovation. We have entire cities, and when we talk about this, we can't not talk about social inclusion. We need to talk about the way internet is used. We've just come out of a pandemic, which wasn't so long ago. And everybody who was connected to internet could continue working. They had their home office. They could use internet as their resources. But in South America as a whole, there were vast areas which were left completely in the dark for all that time. And that is our responsibility. It's a responsibility of the governments. And it's a joint responsibility. We all need to be on board with this. This is a slide that I want to share with you. This is the city of Manaus, and there's a meaning to this. This is the only means of transport in the Amazon. If you lived in the Amazon, in the Pará, boats are the only means of transport. We are closer to the past than to the present. At times when the river floods or swells, there is no access. So we don't have airports, and if you don't have any connectivity, these cities grind to a halt for months on end. And at the same time, we're talking about the impact on the communities, because when you connect people, you are providing them with health and education. It's so much more than just internet. We are schools in the Amazon, in the interior of the Pará. They've only just started being connected. But we're talking about big cities like Manaus, Belém, and Boa Vista. And these cities have a catchment area. But even there, we're still having problems with internet access and connectivity. And this is something I want to share with you. This little boat here, this is a jato. This is the jato that he does a trip of some 70 kilometers across the water. And just to give you an idea, Ipatinga is it's a 36-hour journey to Ipatinga to Manaus. And the point is that you're on that boat and there is no communication whatever during 36 hours. There you don't have access to your social networks. You can't chat to anybody. But they're using satellite technology now. They're using Starlink so that they can, if they have any problems on the water, they can obviously get out of trouble, but also just to enable people to connect. And it's expanding. So the boat takes internet to these tiny little communities. It visits some of the most remote areas on the Amazon. The federal police is now using it, and more people are using it. And we're using more Starlink points. in households as well now. In the middle of the forest. So all kinds of technology that we have, whether it's used for good or for bad. But we can't work without internet. And we have to look at the benefits that this can bring for the region. Because without internet, we're not going to go anywhere. And we can't just sit around and wait. We have to go faster. We have to move more quickly. Today, the government of Brazil signed an agreement with the government of Colombia. It was a credit line to connect Colombia and Brazil, which is an example. It's a simple example of the possibilities. This is a chap who runs an agency, and he used to take 7 hours. He used to stay in each city so that, and he has Starlink, so that people can come and use internet connection on his boat. And it enables people to carry out bank transactions and those sorts of things. Norte Conectado is this project which is contemplating 8 communication routes, and it's going to connect most of the north of the country. 12,000 kilometers it's going to be, and 1.3 billion reales, and 10 million people will benefit, and 50 municipalities will be covered from Acre to Roraima. And you can see what I mean with this picture. Sorry, Diego. Can I just interrupt you? I just want to interrupt you for a second. I wanted to say that we also have the Undersecretary of Telecommunications of Argentina has just joined us. He's joined us very quickly. He has a complicated agenda, but if we can include him in the panel, we can include him in some of the questions as soon as we finish with Isaias. Hector has just joined us. That's why I wanted to bring this up. But Isaias, who's going to put the money up for the investment? Who's paying for the investment for this Norte Conectado project? It's a federal government project. It's a consortium of 12 companies for the first phase. The first phase for this Infoway, and you can see it here going along. Infovia 0 from Macapá to Santarém, and then there'll be a link from Santarém to Manaus. And this project is being developed with federal funds. A consortium of 12 companies came together to handle the consortium, and they're responsible for maintaining the infrastructure and ensuring the distribution of internet through all the localities through which the line runs. Then we're looking at the Paracacá Belém line, and so on and so forth. The objective is from this area, which you can see Infovia 2, which is Tabatinga. And this Infoway will be used to link with Colombia. But the main challenge isn't the initial investment, which has already been carried out. We have already got the support of 3 governments for this project. But the main challenge is to keep the fiber optics working. And that's my challenge for you. We saw the first break in the fiber optics 80 kilometers outside the city of Manapaca. And that break cost millions, and we don't know who's going to pay for that. So you don't really have a way of connecting the north of the country without river resources. You can't charge people for this, or you can't. There isn't a company that could pay for that, a single one. And also, it's necessary for the companies to do their bit. As I said, there are 12 companies who are working on this project, which is being run by the federal government. And this is the raft which is actually laying the optics, fiber optics. You see, it's really big. That spool, that's the fiber optic cable which is being used, and it's been laid on the riverbed. And it's now, unlike the sea, it's much more complex to lay it along the riverbed. These rivers go up and down every year. So if you don't get just the right part of the riverbed, when you get the waters go down, you're going to have exposed with under the mud, which then shrinks. And so it's a massive challenge just to be able to get the cables laid, because at times the river goes down a lot. The climate actually is one of the reasons why this project is delayed. We have so many Starlinks in the Amazonian region, and we have the fiber optics. Now, internet has to get there. If it doesn't get there, the communities won't develop. So we've been working on this for nearly 12 years. And according to the numbers, everything should be ready. But, new information is telling us that it's not going to be ready before 2030. Well, thank you very much, Isaias. And so that's right, Hector, over to you. We have the pleasure of having you join us, the Secretary of Telecommunications and Connectivity of Argentina. It's a pleasure to see you, Hector. We have 3 questions for you. First, tell us about yourself. Second, tell us a secret that nobody knows. And third, we're talking about infrastructure, and we've discovered that one of the problems that we have is the lack of capital investment, because investment levels in Latin America are very low, and the per capita level is very low, between $20 and $100 per capita in the region, when in Japan it's 300, Spain 120, the US 200. So what can we do? Where can we get the money to invest in infrastructure? But the first question is, tell us who you are. Secondly, a secret.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I would like to send greetings to the audience and to the director. My name is Héctor Lisi. I am the Under Secretary of Telecommunications of Argentina in Innovation and Technology. We started yesterday organization of certain ministries in Argentina, so there's still uncertainty whether we are going to depend on the chief cabinet or we're going to depend on other organizations. During 2016 and 19, the Telecommunications Secretary and with other rules and regulations, depending on the state-owned company that was regulating telecommunications, that was the National Telecommunications Commission at that time. I'm going to tell you something that is embarrassing as a secret that happened no salónico.
Digamos, vergonzoso lo que me pasó, que no lo quise contar. Yo al menos
It was
sentía
embarrassing.
cierta vergüenza jugando al fútbol, algo que todavía practico en cancha de 11 a mis 60 años en un torneo.
Play soccer,
Se me ocurrió nada mejor
and it
que
occurred to me
enfrentar frontalmente a alguien que pesaba unos 40 kilos más que yo y
going
que venía en
against somebody
velocidad.
that was larger, that was
Olvidé
going
la
at
vieja
full speed.
enseñanza de fuerza igual a masa
So
por
I learned the
aceleración.
hard way
Y
that
terminé
speed is equal
accidentado, pude
as
terminar de jugar el partido,
time to
pero el juguete
acceleration.
exterior indicó
So I was
que
in pain
tenía no
after
una,
the
sino
game,
5 costillas
and
fracturadas.
after the CAT scan,
Y no
I
se lo
had
conté a
like
nadie.
3 ribs fractured.
Me pareció tan
And
espantoso
I never told
contar que el
anybody because it
accidente
was so
había dado
embarrassing.
que producto de esa
That was
impericia
running
mía,
against
que ni siquiera fue infracción,
that
la
person,
jugada
that it was a
individual,
humiliation.
que tenía 5 costillas fracturadas,
That I had
además de un dedo
5
en el motórax,
ribs
porque ya está
fractured,
solucionado.
problems
Yo
in
no
my
le quise
thorax.
contar a nadie y hablé de una sola costilla fracturada.
So I didn't even tell that I had a single
Ese
rib
ha sido mi pequeño
fracture.
secreto.
Te he recuperado ya esas dos costillas, además.
But at least
Como
you
es
recover
un
from 2.
superdeportista. El otro día que corre maratones por las montañas. No sé cómo se
You're a
llama
marathonist
esa práctica,
in mountain ranges,
pero,
right?
pero
I don't know
es
how
un gran
that is,
deportista.
how that sport is
Bueno,
called,
a ver,
but you
soy
know,
corredor, y ahí
it's
hacer gran
quite a
deportista
sportsmanship.
es otra cosa.
Yeah,
Soy
I'm
un
a
gran
runner.
periodista a veces.
It's called cross country running.
Pero bueno, sí, las costillas por suerte no duelen mucho, he tenido
My
golpes
ribs
menos graves,
do not hurt right now.
consecuencias,
In the
pero que me
past, I
dolieron
had
más,
worse accidents.
y es cuestión de tiempo, no hay mucho para hacer.
It's a matter of time.
Hay que tratar de no estornudar, nada más.
Not much has to be done. I cannot even sneeze.
Así que bueno, espero que en 15, 20 días más.
Hopefully, in 15 or 20 days, everything will be fully
Vamos
welded
al
and will
tema
be fully
de
recovered.
lo que realmente interesa o que presume
Let's
que
go
puede
to
interesar,
the
que es
topic of interest
el problema que vos
for
planteás.
you, and it's what
A
you
ver,
have
yo creo que hay
raised.
una respuesta que es obvia.
There's an obvious and our
¿Por qué
apparent
invertimos
answer
menos? Y es porque
why
somos
we
países menos
invest
ricos.
less is because we're developing
Necesariamente
countries.
creo que hay un correlato entre
poor
lo que algunas
countries.
sociedades pueden invertir,
That has
no
a strong
solo
correlation of what
en
societies
comunicaciones, sino también
can invest,
en otra producción de bienes públicos,
not
en
only in
otra
capex
producción
but
de
also
servicios
public
o
goods or
producción de bienes,
utilities,
que tiene que ver con el nivel de riqueza de esa sociedad. Si uno
and it has
quisiera
to
irse
do
a una
with
reflexión más profunda, tendría
being
que decir,
developed
bueno,
or
¿por qué hay
developing
algunas
countries.
sociedades más prósperas
We have
y
more
otras,
prosperous societies and we have
particularmente en el sur del hemisferio, no,
societies,
no
especially
absolutamente, un poco
in the
en
global
los
south.
relativos bastante más atrasadas o
We
muy
are
prósperas.
kind of lying behind
Yo
compared
creo
to other
parte
countries
de
in
la
the first
respuesta o
world.
parte de la solución
Part of the solution
de que no tenemos suficientemente CAPEX ha venido
that
o
we
viene
do
de la
not
mano de que
have
CAPEX se pone
the
otro.
necessary capital
Recién,
investments.
creo que hablaba
I believe
Elías
that
o
is due to, as
y algún otro
SIS said, as well as
Nilo, hablaban con nombre y apellido de
they
Starlink.
were speaking of Starlink
Y el fenómeno que significa en áreas remotas,
and the phenomenon that is going to
bajo
solve the
nivel de
coverage in
acceso,
remote areas with low access, low
donde
connectivity
ecosistemas,
areas
hoy
where
el jefe con
systems
instalado porque es el primero, pero
are already
seguramente
installed.
en el curso de los próximos años vendrán
And I
otros
believe
más.
in the next 2
Entonces,
years, other
creo que OneWeb
players
del año que viene,
will
programas
join the marketplace.
un poquito más demorado. Entonces esto viene a
So I
resolver en
think that
principio
there are some delays,
el problema de
but
cobertura.
for
Hoy
now,
hay
it solves
oferta
the
y va a haber
coverage
una
problem.
oferta
There's
creciente de cobertura global que están desarrollando
a supply
plataformas de gran
of global
altitud que
coverage,
prometen
and we have high
también
altitude
ser una
platforms.
solución,
That would
incluso,
be a solution also,
incluso más económica en algún
which
caso.
would be cheaper.
Yo diría que eso nos va dejando en todo caso que hay otro problema.
And this gives rise to another
El
issue,
problema de brecha de acceso, ya no
the
brecha de
digital or the
cobertura.
access divide
Obviamente
or the coverage divide,
tiene un costo.
which always we need to pay a price for
Acudir
that.
a una solución como son las de las
Resorting,
constelaciones
such as resorting
no
to a
geos,
solution
que no
of
todo el mundo puede afrontar.
geo solutions or constellations that it's not even affordable to many. Some people, some societies, or some sectors, like for example in the rural sectors, they have enough flexibility that may include this service
pero no es en
to
general,
their
y menos en el continente
productivity
latinoamericano, donde
services,
muchas veces la ruralidad, sobre todo en las áreas geográficas
but
de difícil acceso, como puede ser la montaña o la selva,
remote
están asociadas también
locations
a
like
importantes
jungles
niveles
and
de
mountain
necesidades
ranges
básicas en subsistencia.
are
Pero
related to
teniendo
areas
resuelto en principio,
that are
teniendo a
not
disposición
widely
una
covered,
solución
but having
costo-eficiente
the
en
availability
términos
of this
de lo que hoy
solution
conocemos
or
en
technologies
ciertas áreas aisladas,
we know
probablemente
as
el problema que
Starlinks
nos queda es
for
decir, bueno,
remote areas.
¿cómo conseguimos
The issue is how
el
to
dinero para
get enough funding
que la gente acceda a ese servicio? Por eso lo que nos queda sin resolver, y de
to
vuelta
provide
está
this
muy
service.
asociado a la
And I
pobreza
believe
que presenta el continente, es la brecha de acceso, que no se
this
presenta
is
solo en
related
estas áreas,
to the
sino a veces
access
también
divide that is
en
not
grandes barriadas
in
de
this
barrios
country,
humildes, por supuesto
but
con
in
una
other
magnitud
communities.
distinta del problema. Entonces, en muchos lugares, el propio mercado informal en el que se desenvuelven estas
in
economías,
informal
hoy habría
sectors. I
una
was seeing,
impresionante
for example,
fotografía de envíos de fibra óptica en la
a
Rosiña,
snapshot of
probablemente el asentamiento,
the
uno
fiber
de los
optic coverage in
asentamientos
La
más
Rosiña,
famosos en este
one of the most
continente. Lo
important
mismo
shanty towns
en algunos de
in
estos
Brazil.
que tenemos nosotros, pero bueno, dejemos de
We have
lado
settlements or
el tema que
shanty
también
towns
tiene
like
otro
that,
tipo de connotaciones,
but I
¿no?
was impressed by the
Cómo
coverage they
se
have.
fijan las reglas para que vaya alguien a disponer el servicio ahí, cómo se resuelven eventualmente los conflictos que pueda haber entre las distintas personas, y en última instancia cómo se resuelve también el problema de la falta de paz, ¿no? Pero bueno,
And also, Latin America has
otro tipo
affordability
de
issues,
reflexión.
but that's another
Yo
horse
diría,
of a different color.
hoy, de la mano de
Now,
CAPEX que han
together
puesto
with the
otros,
CapEx
tenemos parte del problema
invested
solucionado,
by
y por
others,
supuesto que lo que tenemos
we
que
have
ver es
solved
cómo
that
esta no es
problem
una
in
solución
part, but as
que
this is
pueda servir para
not
cualquier tipo de carencia que sea la más
one
eficiente,
size
cómo resolvemos el
fits all
problema
solution,
donde la densidad se
we
incrementa y quizás
we
soluciones
need to see how to
técnicas son otras,
address
pero seguimos ahí
other
teniendo el mismo
technical
problema que
obstacles,
un problema de CAPEX, problema y problemas de
but that will
de
require
lado lo que sería resolver
capital
la
expenditure
macroeconomía, y tratemos
issues
de darnos algunas
to
respuestas
resolve
que podemos dar
macroeconomics,
nuestra
the
gestión
macroeconomic
de lo
aspects
micro, y
or
alguna que
challenges of
tiene que dar
Argentina,
necesariamente de
microeconomics
la gestión también
aspects as
lo
well.
macro, como es, bueno, si tenemos un problema no lo agravemos haciéndolo con dificultar el acceso al
For
dispositivo,
example,
dificultarlo con
we
aranceles
shouldn't
a
worsen
la
even the
importación de
situation
equipamientos
by
que no
adding
fabricamos
device
en
or
países,
import
con
devices that we
decisiones
don't
a veces que vienen
manufacture
de la mano del
domestically.
pero priorizando alguna
These are part
necesidad
of the
transitoria
solutions
fiscal que siempre te suelen tener nuestros países. Hay muchas
of
soluciones donde
temporary
podríamos dar espectro
fiscal
gratis
solutions
para
that we
dispositivos
are
rápidos,
enforcing here,
calidad,
like
y
a
a
quick
veces se
fix.
demoran porque,
Sometimes
bueno,
these quick
porque la
fixes are
burocracia
delayed because of red
necesita
tape
tiempo,
in a
porque estamos
country
pendientes más de una
because
recaudación o de una decisión
we
a veces
require more tax
consensuada con muchos
collection,
sectores, cuando a veces en esto hay que
or we need to reach a
avanzar
consensus
más
with
rápido. Después
other
está la
sectors,
propia burocracia administrativa
and
de
also
municipios. Hoy en mi país al menos, sé que otros
bureaucracy
países
of
han avanzado
municipalities.
bastante.
I believe other countries like Colombia and Brazil have made a lot of progress
Y abaratar
in
todo el tema de permisos y autorizaciones para el despliegue de infraestructura, a veces
approvals
inicialmente
for
pensado
developing infrastructure,
exclusivamente para antenas, pero creo yo que hoy crecientemente el problema
like
está también en el
antennas,
despliegue de fibra óptica. Hemos tenido
fiber
casos en
optic
Argentina donde
cabling.
es más caro el permiso municipal que comprar y tender la fibra.
In Argentina, sometimes it's more
Así
expensive
que,
to depend on a municipal
de hecho, el
copper
otro día en
line
un evento
rather than installing new
dentro de
fiber
una cámara
optics
decía,
lines.
díganme un lugar de la Argentina planteando la gravedad de este problema donde no haya internet de fibra óptica.
In
Ustedes
some
me dan
problems of
los permisos
Argentina,
municipales
in
y
some
los derechos de servidumbre, les puedo asegurar que en muy pocos meses todos
some
los
parts
lugares
of Argentina.
están conectados. Porque en todos los lugares, aun cuando sean
I'm sorry,
producidos
we
siempre
cannot
existen
translate with this
emprendedores
sound.
que están
It's
dispuestos a
impossible.
invertir y que están dispuestos a llevar una solución de conectividad. Entonces, yo creo que hay mucho para hacer desde el gobierno para facilitar estos despliegues, teniendo presente, como decía, que me parece que hoy, creo que hay ejemplos en el pasado, venía pensando, por ahí los que tenemos más años en la Argentina, Olga se debe acordar, en la década del 90, fines de la década del 90, la gran discusión era, después del fin del monopolio, cómo hacíamos para asegurar la universalidad del servicio, pensando en ese momento en comunicaciones de voz. Y escribimos ríos de tinta, discutimos, nos peleamos por las reglamentaciones, quién se iba a hacer cargo, cómo, si había cargos de acceso, si había un fondo. Y la verdad, a los pocos años, estamos hablando del año 2000, al año 2007 más o menos, el 100%, casi el 100% de los argentinos tenía una solución de voz a su disposición. ¿Qué había pasado? Bueno, la reducción de costos, algunas decisiones regulatorias como permitir el sistema Calling Party Pace y alguna política comercial de las empresas como habilitar los servicios de pagos, hicieron que en el año 2007, 2008, más o menos el 100% de los argentinos tuviera la posibilidad de hacer llamadas por teléfono y también algún mensaje corto. De alguna manera se logró cierto estándar mínimo de intercomunicación. Por supuesto que la tecnología avanza y pasamos a que lo que se necesitaba para eso era conectividad y lo que necesitamos es conectividad significativa. No me voy a extender ahora sobre este concepto, pero lo que quiero decir es que muchas veces creo que las soluciones no vienen de la mano de lo que pensamos los gobiernos, sino de los que piensan algunos emprendedores. Yo espero que estas nuevas tecnologías que han aflorado ahora, sumadas a algunas decisiones que conocemos y que sabemos que hay que tomar en el terreno local, hagan que, insisto, el único problema que nos quede, y que es un problema general que amerita una solución más global, que es el de la pobreza en nuestra región, haga que desaparezca rápidamente la brecha de cobertura y nos quede la brecha de acceso, donde creo que también desde el gobierno se pueden impulsar, como lo han hecho otros países, Costa Rica, Colombia, entre ellos, a Estados Unidos, a contribuir a subsidiar la demanda, que a veces es mucho más efectivo que subsidiar oferta. Bueno, estas eran algunas ideas que quería compartir con ustedes. Gracias, Diego, por la pregunta y gracias a Olga por la invitación y al resto de los paneles.
Bueno, pues la verdad es que hemos tenido una primera ronda súper interesante donde hemos visto pues, que los problemas de la infraestructura pasan porque hay unas cargas regulatorias altas y es muy importante ver aquí que tenemos a varios reguladores como el regulador de telecomunicaciones están preocupados por las altas cargas tributarias, pero obviamente no son
concerned because of the tax burden.
Digamos, no tienen, los reguladores de telecomunicaciones no tienen autoridad para cambiar
But we have
esos
no
impuestos.
say
Pero
in changing
hay un tema realmente
sometimes those
interesante que
taxes.
pone Héctor sobre la mesa
However,
que lo puso
there's
Lizana.
interesting
Hemos hablado de
there's
la
an interesting
oferta
topic
de
that we need to
telecomunicaciones.
propose, and that is the supply of
Pero hay una
telecommunication
gran
of product
barrera
offering.
y está al lado de la demanda. Lizana dice, pues para
That
aumentar
is
la demanda hay
together
que
with the
invertir en
supply.
educación.
In order to
Es
have
decir,
supply, you need to invest
uno de los
in
elementos
education.
importantes. Héctor
And that
dice,
is one of the
es
most
importante
important
para el tema
elements. Hector
de
says
hacer los
that it's
servicios
very
asequibles
important
también
to have
subsidiar la demanda en
affordability of
cosas de precios. Es
services
decir, desde el lado de
and
la
to
demanda
fund
hay aquí
and to
dos
fund them.
propuestas. Una
On the other, on the
es
side of the
subsidiar,
demand,
pero la otra
one
motivar a
is
la
to
gente a que lo use,
subsidize those
encuentre valor
services
a
and
través de la
to
educación.
find
Lizania,
educational
¿qué más
value in
podemos
it.
hacer para hacer que ese
Cisania, what can we do
centroamericano,
for
esa familia
people
diga,
living
yo
in Central
prefiero
America
invertirle en internet
to decide that they can invest
a
over the
otras cosas?
internet?
Porque le ven el valor a internet. ¿Qué más
Because
podemos hacer para aumentar esa demanda
they
de
will see
internet?
some value.
Pero un internet que de
How
verdad
can we increase the
sirva y que de
demand
verdad
of the
transforme la
internet
vida
that
de la
could be
gente.
useful and that could be
Perfecto, muchísimas
a
gracias, Diego, por tu
differentiating factor
interesante
for
pregunta.
people? Thank you very much, Diego.
Justamente en la misma línea de
Precisely.
incentivar la demanda, también
Providing
podemos pensar
incentives to
en
demand
esquemas
will
de
require
cómo permitimos que esos usuarios finales tengan
permitting
acceso a
final users
dispositivos
to
inteligentes,
have
que son
access
los
to
que
smart
permiten dar ese
devices
uso
that
productivo de
indeed
las TIC.
to be
Alguien mencionó,
to have the
creo que fue
productive
usted
use
mismo,
of
sobre las importaciones de
ITCs,
equipos,
and those are
el
product
impuesto
imports,
asociado no tanto al
and
servicio,
the
también
tax relating not
al
to the
costo
service
del
but to
equipo.
the
O sea,
cost of
¿cómo
the
hacemos
equipment
que esos
itself.
equipos inteligentes
How do
sean
we make
accesibles
these
a los usuarios
smart
finales? Eso
devices
para
to
ya
be more
proveernos de
affordable
todo el
for the final
equipamiento necesario
users,
para que
to
los
provide them
mismos
with the
hagan
necessary equipment
uso
so they
productivo de esas
can
tecnologías. Entonces,
produce
otra
more
forma
with those
también es
technologies,
mostrar cómo a través de las tecnologías
and
o del acceso a
to
Internet,
showcase
¿verdad?
how through
O sea,
internet
pueden
access and
impulsar
technologies
sus negocios a
we
través
can
del comercio
drive more business
electrónico. O
through
sea, los
electronic
emprendedores de algunas
commerce,
comunidades, cómo
like
pueden
entrepreneurs
ofertar
in a
sus
community, how
productos a
they
través
can
de las
sell
plataformas
products
digitales.
through their
También
online
podemos ver
platforms,
cómo esos
and
usuarios
how these
pueden
users
justamente alfabetizarse a
indeed
través de los programas
could
online
learn through online
que
training
tienen las
programs
universidades. O sea, yo
at
siempre pongo el ejemplo que,
universities.
por ejemplo, en el caso mío, yo hice
By
una
way of an
maestría hace
example,
10
for
años
example,
online, cuando la
I studied
justo
online,
muchísimo antes de la pandemia. O sea, ya la
I
educación virtual existía previa a la
joined a
pandemia. Lo que
master's
pasa es que no tenía
before
ese
the
auge que
pandemic,
tiene ahora y ya no es como el modus
but
operandi habitual de todos
it's not
nosotros.
the modus
Entonces
operandi
debemos
of the
hacer
organization
conciencia de
of
ese uso
what
productivo
we usually do.
de
So
las
we
TICs,
have
de
to
todos
make
los
use
beneficios que
of
nos
the
brindan las
ICTs and the
tecnologías
benefits that
para
technology
nuestro
brings to the
crecimiento
table,
profesional y
so
personal. Yo
that
creo que esa
we
es
can
otra
have a
forma también,
career and
o sea,
personal
pues,
growth.
de incentivar la demanda.
That would be
Pues
to create
sabemos que no
incentives
es
for demand.
negocio, como bien dijo
We
César,
said
a
that
los
there's
grandes
no
operadores
business
invertir en
in the
esas zonas,
carriers
pues
to
la demanda es
invest
baja.
in those
También
areas because
conocemos, como
there's
bien
low
dijo el
demand.
señor de Brasil, que ya hay
As
servicios
we know
satelitales disponibles para
that there are
comunidades remotas,
available
pero o
satellite
sea, si tenemos todo eso y las
services
personas no se
for
ven motivadas a
remote
utilizar las
coverage,
tecnologías, pues seguimos teniendo
but people are not
una brecha
required
de
to use the
justamente
technologies
de
if
que las
there's a
personas no
divide
acceden al servicio.
because they cannot
Entonces,
have
pues
access
es
to
más,
that service.
pues enseñarles
So first we need to
todos los
train
beneficios que
these
nos trae el
people
uso de las
and to
TIC, que no
teach
necesariamente es usar el TikTok,
them
el
what
Instagram, el Facebook, las
benefits
redes
are
sociales,
there. It's not
sino también
teaching
todo lo
how to use
productivo que
TikTok
se puede
or
hacer a través de
social
estos
media,
medios.
but
Y
how
quizás
these media
el tema
can
del cero
become
rating facilita
productive and
a
more
que los usuarios
effective
estén conectados en algunas plataformas
and
cuando se le
facilitate
acaba el
access
paquete
to the
comprado.
math
Pero eso es una
to a
forma
certain
quizás
platform.
o sea, yo diría que hasta darle un poquito más de importancia cuando lo más necesario, a veces, por ejemplo, en el caso mío, es poder
For
tener
example,
acceso
in
al
my
navegador.
case,
Entonces, como un cambio de
my
mentalidad
need
que
is
sí
to
las
have access
plataformas
to a
son necesarias
browser.
para pedir un
Platforms
Uber,
are too
para
necessary for
cualquier cosa,
requesting a
o sea,
car, an
social
Uber
también,
car.
pero ese no es el uso principal que quisiéramos
But that
mostrarle
is
a los
social
ciudadanos,
media.
sino
This
hay
is
un
not what we
uso
intend to
que
use
es
to
un
the
poquito más
citizenry.
significativo, como le
There
llaman
is
en la
a more
conectividad
meaningful
significativa,
way
y eso
of
es justo lo que
connectivity,
quisiéramos
and that is
hacer conciencia,
precisely
motivar
what
y
we need to
enseñar a
show,
todos los usuarios
teach,
finales.
and raise
Gracias
awareness
por
to
la
all
palabra.
users.
Tania,
Thank you very much.
Marilana, vi que estabas reaccionando cuando estábamos hablando de que los operadores tienen una carga muy alta, ¿no? Y no quería
They
dejar
said that there's a tax
esa
burden
respuesta tuya ahí entre el
on
tintero. ¿Qué nos quieres
devices.
decir?
Sí,
What can you tell us about
cuando
that?
conversaba sobre el
Yes.
nivel de inversión por
When we
usuario,
talked about the
es
investment per
importante
user,
señalar
it is
que
important
el ratio
to
inversión-ventas
point
brutas de los
that
operadores de telecomunicaciones
the
en
ratio of
Latinoamérica
gross
es
sales
23%,
in Latin
incluyendo
America,
spectrum.
I believe, is
Ese
23% of the
23%
spectrum
no es
level.
sostenible en
That
el tiempo,
23%
no es
is not
sostenible
sustainable
y
for
eso hay que
time.
tomarlo en consideración con
And that
ARPUs
needs
muy bajos que en
to
algunos
be
países con
considered
condiciones macroeconómicas difíciles ha
in
llegado
other
el ARPU a
countries
tener un
that
valor de
have
$2
crisis that
versus casi
cost probably
$30, perdón,
$10
decidió ladrar.
against another service
Versus más de
that is offered
$30
at $30
en países desarrollados y
in
no digamos
developed
Estados
countries.
Unidos, que es mucho más.
Not the United
Entonces,
States, that is
creo que
even
hay
more
que poner en
expensive.
valor las inversiones que se
So
han
we
hecho, que
need to
incluso
estimate
llegan a
the investments
78
that were
mil
made.
millones de
Some of
inversión
them
entre el 18 y el
account
21.
for
Y eso ha permitido llegar a estos niveles
$78
de
billion,
conectividad,
and
pero es
this
cierto,
allows
tenemos
us
una
to
frontera y
reach
esa
high
frontera
levels of
debe
connectivity,
ser
but
acometida
we have a cap
por
And that needs to be overcome with programs and initiatives of different kinds and with investment, such as the case of,
por ejemplo, las redes australes chilenas,
the Austrian-Chilean networks that require high investment in the southern tip of Chile. But, they said, okay, how can we make these networks more profitable and to retour them to connected households? And Chile has a program provides resources to other regions. In this new effort that they're making of taking resources to other people, to that region, and has allocated the necessary resources along the lines where the Chilean region has these resources allocated and they're positioning themselves in education and health. I believe that if we see progress made or strides in the northern part of Brazil, this becomes relevant, and this current situation of these 5 ways were part of the 5G bid that was proposed by Anatel in Brazil. So at first, we say this convergence of elements make us not only to place priority upon subsidies and also to extend the trunk lines and connectivity that eventually will allow further connectivity of high-speed internet access and to unite communities that were disregarded in the past. And that's how the rest of the world has extended connectivity and subsidizing demand. Costa Rica has a very interesting program for this purpose, especially for women that are the ones that support their own families. Well, this program has become relevant because it connects many students. Another efforts, like in the Dominican Republic, there are subsidies geared towards demand with gender-based equality and diversity for these families. This demand subsidy has to be very well structured, very well devised. They should have supporting data of those institutions that manage poverty in each of the countries. Very well structured, and knowing full well that subsidies should be assessed and how families are going to be responsible for eventually paying and not being subsidized. So knowing full well that you have low connectivity and depending on the income of people, basically families will be responsible for that. So there's a vital important element because the subsidies need to be well structured. Eventually, if we analyze the statistics, statistics speak for themselves. 190 million people with no coverage and without using the service. However, if we consider high, low, and income, high, low, and middle income will be covered by families or households need subsidies to have access or to afford these services.
La gente tiene cobertura, las redes llegan a la puerta de su casa,
people
pero la
have
gente
coverage.
no se conecta.
We have the service that is passing
Porque no
by
tiene
the
dinero
front door,
o
but
porque
people
no tiene
cannot
interés.
connect themselves. Is it because they cannot afford it or because they are not interested
El
in
Estado
being
ayuda, el
connected?
Estado ayuda con inversiones como las que vimos en
Because the
Brasil.
state
¿De qué otra
provided
forma el Estado puede ayudar a
necessary
incentivar esa demanda?
investments and incentives. What other incentives can be
Muito
provided by the
obrigado.
state?
Eu acho que bom, o problema é de vários sentidos, né? A gente tem problema
I think that the
de
problem
infraestrutura, de dispositivos,
has to do with infrastructure, with
interesse de uso.
devices,
Esse
and with
ponto que
people's
você
interests in
bem
the
colocou.
subject.
Então,
Now, Anatel is dealing mostly with the issue of infrastructure or the lack of it. We have issued tenders. We try to be as inclusive as possible. Much of our connectivity program is also about training courses so that we can make the process as transparent as possible. Our investments are aimed at getting 5G coverage throughout the north of Brazil. And we're also trying to get 4G in another 8,000 localities in Brazil. And so we think that the fiber optics is obviously a good solution, as would be satellite coverage. In Brazil, we have good satellite coverage on the whole. But I think that the issue with infrastructure is that people need to perceive the real need for it. And prices need to come down. And does that mean obliging operators to charge less for their services? I mean, it's got to be sustainable, but it means that the state should put up part of the money to pay for the provision of services. And now, there are different models of how to do this in the practice. There are different ways of doing this. But even within this situation, there will be a part that is just simply not interested in connectivity, in being connected. Most people, I mean, like us, we can't imagine life without connectivity. But for some, it might seem strange to know that there are people who find absolutely no use in connectivity or access to internet. And it's strange because the last research that we did, it was a house-to-house survey carried out by our Internet Management Committee, and it showed that part of the cost of the service wasn't actually the main motive for a lack of connection. It was simply that people didn't see any use in the service. And that's when we access a much more of an abstract area. And we have less room for maneuver there because this has to do with education, which has been extensively discussed by my colleagues. People don't understand how to use technology. It's quite different just using social networks. Technology can be used for so many aspects to make life easier, like banking, how to market products that you make, how to connect with the communities that are making different products, and you can just look at this as economic support or marketing support. So internet can help with all of that. But that's a degree of understanding which we realize that we have to tackle. And it has so much to do with education at school level, where children understand. It's an element, it's a factor that helps a lot, for instance, in the area of e-government, because you have so many state services which are online, which are designed to make people's lives easier. These are services which traditionally required people to go and wait in line at an office, whether it had to do with getting their rights respected or getting subsidies. Sometimes it could take days for these processes to get dealt with. And the government has put all of this online. It's made life an awful lot easier for people. And it's not just you know, if you think about things for the people living in the Amazon, it would take days and days for them to go to an office and days for them to return home, just to deal with one specific issues. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we've come a long way in the last 3 or 4 years in terms of digital government, and it's grown, and there are now many, many more services available online which enable people to resolve different things, and also at municipal level. And I think this helps a lot in educational terms for people to understand why connectivity is so important. One of the great transformative elements that I think that this has to offer.
Bueno, para terminar,
Well, to wind up,
César,
César,
ustedes están pendientes solamente de la conectividad a Internet, pero eso para Larry no es suficiente.
we need another kind of digital infrastructure, don't we? Like data centers, CTNs. Systems which can improve the quality of the transmission and storage of data. How are we doing in Latin America? This is another kind of infrastructure that we're talking about, not necessarily to do with connectivity. I think it's a 360-degree solution. It's not just about data centers and their infrastructure, but also part of the content generated within the region. And this is important when it comes to stimulating demand, not just in outlying areas, but also in urban centers and more densely populated areas. There is a great deal of content which is being developed in the region, which isn't being made the most of on the networks or even on internet. For example, there are some Central American countries which speak certain dialects, and they have linguistic differentiation which has to do with their native tongues, and there isn't enough content to stimulate them to realize that they have new solutions that could meet their demand. If we talk about how many servers are connected in the region, is very well, but we're not actually helping to solve the problem of connectivity of those who aren't connected. And then there's something else that we need to talk about, which is regulatory activities which hinder growth, because the regulations are don't allow internet to grow. They don't allow it to be open or stable. So there are many parliamentary initiatives throughout the region. And it's as simple as saying that the politicians or the parliamentarians just need to sit down and define a program. For instance, the Connected program. We're going to oblige the internet service providers to provide services in a specific area. But they often don't have the bigger picture, and this obscures the fact that we have other digital gaps, such as the lack of education or the scope of different services or how they're used. Now, we've held a lot of conversations, particularly last year. We've been talking about the development of submarine fiber optics to connect different cities along the coast. This year we've been talking about technology, satellite technology, to connect those who aren't connected. So it's a little bit like a Lego structure, really. You start putting these pieces together, and as you do that, you start building something. Because the idea is that everybody has access to affordable, open, transparent internet. We all want internet to grow. 15 years ago, it didn't have the same meaning and importance and significance it does today. And most citizens today enjoy these services and depend on internet. So we need to work very closely with all the sectors, from the government sectors, private sector, civil society. We need to find measures which are fair and appropriate to be able to permit internet to grow. I think we're running out of time here, but perhaps we can take some questions from the floor. I can see 5 hands raised, and there are also some online questions. Right, our online students. I have a question. What negative impacts would
aprovechando la migración a 5G en nuestra región, es técnicamente viable reutilizar la infraestructura.
Making the most of the migration to 5G, can we use existing infrastructure for internet to the areas which don't have internet? That's the first question. And the second question is, what regulatory initiatives are being developed in the region which can be leveraged to make the most of attempts to reach areas where there are economic difficulties? Right, another question?
Posso fazer em português?
I'm going to speak in Portuguese.
Meu espanhol é muito ruim. Eu gostaria de perguntar para o Gesaias e a
I wanted to ask Josias,
diante da conectividade da Amazônia,
connectivity in the Amazon, like when we're talking about Starlink,
como que funciona o custeio
how
desse
does
serviço
it
na Amazônia?
work in the Amazon?
E se há parceria com o governo federal, que eu acredito
And
que
would
já
the
existem
federal
parcerias
government be
com
funding this?
escolas. E ao
And
mesmo
would this
tempo, qual o posicionamento
also be
da
used in schools?
Anatel perante o serviço da Starlink?
And what position would you give Starlink within
Na perspectiva do
this, in
aceleramento
the
digital, que a gente
outlook
ouviu
for the
muito
digital
sobre isso
growth,
hoje,
which we've been
e
talking
que
about
tivemos
today?
evento há pouco tempo
We had an event a short while back
entre dos representantes da Starlink, dos
where we
principais
were hearing
representantes,
from somebody from Starlink
grande representante do
and
governo
a
brasileiro, né,
representative from the
judiciária.
Brazilian
Então, eu gostaria
government.
de entender esse
And
posicionamento
I'd
da
like
Anatel
to
e como que
understand
funciona o
how this
custeio da
works.
Starlink na Amazônia,
Who's
já
going to
que
pay
as
for
pessoas têm preço
Starlink in the
acessível,
Amazon? How are they going to
para
make it
pessoas
accessible and
vulneráveis,
affordable, particularly for
ainda ser
vulnerable
um valor
communities?
bastante considerável para aqueles
Because
que
it's really
considerar de
expensive.
forma autônoma.
Okay, then we have 3 questions there.
Bueno.
You can speak Portuguese if you want. About Starlink, this question of digital sovereignty is incredibly important. And my answer, I remember this discussion is one that we had in Brazil last week, as a month ago, about internet. And the answer about Starlink is this. People are using technology because they have no other option in the national market and because there are no options. Yeah, we're not seeing any options because there is no infrastructure. And it's a really complex issue to reach the Amazon with internet. The antennas cost 2,500 reales, and the service would cost 200 or 300 reales. In dollars, the antenna
valor de serviço mensal que custam $60.
It's about $60 a month. Or okay, so you buy the antenna at $600, and then you have to pay $60 a month to maintain it. The government is using it for the police, for schools, federal police. All of these different services are using it. So, but the general population needs to be able to access it. So I've been talking about this recently, and there were two people from native populations, and they said, we have a community radio. And now we finally managed to get someone with Starlink. We've managed to get the people who are sick in our community to get seen to in 24 hours because of connectivity and internet. That internet isn't just about connectivity. It's not about technology. It's about digital inclusion, social inclusion. So when you go to these indigenous communities which are so remote, when you reach them with connectivity, we're not just talking about changing the lives of these people in a negative sense. We are paying a technical debt that we have with all of these communities. So we have in the Amazon, which is incredibly important. We have free internet and Wi-Fi in 66 different localities in Amazonas, in Acre and Roraima and the Amazon. Provide satellite services in places which had absolutely no kind of connectivity at all, and they can access Wi-Fi to exchange text messages using text applications. And some of these units which we're using, like Starlink, which is the big topic of the moment. I just want to finish this point here. Before we had Starlink, we had something called Rus, which is also satellite technology, with a tiny difference. Starlink is 10 times faster than what we had before. So it's not just a question of being able to exchange text messages, but people can access streaming and videos. You hear anybody talking about what they do in South America, and we have to look things a bit more deeply. Internet just has so much to offer, and the impact that it can have is vast. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer a question. Danilo. Well, we're talking about Starlink, but because it's the topic of the it's a hot topic. We've been using satellites for decades. We have stationary satellites which are much further away. And naturally, there are certain delays, as you can imagine, particularly when you use certain kinds of apps. And traditionally, obviously, it's a lot more expensive because the structure is more expensive. But what's the difference now? Starlink is a constellation of satellites. It's a new way of providing a service using satellite servicing. Starlink just got there first. But it's not the only one. There are a whole bunch of other constellations of satellites moving around the world. But simply we don't have the authorizations yet. Starlink has the authorization to provide services. It's authorized. And it provides these services. And it's exponential. And it's got all the regulatory stuff behind it as well. People are using Starlink because it's here. It got here first. So it's natural for everybody to be talking about it now. But there is going to be another system up before the end of the year in the Amazon. We're expecting other to come into play. So there's going to be some competition for Starlink. And I think that the fact that we have a regulatory environment which encourages competition is very positive. What's interesting for us, for users, is to have the options. You can imagine somebody from upcountry who doesn't have any options in practical sense. And everything's really expensive in terms of traditional options. He is going to be able to choose from more than one supplier, and they're going to compete with the prices. We might have a clearer picture of what the options are by the end of the year, but it's not going to be just Starlink. It's going to be other operators. Because at the moment Starlink is in a very enviable position, but that's not going to last forever. So I think that it's just the hot topic of the moment, but the market is open there for other companies to compete. It's not going to be the only one by any means. There are going to be other companies. And this is also going to propel the market forward, and there are going to be new developments. And I think it's very interesting that we're going to be looking at new satellite constellations as well.
Hay dos preguntas todavía sobre la mesa, no sé si hay que tomarlas. Una tiene que ver con la transición de 4G a 5G, cómo aprovechamos esa infraestructura.
As we were talking, it's a question of moving from 4G to 5G. And we're also talking about good practices. I don't know if Cesar, you have anything to say about this, about good practices?
Podría mencionar algunas prácticas regulatorias interesantes, como es el caso del Ministerio de Transportes y Comunicación del Perú, donde a través de una modificación a la normativa determinó que los operadores móviles pueden dedicar hasta el 60% del pago recurrente por espectro para el desarrollo de telecomunicaciones en zonas rurales.
Telecommunications in the rural sector that are without any coverage. This model has been successful, and I believe so far they have 665 localities that have benefited through this business model. And I believe that the main advantage that they have is that the ministry came up with a very simple way of converting these payment of spectrum and allocated that to further investments and supervise the public works once they are deployed in the locality. So it's simplicity and it's not lack of control because what they do is they facilitate development. Another interesting example is the case of a new project that is Internet for All in Peru that was facilitated by a regulatory amendment by a wholesaler in the rural sector that is called A Punto Conectamos with stakeholders from other parts of the economy, like the mining sector, that they have different partnerships where the stakeholder from a different sector, business sector, supports the public works or infrastructure development to connect the region where they hold their own operations or production. So they help the community and in turn the mining company. It's a mining company located in Quellaveco in Peru. So they have a synergistic partnership. It's not only the multi-stakeholder partnership, but also partnerships with other sectors of the economy that are key to close the digital divide.
Para terminar, César
Thank you very
Lizania,
much.
¿algún comentario sobre estas
Cesar,
preguntas?
Lisania, any other comments?
Bueno, adelante, Lisania, adelante.
Sí, lo que pasa es que no escuché bien la pregunta sobre las buenas prácticas
It's on
regulatorias.
the
O sea, en torno a qué. Pero
good practices and the regulatory
me
framework,
imagino
right?
cerrar la brecha o
To
dije
close the
algo
divide, to
distinto.
close the digital divide. Ah, okay,
Correcto.
good.
Tenemos también, que es algo que nosotros desde Compeca siempre replicamos, y es el caso Colombia. Todo el tema del
In
sandbox
Contensla,
regulatorio,
we
que también ya
have the
República
regulatory
Dominicana,
framework
para los que no
for
lo saben,
Colombia,
pues
and
también
we
ya
have the
República
regulatory
Dominicana,
framework
para los que no
for
lo saben,
Colombia,
pues
and
también
in
aperturó
Dominican
un
Republic,
plazo
we
para
also
las
extended
empresas pueden presentar sus ofertas.
terms or
Pues
the
este
time frame
sandbox
where
nos permite
these
justamente a las empresas ensayar
companies
tecnologías que pueden incidir
bid
en las nuevas
in
formas
public
de
tenders.
brindar el servicio de acceso a
This
las telecomunicaciones
basically give
previamente, o sea, sin
flexibility
tener
to
que
provide
pasar todas
services
esas quizás
without
algunas
going
barreras
through
legales que para
the
muchos
typical
entrantes
legal red
muchas
tape, especially
entidades
for the
lo
new
llaman como barreras,
entrants,
pero quizás
where
yo lo
agencies they
llamaría
see
requisitos
this as
regulatorios y
barriers.
poder pues
But I
ensayar estas
call
nuevas
them
tecnologías
regulatory
al lanzamiento al mercado.
requirements.
También
But probably
tenemos
they
el
can
caso
do
de
that
Panamá,
before
que
entering the
está
market. In the case of
incursionando en el tema de
Panama,
modernización
they are embarking
de
upon
su
the modernization of their legal regulatory
pues
framework
sabemos
in
que solo ahora
telecommunications.
mismo las leyes de
Nowadays,
telecomunicaciones solo
the
hablan de telefonía,
telecommunication framework
casi ninguna, por lo menos
covers
de Centroamérica,
telephone
mencionan
services.
siquiera la palabra internet,
Nobody
ni siquiera los
mentions
recursos
internet, or they don't
que
cover
permiten el
even the
acceso a
internet
internet,
resources
y eso
allowing
incluye las
access to
direcciones IP
internet. That
y
includes
el
IP
sistema de nombres
addresses
de dominio,
and the
que
domain
si
name
bien no
server.
incentivamos la
That
regulación, pero
even
sí
is not
son
included
recursos que
in
permiten
the
pues la
regulatory
conectividad.
framework, but that
Entonces
provide
pues
connectivity
es más
services.
todo el trabajo que se
So
está haciendo en la
it's
revisión de los
more or
marcos,
less the
porque
work
están
reviewing
en
the
cierto
regulatory
sentido
framework
obsoletos,
because they
para
have
poder
become
hablar el idioma
obsolete.
actual
So we
que
can make the necessary
ese idioma
changes
que
and
la
to speak the
transformación
same
digital
language
nos ha obligado,
that
¿verdad?, a
is
que
required by
conversemos.
the digital
También
transformation.
pues creo que con esos tres casos pues
I
son
believe
las
these three
principales cosas que
cases
se está
or
haciendo.
pillars
También
are
nosotros
what
hemos
we're
elaborado
doing.
un informe justamente
And
de
we
simplificación de
have
trámites, de
prepared
cómo está la región
a report
sobre el
on
tema de
streamlining
despliegue de
processes on the
infraestructuras.
deployment of
¿Cuáles
infrastructure.
barreras legales
That means,
existen para
what are the legal
desplegar
barriers
las
in order to
infraestructuras?
deploy
Y ahí
different
está todo el tema de
structures?
la municipalidad, que
And
justo
here you
en
have
el
the
mes de julio
municipality
tenemos un evento
approvals and all
junto
of
con
that.
Mariliana y la SMA
Together
para
with
hablar con las
Mariliana and the mayor, we will
municipalidades.
talk to
Comtelca
the
también hizo un informe al
municipalities.
respecto y es
CONEA
evidente
has
de
prepared
que
a report,
necesitamos un marco
and
común,
evidently we
pues cada
require a
municipalidad pone
common
una traba
share
distinta
framework, because if
para
not, we
poder
have the
eso de
same
instalar una
obstacles in
antena en
other
ese municipio, y eso
municipalities to
difiere
set up
en un
antennas.
municipio a otro en un
And
mismo país.
this
Quisiéramos
differs from one
quizá una
municipality
ventanilla
to the
única,
other
es
in
algo
the
que
same
siempre se ha sugerido,
country. So we
y un
want
marco
a single window
normativo
of
que
opportunity
hable
and
un
a
lenguaje común,
comprehensive
que cada municipio no me presente
share legal
requisitos
framework
distintos ni tarifas
having
distintas,
the same
sino algo
tariffs
más
and the same
congruente y
requirements, something
homogeneizado.
that
Entonces, con esto,
requires
Diego,
or
pues
aiming
concluyo
at
mi intervención y
consistency.
muchísimas gracias
So
por el
this
uso de la
is
palabra.
basically what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Diego, 30 segundos.
Diego,
30
30
segundos así
seconds.
rápido. En la región hay una
In
infinidad
the region,
de
we
ejemplos
have
de buenas
endless
prácticas. Bien lo dijo
events
Mariliana,
aiming at
en Perú hay
best
algunos que
practices
nosotros
like
le
in
hemos dado
Peru.
seguimiento. En la
In
región,
Peru,
por
we
ejemplo,
did some
en
follow-up
Centroamérica,
there.
justo como
In Central
identifica
America,
Contelca ha
like
promovido algunas cosas,
Contelca,
pero para nosotros
that
lo
has
importante
promoted
no es ni
different
siquiera
workshops or
esto,
conferences.
la
But for us,
tecnología, justo
it's
como
not
por ejemplo alguien
technology
preguntaba de
itself,
4G a 5G,
like
porque para el
4G or
cliente
5G.
o para el
For the
usuario
client
dentro de
or
estas
for the
regiones la
final user
tecnología es
in these
transparente,
regions,
es decir,
technology
a
becomes
él no le
transparent
interesa si está
already,
conectado en 4G,
regardless whether
en
they're
5G,
connected to
o si está
4G,
conectado por un
5G,
libre router
or
con una red de
by
Wi-Fi. Lo
merely
importante es
the
que
Wi-Fi
este usuario,
router.
este ciudadano esté
The important
conectado
thing is
y
that
hacia
they
eso
are
es donde
connected,
todos
and
nosotros
this is
debemos
where
apuntar.
we are
30 segundos.
getting towards.
Muchas
Thank
gracias.
you.
Bueno, yo creo que ya estamos súper pasados de
Thank you very
tiempo.
much. I think
Olga,
that
muchas gracias por
in
la
order
invitación. Muchas
to
gracias a
take
todos
to the
nuestros
agenda, we're going to
panelistas.
conclude. Thank you
Lo
very
que
much for
tocamos todos los temas
all the
críticos
panelists.
de
I think we have touched upon
infraestructura.
the most
Muchas
critical
gracias a
issues on
todos por
infrastructure. Thank you
la
very much
audiencia.
for
Muchas gracias.
participating in this conference.
Gracias a todos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you. Greetings from Buenos Aires. I think Hector had problems with his connectivity, but I would like to thank him for being in the panel. Thank you very much, and hopefully I'll see you. Looking forward to seeing you in the future. Greetings from Oscar and from Andrea. Thank you very much. Looking forward. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Okay. I think this is going to be bilingual, Portuguese and Spanish in the SSIG, because we speak both languages. This is a sister country, sister nation, so we need to learn Portuguese anyways. Thank you very much. We will resume the session tomorrow. I'm sorry, but we had to stick to the agenda. We couldn't extend it. So we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And I will call the attendance, I'll call the roll. So, apart from being here at 8:30, we have two important panels. The director of the Council of Europe is going to join us. He was here last year. He took many questions, and we have allocated a lot of time to his presentation. Patrick Panic is going to address his presentation in English, and he's going to be talking about the Budapest Convention and the many covenants and conventions on privacy in the European Council, and they have one more convention on artificial intelligence. As you know, the OECD and the European Union had a lot of impact in these frameworks with the Budapest Convention. So I'm sure that it's going to be very interesting. And then we have Glenn Baisley, that was one of the most important consultants on cybersecurity to Obama. It's going to tell us about the private international organizations or programs in cybercrime and cybersecurity. They're going to be addressing their presentations in English, but we have the translation. Thank you very much.